Han Fei had a lot of resources now. Even if he covered all the surface areas of his origin star with resources, he wouldn't be able to use them up. He could even cover the surface by multiple layers. Some of them were obtained from casinos, some from killing enemies, and some were exchanged with points. Anyway, he got a lot. In the end, he didn't calculate it carefully. Anyway, it was enough for 7 or 8 of him to enter the star transformation realm. After speaking to Zhou Jingjing and the others, Han Fei disappeared from the spot with a swish. Before Zhou Jingjing and the others could recover from their shock, he appeared again, and at the same time a star core with a radius of more than 300 kilometers appeared. Endless energy erupted from the star core, making Li Tong and the others gape. Han Fei said, "Zhou Jingjing, put this star core into your origin sea." At this moment, Zhou Jingjing felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. She just did whatever Han Fei told her to. When the star core was absorbed into the origin sea by Zhou Jingjing, only a moment later, Zhou Jingjing said in shock, "The resource consumption speed is drastically decreasing." Han Fei nodded slightly, not surprised at all. It was only natural. You were short of energy in the first place, so it was certainly difficult for you to enter the star transformation realm. At this moment, Han Fei said, "I remember there are still 2 sky openers. Where are they?" Hearing this, Zhou Jingjing immediately lowered her head in pity. Li Tong and Wang Su also sighed. Zhou Jingjing said, "Uncle Ma and Uncle Lu sacrificed themselves in an encounter war to give us a chance to escape." Han Fei frowned in confusion. "Is there any power nearby that can crush you?" Zhou Jingjing shook her head. "Not here. It's on our way here from the central area." Han Fei nodded slightly. "The path of cultivation is paved with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's a pity that they died." With that, Han Fei looked at Li Tong and Wang Su and said, "The 2 of you, try to see if you can have a heavenly number star transformation. But don't be deliberate. Once you feel that you are about to enter the star transformation realm, it will be time for you to do it. Don't deliberately pursue a heavenly number star transformation, or it will backfire." At this time, Han Fei, who had given them a lot of resources, became their real master in their hearts. The 2 hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry. We will try our best." Han Fei nodded. "During this period of time, don't dig for resources. That's not how resources are obtained. You can use the resources I gave you at will. It doesn't matter even if they're used up. I came to you this time not to take you away. I still need to go to the chaotic wasteland. You don't have to go with me. I should be back in 7 or 8 years. You just need to cultivate." "Well." Zhou Jingjing was surprised. "You're leaving so soon? By the way, Master, what's the result of your competition this time?" Han Fei didn't know what to say. Would they be scared to death if he said he was first place? Forget it, if he guessed right, they would hear it sooner or later, so there was no need to tell them now. Han Fei just smiled casually. "Not bad." With that, Han Fei waved his hand, and a blood fiend appeared. Han Fei said, "During this period of time, just let the people in the giant whale fortress come out to cultivate. You have seen this blood fiend before, but you might not know its realm back then. It's in the perfected star transformation realm, which is enough to ensure your safety." Hiss. For a moment, Zhou Jingjing and the others all looked at Han Fei in shock, and then looked at the blood fiend. Perfected star transformation realm? What did that mean? Didn't it mean that the blood fiend was a legendary super powerhouse on the verge of proving Tao? Such a strong person had actually been refined into a puppet? For a moment, Zhou Jingjing and the others all guessed that Han Fei's real identity must be very high, so his family had given him such a terrifying weapon. Yes, their horizons limited their imagination. However, this wasn't important. Although during the 10,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, there were a lot of late-stage star transformation realm, peak-level late stage star transformation realm, and perfected star transformation realm cultivators, they were from the entire wilderness. In fact, in most places, there were very few such experts. Han Fei didn't think that Zhou Jingjing and the others were weak. They were already stronger than many people. He didn't know if Hong Yu had opened the sky or not. Anyway, his subordinates in the chaotic wasteland probably hadn't. Besides, for the people in the raging sea, venerables were already strong enough. Were they weak? No, actually not. It was just that they were in a different environment. In the future, if the countless humans in the raging sea went to the outside world, they would need people to help them integrate into the sea realm. Right? They couldn't completely count on the enslaved humans in the city of scavengers to help them integrate into the sea realm. They also needed these people in the wilderness to help them integrate into the real sea realm. Therefore, Han Fei ignored their shock and asked, "By the way, how many people are in the giant whale fortress now?" Zhou Jingjing quickly came back to herself and said, "At present, there are as many as 150,000 people of all the races." Han Fei nodded slightly. "I'll give you resources to help you become stronger. But I also need you to do a few things." Zhou Jingjing's heart did a flip. "Here it comes." Han Fei said, "Firstly, make them take the human race as their leaders. No matter what race they belong to, it's necessary for them to transform into human beings. Let them adapt to the combat style of human beings. Secondly, let them have more children and reward them with resources for having more children. Use the resources you have to implement this plan first. Ask me for resources whenever you need. When I come out of the chaotic wasteland, I will lead you for a while." "Ah. That's it?" Zhou Jingjing was at a loss, and so were Li Tong and Wang Su. They had thought that Han Fei wanted them to do something very dangerous. So, it was just to make them take the human race as the leader and take pride in being a human? They had no faith in the first place. Perhaps everyone in the giant whale fortress believed in Zhou Jingjing. They all knew that it was Zhou Jingjing who protected their safety and their growth. So it was very simple to make them believe in the human race. The simplest way was to say that Han Fei was the boss behind Zhou Jingjing, erect a statue for Han Fei, and publicize the human race. Also, wasn't encouraging fertility a consistent plan of the sea monster fortresses? All the sea monster fortresses knew that only with many people could strong masters be born. The method they pursued was to cast a wide net and fish for opportunities. Compared to the resources and the blood fiend that was in the perfected star transformation realm that Han Fei gave them, Han Fei's requirements for them were almost nothing. Zhou Jingjing hurriedly said, "You can rest assured, Master. I'll handle this matter well. It will only take a short time." Han Fei waved his hand. "No hurry. There's plenty of time. All right, you guys. Stay here. I'm going to the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei appeared and disappeared quickly, as if he were extremely busy. Li Tong couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, and Wang Su and Zhou Jingjing were both staring at the blood fiend puppet, which was standing on the giant whale's head like a statue, motionless. Gulp. Li Tong suddenly swallowed and then sighed. Jingjing. You have a good eye. People like Han Fei are definitely extraordinary. Immediately, Zhou Jingjing and Wang Su rolled their eyes. Come on, you complained so much before. Now that Han Fei gave you resources, you began to praise him as a good master. Zhou Jingjing said, Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, for the next period of time, let's just cultivate outside wholeheartedly. From the looks of it, Master doesn't seem to care about these resources at all. Therefore, in fact, for us, the greatest opportunity might not be about resources at all, but about Master personally taking us to walk in the wilderness. That is the real opportunity. 1 month later. Farm number 68. A group of young and beautiful female cultivators gathered in a seal, below the city lord's mansion. In the seal, Hong Yu was dying. His body was collapsing everywhere, and occasionally some power of lightning emerged from his blood. Beside Hong Yu, the human female cultivators that Han Fei saved in the past were all extremely anxious. Sister Ingyue, what should we do? It's been a month. Isn't it said that after opening the sky, one's strength will soar? Why is Senior Hong in this state? Someone said, recently, because we have been secretly searching for precious medicines, the people of the 10,000 scale race have begun to notice us. A girl said, then kill these people from the 10,000 scale race. Don't worry. With some people missing, the main city won't find anything. But Hong Yu said weakly, it's okay. I just underestimated the difficulty of transcending the tribulation in the sea of stars. No wonder few people said that they were going to transcend the tribulation in the sea of stars. My vitality was almost exhausted, and almost all my puppets were burnt to ashes. If I hadn't accumulated a lot of resources over the years, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to survive this tribulation. Ingyue said, Senior Hong Yu, why don't we use energy crystals? In any case, there is still some vitality in them. Hong Yu shook his head. No, you can't. All of you, listen carefully. You can't use energy crystals randomly. The reason why you can use them all the time before is that you obtained too few energy crystals, and you experienced too many battles, so the side effects of the energy crystals are offset. Otherwise, your foundations will be unstable now, and it will be impossible for you to survive the sky-opening realm heavenly tribulation. Hey, old Hong. You're quite insightful now. Suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. At first, everyone's hair stood on end, and then they looked overjoyed. The group of female cultivators all turned around and exclaimed, Master Human Emperor? Even though Hong Yu was seriously injured, he couldn't help getting up with a look of ecstasy. Master Human Emperor, you're back? When everyone saw Han Fei, they were all overjoyed, because Han Fei was back. And they had a mainstay. Han Fei was called the Human Emperor and was stronger than Hong Yu. He was also the only faith of these female cultivators. Ingyue, Master Human Emperor, please save Senior Hong. Senior Hong forcibly entered the Sea of Stars to transcend the tribulation and almost died. But now, he has clearly transcended the tribulation, but for some reason, he has been so badly injured that he can't recover. Jianya nodded. Yes. Master Human Emperor, Senior Hongyu has already become an emperor, but why? Chu Lingyu said, Master Human Emperor, Senior Hongyu is so nice. He can't die. Immediately, chattering sounds rang in Han Fei's ears. Han Fei looked at Hongyu with a faint smile. Old Hong, you're quite prestigious now. How does it feel to have so many girls care about you? Does it feel good? Cough, cough, Master Human Emperor, you're teasing me. Han Fei shook his head with a smile. I thought it's about time for you to transcend the tribulation, but I didn't expect you to go to the Sea of Stars. To transcend the tribulation and survive. Hearing Han Fei teasing Hongyu, these female cultivators were relieved. Since the human emperor had teased Senior Hong, he would definitely be able to cure him, right? Seeing that the girls were looking at him eagerly, Han Fei said casually. Fine, there's something I need to take you to the Sea of Stars to tell you. Everybody, open your minds and don't resist. Everybody's heart stirred, and in the next moment, they all disappeared from the seal. In the next moment, they appeared on a star, where spiritual energy was abundant and energy was surging like a tidal wave. They felt that if they lived here for a few years, they would be able to transcend the tribulation. At that moment, the hearts of Ingyue and the others trembled. Is this the origin sea of Master Human Emperor? Unfortunately, they couldn't see how big Master Human Emperor's origin sea was. In the next moment, Han Fei waved his hand and everyone stepped into the Sea of Stars. Buzz. When they stepped into the Sea of Stars, they couldn't help exclaiming, so rich, chaotic chi. When Ruching exclaimed, what violent energy! Ling Ran exclaimed, look. At that moment, as Ling Ran exclaimed, everyone turned around, only to be dumbfounded. Even Hongyu was dumbfounded. What the hell is that? What a huge star. They felt that the limit of the origin sea was 100,000 kilometers, but this one had exceeded their imagination. Ah. Suddenly, Jiang Liuyu covered her head slightly and said via voice transmission, for some reason, absorbing the chaotic chi here makes me want to sleep. The next moment, the others were the same. All of them seemed to be unable to stand steadily. Han Fei deliberately didn't remind them just now. Now that they had reacted, he said indifferently, who asked you to absorb the chaotic chi here? This is the Sea of Stars. You can treat this place as the endless void. With your current strength, you will fall into an eternal slumber and drift freely in the Sea of Stars in at most a day. Scared by Han Fei, everyone hurriedly stopped absorbing the chaotic chi here. Cough, cough. Hongyu coughed up blood again. Energy surged in his body and lightning flashed. Ingyue hurriedly supported him and looked at Han Fei. However, Han Fei was not in a hurry. Instead, he said leisurely, Old Hong, do you know why you were so seriously injured? Hongyu shook his head. He didn't know at all. He thought that he would be fine after transcending the tribulation. Han Fei said, there are several reasons. You know the first reason, because your vitality was almost burned up. You should have burned your vitality crazily when you transcended the tribulation, right? Did you think that as long as you succeeded in transcending the tribulation, you would have a lot of vitality, so you burned it crazily? Hongyu nodded. That was what he thought. If he didn't burn his life, he probably wouldn't be able to survive the tribulation. Han Fei said, today, I want to tell you that when transcending the heavenly tribulation, you can burn a small amount of your vitality, but not much. This is because vitality is closely related to your body's potential. For example, when you were at the peak of the sea establishment realm, you had 10 drops of blood. After the tribulation, your vitality soared, and 10 drops of blood can be used as 100 drops of blood. However, when you were transcending the tribulation, you used 9 drops of blood and only had 1 drop of blood left. Then, even if your vitality increases tenfold, you will still have 10 drops of blood. However, your body and soul are no longer the same as before. Can these 10 drops of blood still support your body and soul? Han Fei's words were easy to understand. The group of female cultivators looked at Han Fei with shining eyes, thinking that the human emperor was indeed knowledgeable. Han Fei continued, "Secondly, old Hong, you've accumulated a lot of hidden injuries in your body. After you transcended the tribulation, these injuries were stimulated all at once. If you were full of vitality, even if these injuries were stimulated, you could slowly heal, but your vitality was insufficient, causing various hidden injuries in your body, forming a qi and blood conflict. This is the second reason. Thirdly, and most importantly, it's the fundamental reason why you seem to be dying." Everyone looked at Han Fei curiously, and Han Fei said, "Old Hong, the power of your soul far exceeds that of your physical power, and the strength of your flesh and bones are also insufficient. The imbalance between your soul and your body leads to a serious disharmony between your body and your soul. Your flesh and bones produced a repulsive force because you have mainly used the body refining technique I gave you on your bones. If you can completely master this technique before making a breakthrough, your situation will be much better than now." Han Fei smiled. "In summary, old Hong, you're too rash. If you cleanse your internal injuries with resources, practice my body refining technique to the highest level, and replenish your qi and blood with sufficient resources, you will definitely be safe and sound now." Hong Yu blushed and hurriedly said, "Master Human Emperor, I was too hasty." Han Fei said indifferently, "Well, old Hong, if it were others, I'd just let them fend for themselves. Considering your situation, if I want to save you, I'll have to pay at least 1,000 years of vitality and many resources." Hong Yu's heart stirred, and his eyes turned red. "Master Human Emperor, I, Hong Yu, will dedicate myself to the human race and am willing to die 1,000 times for the human race." This was exactly the effect Han Fei wanted. He took Yingyue and the others with him to show them that he, the human emperor, would not give up on any of them. But at the same time, he also warned them to cultivate steadily. Han Fei waved his hand, and a pillar of divine light descended, bathing Hong Yu. A large amount of impurities were discharged from Hong Yu's body, and his hidden injuries quickly recovered. After a while, Han Fei grabbed a mass of vitality and injected it into Hong Yu's body with a flick of his finger. Hong Yu's state was recovering at a visible speed. His momentum also quickly became stronger, and in the blink of an eye, he had the momentum and pressure of the sky-opening realm. Then, Han Fei waved his hand gently, and more than 300,000 spiritual fruits surrounded Hong Yu. These spiritual fruits exploded one after another, turning into infinite vitality and qi and blood that fused into Hong Yu's body. Yingyue and the others were all dumbfounded. When had they ever seen so many resources? Such magnificent vitality shocked them. Was this the power of the human emperor? That was not all. Han Fei casually threw 100 pieces of mystic yellow soil to Hong Yu. Next to him, Chu Lingyu exclaimed, "Is this the legendary mystic yellow soil? So much?" Yingyue, Jiangye, and the others were also dumbfounded. This was a treasure that even lords might not have. But the human emperor had casually given Hong Yu so many? Even Hong Yu himself was shocked. After staying in the chaotic wasteland for so long, how could he not know what the mystic yellow soil was? Every piece of it was a treasure. Han Fei threw out 100 pieces at once, which almost made him cry. After that, Han Fei pointed at the void and said, "Old Hong, I'll teach you a legendary divine technique. Its value is even higher than this city. Treasure. It." Hiss. Before Hong Yu had the time to say anything, Han Fei had already pointed a finger between his eyebrows. What he taught was the bloodline devouring technique. Its effect was the best. For the first few times one used this technique, after about half an hour, Hong Yu finally recovered and his strength soared. This was because Hong Yu was a veteran sea establisher. After so many years of accumulation, he wouldn't be weak after he opened the sky. As soon as Hong Yu sobered up, he knelt down. "Thank you for saving my life, Master Human Emperor. I will definitely work hard for the rise of the human race." Yingyue and the others also jumped up in excitement. Great, Hong Yu recovered. He was the second sky opener of the human race. What could make them more excited than this news? At this moment, Han Fei casually threw out a drop of essence blood and said, "This is the blood of the divine beast, green water Kylin. This thing can greatly improve your bloodline. If you swallow and fuse with this drop of essence blood, I dare not say anything else, but you'll have a chance to prove Tao in this life." Gulp. There was a series of gulping sounds. The essence blood of a divine beast? Proving Tao? Did the human emperor kill a divine beast this time? At this moment, everyone looked at Han Fei with admiration and respect. He was their god. As for Hong Yu, tears welled up in his eyes. He thought that he was going to die. Who would have expected that Han Fei would give him a new life, a divine technique, the legendary treasure, the mystic yellow soil, a noble bloodline, and the hope to prove Tao? It was also at this moment that Hong Yu completely submitted, completely recognizing Han Fei as the only sovereign of the human race. Han Fei was not stingy with his current strength. As for a great technique like the bloodline devouring, it would take tens of thousands of years for him to upgrade once. Fortunately, he could accelerate time. Otherwise, if he spent tens of thousands of years improving his bloodline, how slow would his growth be? Furthermore, Han Fei didn't spread the original bloodline devouring technique, but slightly modified it. Hong Yu had advanced to the sky-opening realm, but his bloodline had actually been strengthened during his breakthroughs. The green water Kylin blood was the bloodline of a fake divine beast, which was suitable for the current Hong Yu to swallow. As for Yingyue and the others, they were not strong enough to swallow even the green water Kylin blood. They could only swallow the bloodline of some legendary or legend creatures to strengthen their bloodline. However, Han Fei was not in the mood to teach them one by one. Han Fei said, "Old Hong, your hidden illness has been cured, your soul has been solidified, your vitality has recovered, and your bones are quite strong. Now, the only thing you lack is the level of your bloodline. Originally, with your conditions, it would take at least 1,000 years for you to swallow the bloodline of a divine beast. However, this time I went out and obtained a Treasure that can temporarily accelerate time by 100 times. From today onwards, all of you, enter my origin star and improve your bloodline. I want all of you to have the potential to prove Tao. The potential to prove Tao? To prove Tao? In the city of scavengers, humans weren't even qualified to open the sky, let alone prove Tao. Hearing this, Hong Yu said sincerely. Hong Yu is willing to follow Master. Human Emperor forever. Inuit and the others fell to their knees. We are willing to follow you. Forever, Master Human Emperor. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Everything was difficult at the beginning. In the past, he didn't have the time to help others. Now, he had the conditions to cultivate a batch of seeded players. However, these few people weren't enough. He needed more people. Just when Han Fei returned to farm number 68, the city of scavengers was partying. For ordinary people, they only knew that the city of scavengers occupied 2 of the top 10 places in the 100,000-year competition. The East Sea Divine Realm was so big, but their city of scavengers alone occupied 2 seats. What did this mean? It showed the potential of their city of scavengers. What surprised them most was that Yi Feng Lu, who rose at the speed of light, had won the first place in the 100,000-year competition and was even stronger than by Ran Ran. In the city, someone sighed. I knew that Yi Feng Lu was extraordinary. Look. It's only been a short while. He won first place in the 100,000-year competition. It said that the participants are all peak level C establishers, with as many as 8 million people. God, how many strong masters there were? Someone sighed. I knew that Yi Feng Lu was very powerful when I saw him draw his saber, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. It said that he didn't really start drawing his saber until he entered the finals of this 100,000-year competition. Someone sighed. I heard that the rewards of the 100,000-year competition are extremely generous. It said that the reward is more than 1 million kilometers of resources. Gosh, how many peak-level C establishment realm cultivators can be produced with such a huge amount of resources? I'm afraid even a sky opener doesn't need so many resources. Someone said, I'm told that there are also godly weapons, divine techniques, and a lot of other kinds of rewards. I can almost foresee Yi Feng Lu's explosive growth. Someone said quietly, alas. Let me tell you secretly, Bai Ran Ran has already opened the sky on her way back, and Yi Feng Lu seems to be opening the sky in these 2 days. While the city was celebrating, in Zhao Honghuang's residence in the law enforcement battalion, Pan Lydian was sitting opposite Zhao Honghuang, not looking too good. Pan Lydian shouted in a low voice, that's outrageous. The city of origin is accusing me of something I didn't do. It was in Taiping who launched a sneak attack on me with some perfected star transformation realm cultivators. They started it. Besides, I did kill 2 people, but when did I kill in Taiping? Zhao Honghuang frowned slightly. According to my intelligence, and Taiping is indeed dead. Even the seedlings of the city of origin he brought with him have all disappeared. If those people were in Taiping's origin star, I'm afraid they won't be able to return to the Yin family for the rest of their lives. Pan Lydian frowned. It's possible that the people who ambushed you had an internal strife and killed each other. Huh? Maybe. Maybe what? Seeing that Pan Lydian was hesitating, Zhao Honghuang couldn't help but say. At this moment, any answer needs to be considered. Pan Lydian paused and said, when I fought in Taiping and the others, I felt that something was wrong. It was as if someone was spying on me. This feeling didn't disappear until I entered the chaotic wasteland. Even when Yi Fenglu wanted to open the sky, I didn't dare to stop. If a monarch was spying on me, I definitely wouldn't be able to find him. But if it was only a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, who could escape my perception? Zhao Honghuang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, me. Pan Lydian suddenly looked at Zhao Honghuang. Are you saying that an expert as strong as you was spying on me? Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. It's not impossible. Perhaps the news of an Taiping's death I received is fake. Perhaps it's the city of wanderers that meddled in it. Perhaps some unknown expert wants to observe the situation in the chaotic wasteland. It's hard to say. Zhao Honghuang said solemnly, it's a pity that Qi Tonghai was killed as soon as he reached the perfected star transformation realm. Now that in Taiping and the others have disappeared, we can't prove our innocence. Let's divert the trouble and say that the city of wanderers is the mastermind. By the way, how did Yi Fenglu grow so fast? Pan Lydian said, he must have gotten an opportunity in the wilderness. His knife skills have almost reached perfection, but I don't think he has any ulterior motives. The gate of heaven invited him to join them, but he rejected it. Instead, Neza from the city of wanderers joined the gate of heaven. After a moment of deliberation, Zhao Honghuang said, well, he's about to open the sky, but his identity is different from Biranran's. After he opened the sky and consolidated his foundation, let him go to the infinite mining area. Let Zhang Beihai lead him and see if he can make contributions to the city of scavengers in the infinite mining area. Pan Lydian asked, should we restrain him? For example, extract his soul and essence blood? Zhao Honghuang shook his head slightly. No. Extracting his soul and essence blood will easily make him rebel. But he is not strong enough now. Even if he wants to rebel, he isn't strong enough now. Besides, he needs to rely on the city of scavengers to give him room to grow. Tell him that if he performs well in the infinite mining area, he can be given the antidote to the blood swallowing pill. Pan Lydian asked, really? Zhao Honghuang sneered. No one below the monarch level can overturn the sky. If this guy performs well, we can send him to that place in the future. When he gets there, no matter how powerful he is, he can only submit obediently. Pan Lydian's heart stirred. Then, he nodded and said, okay. One day later. Boom. A purple lightning bolt struck down, and Zhang Daqian was embracing the lightning bolt fearlessly. Above the sea of stars, more than 8,000 people observed Han Fei opening the sky. At this moment, everyone exclaimed. Someone was shocked. This guy is already so powerful after only one trip? He resisted 6 lightning strikes with his physical strength? Someone sighed. He's too strong. I think this guy can still hold on. Someone secretly looked at Biranran and said via voice transmission, I wonder if Captain Bai's tribulation was as terrifying as this one. Rumble. Han Fei took another lightning bolt, his body cracked, and Biranran frowned. Under the huge armor, Tian Hong clenched his fists and suddenly said, I've found the way to open the sky. I can open the sky at any time. For a moment, even Pan Lydian looked at Tian Hong. This guy was also a body refiner and was very strong. Although he didn't make it to the finals, he had entered the top 10,000. He was just not good at attacking. In terms of physique, he might not be much weaker than Yifeng Liu. By Ran, then wait for 2 days and transcend the tribulation. Ah! At this moment, many people exclaimed. Zhang Daqian turned into a huge beast, spanning dozens of kilometers. A huge octopus clone swallowed the lightning. The strong masters of the 10,000 scale race were all trembling. Strong. Too strong. I've never seen anyone swallow lightning tribulation in my life. In the end, when a lightning field descended, the big octopus was hacked into a human shape. He held a saber in one hand and slashed out. The saber beam shot into the endless sky, cutting apart a huge black shadow. When the power of the heavenly tribulation dissipated, Zhang Daqian returned from the void. The blood and qi in his body surged, and his momentum kept rising. He had opened the sky. Han Fei cupped his hands. Master Qin Yan, Master Li Tian, I'm glad that I didn't fail you. Qin Yan had mixed feelings. The phantom of the giant beast just now had already taken shape. He and Pan Lydian looked at each other. This guy was definitely not transformed from a human. In their opinion, that human must have been possessed by this octopus. Therefore, he couldn't be counted as a human at all. In fact, no one who was watching the tribulation treated Zhang Daqian as a human. If anyone said that the huge beast just now was a human, they would tear off that person's head. Pan Lydian nodded slightly. Yes. Not bad. Go consolidate your foundation and cultivate in seclusion for a few years. After you consolidate your foundation, go to the infinite mining area. You can improve quickly there. The appearance of the undying demon octopus was intentional. At least it could increase their trust in him. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Pan Lydian actually asked him to go to the infinite mining area. This must be Zhao Hongwang's idea. He had heard that many people in the city of scavengers would go to the infinite mining area to gain experience. Besides, one of the two strong masters in the city of scavengers was Zhao Hongwang, who presided over the city of scavengers. The other was Zhang Beihai, who was in the mysterious infinite mining area. Han Fei had planned to stay in the chaotic wasteland to investigate the secrets of this place. Feng Yu had already made it clear that the 10,000 scale monarch was fake, so there must be a big secret here. However, on second thought, if he wanted to investigate these secrets, he could do it in the infinite mining area too. There were monarchs in the city of scavengers, but there might not be any monarchs in the infinite mining area. And the best way to discover secrets was to hunt a person like Pan Lydian and Zhao Hongwang. Ordinary lord-level figures probably didn't know much. More importantly, it was not easy for him to kill a top 10 lords level powerhouse in the city of scavengers. They were too close to the main city. Besides, even if the 10,000 scale monarch in the city of scavengers was fake, he was still a real monarch. If he found that someone among the top 10 lords was dead, he would definitely come in an instant. Then how could he fight him? Han Fei was not in a hurry. He planned to take it slowly. Now was not the time to attack. His strength was not enough. After Zhang Daqian opened the sky, he didn't go to Emochi immediately. Firstly, it was because his relationship with the Time Temple wasn't good, and secondly, it wasn't the right time. The most suitable time was when he was about to set off for the infinite mining area. At that time, he would go to Imochi on the pretext of asking her to tell his fortune. Even Zhao Honghuang wouldn't say anything. On the other side, Han Fei collected Hongyu, Yingyue, and the others into his origin star and set up a special space for them. Then he accelerated time 100 times so that they could quickly improve their bloodline. In this way, their upper limit of cultivation and potential could be increased. In addition, he could also create some sky-opening realm experts. As for himself, after thinking for a long time, he didn't choose to go back to Sea Teacher Beast King and the Raging Sea. He felt that now was still not the time. Since it was not the right time, he'd better not even look at them. Otherwise, if he triggered something, it wouldn't be good. However, Han Fei found a random mist ruin and pierced through the ice here, under the cover of the mist. Then he used the Twin Divine technique to bring the extreme cold pearl to the ice. Back in the demon domain, the monarch strike in the extreme cold pearl had been used up and needed to be replenished with the power of extreme cold. Where could it be colder than the ice on the chaotic wasteland? This time, when Han Fei appeared in a place of extreme cold with his white mist body, he still felt an extremely terrifying coldness sweeping over him. However, Han Fei was no longer the weak little sky opener he used to be. This time, his white mist body alone endured more than 50 seconds here. Unfortunately, when he tried to spread out his perception still couldn't withstand it. Once he released his perception, it would shatter, and his soul would be frozen. Han Fei thought that if he entered with his original body, he could definitely endure more than 100 seconds, or even 200 seconds. Han Fei even guessed that the secrets of the chaotic wasteland might be related to the ice layer. This was because it was too cold here. Even though Han Fei was comparable to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Now, he couldn't stay here for long. If it were someone else, the situation might be even worse. Then, whose domain was above the ice? Han Fei wondered if this was the domain of a monarch. Because there was too much extreme cold power above the ice, the extreme cold pearl recovered very quickly. After only 300 seconds, the monarch strike in the extreme cold pearl had been replenished. Han Fei felt that if he could fight on the ice, the extreme cold pearl would definitely be a very powerful weapon. It could launch a monarch strike every 300 seconds. How many people below the monarch level could resist it? Unfortunately, the time he could last on the ice was too short, and he couldn't release his perception, so his exploration ability was infinitely close to zero, so there was no need to explore. Therefore, he came back after a short test. 5 years later, in Han Fei's origin star, his star core had finally become 8,100 kilometers large again. In fact, it could be bigger, but Han Fei felt that he had to make the star core fit the size of his origin star. However, the density this time was different from the previous 8,100 kilometers. Han Fei's origin star was 1,000 times denser than before. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 108, Sky Opening Extreme Dao. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Evolving, 5831/13064 years. Immortal Chi, 660,000. Soul, 14.51 Origins, 14,512,567 points. Perception range, 14 million kilometers. Strength, 14.51 Star powers, 14,512,560 waves. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage. Second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang sky-swallowing fish, level 108. Second spiritual beast, the emperor sparrow, level 103. Main art, void fishing level 9, void stealing technique, monarch level, ultra. Quality. When Han Fei saw this message, he sighed inwardly. He had already tried very hard not to cultivate the star-devouring technique. He never used arrays to accelerate the power absorption of his origin star. Now. In fact, in the past 8 years, he had been cultivating the heavenly Tao visualization technique. However, his physique and strength were still frantically becoming stronger. Because of the previous soul and power conversion, coupled with the fact that he had been cultivating the heavenly Tao visualization art, on this day, for the first time in his life, Han Fei's strength and soul power were so close. Only 7 points apart. With a thought, Han Fei appeared in the sea of stars. At that moment, Han Fei reached out and grabbed, feeling that his strength had increased by 80%. Huff. Han Fei was slightly shocked. It turned out that when the soul and physique were highly unified, so much power could be snatched from the world. However, Han Fei still wanted to try the situation where the two values were exactly the same. Therefore, he took the initiative to transform 3 points of soul into strength. And then waited for only half an hour. Buzz. When his soul power and strength were completely the same, Han Fei suddenly felt that the power of heaven and earth seemed to be drilling into his body. At that moment, he casually punched out and immediately had an epiphany. His combat power doubled when he completely borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao. It was also at the moment when his soul power and physical power were completely the same that Han Fei felt his star core tremble. In his origin star, he seemed to be able to completely feel every blade of grass and tree on his origin star as if he were that grass, tree, river, and world. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to grasp something. He seemed to see a new power, a new cultivation state. He seemed to have become the world and all things. However, before he could properly comprehend it, this state instantly disappeared. The reason was that he had been immersed in this state and lost track of time, causing his physical power to be 1 point more than his soul power. Immediately, the power that Han Fei could borrow reduced to 80%. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The star-devouring technique was too powerful. It was strengthening him all the time, forcing him to cultivate his soul. Han Fei didn't turn the extra point of physical power into soul power again. He had already experienced the state just now. It was wonderful and powerful. There would be plenty of time to feel it in the future. Looking at his information, he had reached level 108, but unfortunately limited by his level, Little Black and Little White were also stuck at level 108. Otherwise, with their star-devouring power, their growth would be extremely fast. For them, in the sky-opening realm, all they needed to do was to eat. If Little Black and Little White were wild, then if they wanted to devour stars, they would have to search in the vast sea of stars. However, they weren't wild. Up to now, there were still more than a dozen origin stars of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators that hadn't been used. Because it had returned to the chaotic wasteland, the Emperor Sparrow occasionally hunted some ominous creatures, so it had been upgraded by 1 level. This was not surprising. In the next few days, Han Fei tried a few more times to enter the state of a complete balance of his soul and strength. It was wonderful. Han Fei even felt that this was the perfect state of cultivation. Unfortunately, it was really difficult to maintain this state. Since he had practiced the star-devouring technique, it was even more difficult for him to maintain this state, which made Han Fei feel it a pity. Several days later, Han Fei finally discovered the specialness of this state. This absolutely balanced power improved not additional strength, but his basic combat power. Even a 1-point difference would cause an imbalance between the power of the soul and the power of the body. Once the imbalance occurred, it would become purely borrowing power, and the borrowed power was an external force. However, when Han Fei felt this state many times, he discovered that when the power of the soul and the power of his physique were absolutely the same, the increased strength became his own and became his basic strength. For example, his current strength was 14.51 star powers. Once in this state, it would become 29.02 star powers. When he activated the Great Tao with all his strength, it would become 145.1 stars, which had reached the monarch realm. This was discovered by him after he accidentally activated his Great Tao in this state. However, if it wasn't this absolute balance, his basic strength would be 14.51. Without any change. This shocked and amazed Han Fei. He seemed to have found a way to have his strength soar. During the 5 years of Han Fei's seclusion, he came out 3 times because Yue, Jiangye, and when Ruqing had transcended the heavenly tribulation and opened the sky one after another. They had all been given resources and weapons by Han Fei, which increased their odds of survival by 30 to 40%. There were still 3 people left. Although they hadn't reached the sky opening realm, they weren't far away. Han Fei estimated that if they cultivated on his origin star for another 4 or 5 years, they would be able to open the sky. After all, those who could walk from the human camp to the city of scavengers were all heavenly talents. What they lacked was some resources, some techniques, and a guide. More than a month after Han Fei came out of seclusion, eldest senior brother sent a message in his mind that the small gathering that would be held once every 10 years had begun. Void Temple. When Han Fei came, Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus World warmly greeted him. Senior Sister Green Lotus said, "Little junior brother, I heard that you even eclipsed Little 11 in the limelight when you participated in the so-called 100,000-year competition?" Senior Sister Red Lotus also said, "I heard that you can be ranked on the god roll of the sky opening realm now? That's great. Little junior brother, how long has it been since you opened the sky? If you're given another 500 years, won't you be able to prove Tao?" Han Fei smiled modestly. Senior Sister Feng Yu is going to prove Tao in less than 1,000 years. I'm just lucky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. At this time, 5th senior brother came. He laughed and said, "Alas, young people nowadays are too modest. Little junior brother, I heard that you asked 4th brother to help you? How do you feel?" Han Fei sighed. Strong, ridiculously strong. Han Fei wasn't bragging. Senior brother Azure Dragon took him to the gate of heaven and even rushed in to fight the old monster of the heavenly race. Unfortunately, he didn't see the details of that battle, but it couldn't be simple. While Han Fei was talking, Feng Yu appeared. As soon as Feng Yu appeared, everyone focused their gazes on her. After all, she was about to transcend the tribulation. Before they could ask anything, Senior Brother 6 God, Senior Brother Lei Hung, Senior Sister Shenlu, and Senior Brother Undead arrived almost at the same time. But this time, Senior Brother Azure Dragon didn't come. Hanfei estimated that the crisis of the Black Dragon had just been resolved. Perhaps Senior Brother Azure Dragon had something to do and couldn't leave. When Senior Sister Shenlu saw Fengyu, she immediately said, 11, when will you prove Dao? Fengyu said, Senior Sister Shenlu, it should be in 10 years. Hanfei was also a little surprised. So fast? She had just obtained an origin ground, right? However, this seemed to be normal. From the looks of it, there were many things that could accelerate time. Besides, Fengyu was talented in the first place, so she should be able to prove Dao very soon. Alright, Azure Dragon and Dark Shadow are not coming. Let's begin. This time, it was another lecture for Fengyu. But this time, Hanfei had some understanding. Eldest Senior Brother seemed to be talking about the usage of the law of the heavens, but unfortunately, this was targeted at Fengyu, who was about to prove Dao, so Hanfei didn't hear it clearly. He only vaguely felt that it seemed to be related to the absorption of the rules of the heavenly Dao in the origin ground. If it were before, he wouldn't even know what eldest Senior Brother had said. But now he could at least understand some of it. It was a small gathering. If there was nothing special, they would gather for a while and then disperse. However, Hanfei had a lot of things to do now. As soon as the eldest Senior Brother finished his class, Hanfei quickly asked, Senior Brothers and Senior Sisters, there's something I don't understand. I would like to ask for your advice. Fifth Senior Brother laughed and said, Little Junior Brother, what are you waiting for? Just tell us. Without hiding anything, Hanfei said, Senior Brothers and Senior Sisters, I want to know, when the power of the soul and the power of the physique are completely the same, which is the extreme balance, is this a brand new power? My soul power soared by chance. Recently, there happened to be an extremely short period of extreme balance between the power of the soul and the power of the physique. As a result, I attracted the power of the heavens and the earth. But after the enhancement, my basic strength doubled. Unfortunately, this state only lasted for a few hours before it disappeared. I have many questions. I wonder if this is the enhancement of the power of the heavens and the earth, or if the power of the heavens and the earth has given birth to some new power? At this moment, the Senior Brothers and Sisters were all a little surprised. Fengyu exclaimed, You said that the power of your soul and the power of your body are the same? Is there really an extreme balance? Hanfei felt that the term extreme balance might be incorrect, because he felt that it was a new power. This time, Fifth Senior Brother said, Little Junior Brother, after you reach that state, do you feel uncomfortable? Or do you have a strong desire to maintain this state? Hanfei shook his head. No. No? Fifth Senior Brother fell silent, but Senior Sister Shenlu immediately added. In the end, this is still the Tao of extreme balance. Because the power of the body and the soul present a perfect ratio, the soul and the physique form a short-term fusion. To you, it's like your power suddenly eating the power of heaven and earth, so you will find that your basic power suddenly becomes stronger. But what? Senior Sister Shenlu suddenly said, I told you about the Tao of extreme balance before because very few people can really achieve this state. Without a specific cultivation method, it's very difficult to completely balance the 2. This kind of unintentional extreme balance usually doesn't mean much. Because once it's not extreme balance, you won't be able to feel this power. However, there's a certain type of person who created a way to forcibly fuse their soul and body. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Someone created such a path of cultivation? Senior Sister Shenlu said, "Little junior brother, don't be happy too early. Just now, Old Five asked you if you felt anything wrong with your body or if you had any special desires. That's because those who embark on this path of cultivation have basically all embarked on the demonic Tao." Demonic Tao? Han Fei was shocked and asked in surprise, "Why?" Senior Sister Shenlu, the cultivation process of the human body is monotonous. As for the soul and the physique, you can understand them as two completely different powers. Logically speaking, you need two cultivation techniques to operate the two powers. If you operate two completely different cultivation techniques simultaneously in the same spiritual heritage system in your body, the first result will be conflict. Only by forcibly smoothing out this conflict can you achieve an extreme balance. But in fact, since conflicts exist, how can they be forcibly smoothed out? Therefore, if you keep walking this path, there will always be conflicts in your body. These conflicts give birth to many unknown outcomes. What kind of unknown result? This time it was Feng Yu who asked. Lei Heng and Senior Brother Six God couldn't help but look at Senior Sister Shenlu too. They seemed to have heard of this, but they didn't know much about it. Senior Sister Shenlu continued, for example, some cultivators have physical changes because they take this path. Because their bodies need to adapt to this conflict, they have to change and become unrecognizable. Some cultivators can barely maintain an extreme balance, but due to the conflicts, they have too many hidden injuries all over their bodies and will never be able to prove Tao for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, their lifespans are far shorter than ordinary cultivators. Most of them have such situations. Some people's temperaments have changed drastically because of these conflicts. As their souls mutate time and time again, some unknown mutation occurs in their consciousness, causing them to become temperamental. In short, because there are too many changes on this path, most people who embark on this path either die in advance, forcibly cultivate until their bodies explode, completely lose their humanity, or have their bodies mutate. Therefore, this path is called a demonic Tao. As long as you are not in this extreme balance, you will be fine. This was the first time Han Fei knew that behind the Tao of extreme balance was actually a demonic Tao. At the same time, it refreshed Han Fei's understanding of the demonic Tao. However, what Senior Sister Shenlu mentioned was the conflict between the soul and the physique. The cause of the conflict was that most people only had one spiritual heritage, but carried out two completely different cultivations at the same time. But he happened to have two spiritual heritages. Before, Han Fei had never felt that the origin spiritual heritage and eternal darkness spiritual heritage had any use. It seemed that they could only make him recover faster, cultivate faster, and have better cultivation effects. But now it seemed that maybe the heavens had opened another cultivation path for him. Han Fei naturally didn't say this out loud, but he raised a question. Senior Sister Shenlu, is there a race or something in this world that has double spiritual heritages? If they have double spiritual heritages, wouldn't there be no conflict? Senior Sister Shenlu, little junior brother, what do you think spiritual heritage is? Han Fei was stumped. He had never thought of this question. He couldn't help but ask, isn't spiritual heritage just meridians? Suddenly, Senior Brother Undead said, Little Junior Brother, I don't have meridians, but I do have spiritual heritage. Han Fei. Senior Sister Shenlu, actually, spiritual heritage is like the Tao patterns of heaven and earth, a unique pattern bestowed by the heavens and earth. These patterns are usually hidden in the meridians, but they aren't meridians. If you lose your meridians, they're still there. They're like an array carved in advance. The essential difference between mortal spiritual heritage, heavenly spiritual heritage, or divine spiritual heritage is some slight changes in the structure of this kind of array. Such changes will also happen as your strength grows, changes, and your realm improves. It's difficult to understand. Therefore, dual spiritual heritage can exist, but it will only be born under extremely special circumstances. For example, twins. Huh? As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Senior Sister Red Lotus and Senior Sister Green Lotus. Senior Sister Red Lotus said, Alas! You got us. However, twins have independent consciousnesses. We have to cooperate with each other to cultivate this Tao together. Han Fei was quite shocked when he came out of the Void Temple. It turned out that Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus walked the Tao of extreme balance, or to be exact, a demonic Tao. However, because they met these cultivation conditions, they could embark on this path. Ordinary people would have a very small probability of survival on this path and might easily fall into the demonic Tao. However, Han Fei was a little excited. In this world, in addition to twins, there were also people with two spiritual heritages like him. Others might not be able to embark on this path, but he could. But the problem was that he had already cultivated the Supreme God technique. God. However, he couldn't be sure if this would work. Besides, he didn't have a cultivation method for the Tao of extreme balance. However, he immediately thought of the old turtle. Although the old turtle was weak and had been sleeping for a long time, don't forget that the old turtle was essentially a demon, a ferocious demon. Then, did it mean that there might be a cultivation path for the Tao of extreme balance in the God-Fiend Sea? Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. To go to the infinite mining area, he needed to cross the God-Fiend Sea. Perhaps he could make a trip to the God-Fiend Sea and find the old turtle's original body. However, he couldn't rush this matter. He still had a long way to go on the path of the sky-opening realm. He had to take this path well first. It was his top priority. Han Fei felt that it was time for him to consult the God of War. Above the sea of stars, the altar was placed, and a curtain of fire rose. The God of War immediately sent a message. Boy, you haven't been here for a long time. Years have passed, and you haven't offered any sacrifices. Han Fei responded. Too many people are chasing me. I've been running and didn't dare to show up. Han Fei thought to himself, as for the resources in my hands, little black and little white want to eat, I need to use them to practice the star devouring technique, and also need to use those origin stars to condense vitality. They are barely enough for me. How can I give you a share? As for the God of War, he didn't doubt it at all. When Han Fei was in the Divine Capital Dynasty, he had killed a lot of people. It was almost a matter of course for him to escape in the past few years. Han Fei said, Senior God of War, my star core has been big enough recently. and has returned to its original size. I feel that I've reached the limit of the late stage of the star transformation realm. I should be able to start compressing it and advance to the perfected star transformation realm. But according to the star devouring technique, in addition to devouring stars, I should refine a star core seed and turn it for my own use. Also, in the specific technique, it seems to be mentioned that I have to envelop my origin star. What does this mean? God of War, it means what it means on the surface. Let me ask you, what is the origin star? Han Fei said, it's the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. It carries his path of cultivation, his great Tao. The God of War continued, and the law of the heavens and earth. Every origin star is a place where the laws of the heavens and earth gather. The growth of your plants and the convergence of resources are in line with the laws of the world. It's just that you don't need to understand it for the time being. Break these origin stars and envelop your origin star, expanding and absorbing, layer by layer. To the outside world, your origin star seems to be a dead star, but in fact, inside this dead star is where your true origin star is. This can prevent others from discovering your origin star through the sea of stars, conceal your strength, and allow you to grow rapidly. The only thing you have to do is to kill Han Fei. Han Fei was lost for words. It was easier said than done to shatter others' origin stars, envelop my own origin star, and use them as nutrients. Han Fei felt that this was the demonic Tao. But Han Fei wasn't surprised, because it was already mentioned in the star devouring technique. Han Fei couldn't help but ask again, Senior God of War, I understand now. Will it be even more than now? I'm referring to my star core's demand for energy. Han Fei discovered that since he began to practice the star devouring technique, the compression of the star core couldn't be stopped. He needed to compress it continuously because the star devouring technique had swallowed too much energy from star core seeds. The star core seeds were equivalent to others' Tao seeds, which were absorbed into his own star core and constantly obliterated and devoured. However, the huge energy contained in the star core seed was very violent and had to be suppressed with external forces. Otherwise, it inevitably expanded. When it expanded to a certain level, his origin star would explode. As the star core was continuously compressed, the density of the star core would only increase, and his spiritual heritage, together with his origin star and the ground veins, would have more nourishment power. God of War, that's right. Weren't you quite powerful before? You quickly compressed your star core 1,000 times. Then it'll be simple for you. When you reach the peak level late stage star transformation realm, try compressing your star core another 1,000 times. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Do you want my star core to explode? Seeing that Han Fei didn't reply for a long time, the God of War sent another message. Have you disassembled spiritual energy? Have you compressed spiritual energy? Have you refined a great Tao crystal? Perhaps you think your star core is already quite sturdy and condensed. However, slowly peel off some useless ones and condense the remaining useful ones. Han Fei wasn't too surprised. He just replied, Senior God of War, I've always been puzzled. If it's just a simple compression of the star core, I don't think no one else has thought of it, right? The God of War's words made Han Fei understand the way to compress his star core again. This was indeed feasible. However, if he compressed it 1,000 times more, it was still a little short of turning it into a great Tao. Crystal. Han Fei had refined great Tao crystals. With the current state of his star core, even if it was compressed 10,000 times, it might not necessarily become a large mass of great Tao crystals. He just felt that this kind of operation didn't require much skill. The god of war said, yes. Too many people have thought of this method. However, who would keep crazily compressing the star core? Don't tell me you have never worried that it may explode when you can't compress it anymore? Han Fei said, yes. I have. What if I can't compress it anymore? God of war, just wait for it to blow up. What else can you do? Others don't dare to take this path, because they know that once they take it, they'll be dead meat. There's no room for maneuver. So although this path seems simple, few people dare to take it. Han Fei was speechless. I'm here to ask questions, and this is your attitude? Before Han Fei retorted, the god of war suddenly said, okay, no kidding. Have you forgotten that when you condensed your star core, the star core contained many great Taos? And have you forgotten the characteristics of the star devouring technique? Star devouring can devour the Tao of others by borrowing the power of others, the power of the heavenly Tao, the power of all things, and the myriad laws you can help yourself cultivate. On the surface, the star devouring technique requires you to continuously compress the star core. In fact, when you compress it to a certain level, you will find that what you compress into is infinite great Taos. Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked. The star core of an ordinary person should be able to give birth to a great Tao too, right? The god of war responded. It's different. A star core, containing a single Tao, is completely different from your star core that contains countless Taos. Han Fei wanted to ask what other bigger surprises there were, but the god of war didn't say anything, so Han Fei had no choice. Anyway, he already knew the answer he wanted to know. He had confirmed that this path would continue as he thought. On his origin star, Han Fei had a total of 13 remnant bodies, representing 13 origin stars. Among them, there was one of Zhao Qinglong, one of An Taiping, and two of the experts behind Shui Dongzi. These 4 people were all super strong masters in the perfected star transformation realm. As for the other 8 bodies, they were left behind by the peak-level late stage star transformation realm experts he had killed in the divine capital dynasty. This time, Han Fei wanted to refine these stars into star core seeds before shattering them one by one. Then, he would wrap his origin star with them and break through to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm in one go. In the sea of stars, on an unknown star. Because he didn't dare to completely detonate the star core, Han Fei could only bombard it with punches. If others saw this, they would be horrified. In the distant starry sky, someone waved a golden fist mark, broke through the starry sky, and smashed half of the star with a punch. As a round of golden fist marks rumbled past, this star had been shattered, and only the star core was scorching hot as the great Tao poured down. After only a few days, this star was broken by Han Fei and brought back to his origin star. In the 600th year, that Han Yu and the others cultivated in Han Fei's origin star, the 6th year in the outside world, they clearly felt different. On this day, Jiang Liuyu, Chu Lingyu, and Ling Ran, who had been cultivating in seclusion, were breathing heavily almost at the same time. They even seemed to have gained some weight. Suddenly, Inua said, Master Hong Yu, for some reason, recently, the source sea of the human emperor is getting more and more full of energy. It's so full that even if I don't absorb it, it will take the initiative to drill into my body. Wen Ruqing nodded. Yes. I feel so too. If this goes on, I think it won't be long before I explode. Hong Yu also nodded and said, there are also Dao runes. I feel that some mysterious power is voluntarily entering my body. Ah. Suddenly, Jiang Liuyu cried out and opened her eyes. Master Human Emperor. I'm going to transcend the tribulation. Almost at the same time, Chu Lingyu and Ling Ran opened their eyes at the same time. Master Human Emperor, we are going to transcend the tribulation too. As for Han Fei, he had been extremely busy in the past 6 months. This was because when he refined 5 star core seeds in a row and fused them into his star core, he felt that he was about to explode. Fortunately, his Dao seed was quite stable. He firmly sucked the star core seeds to his side, and infinite energy kept the star cores from exploding. At the same time, he had little black and little white continue to polish and compress his star core. But even so, Han Fei still felt that the compressed power couldn't suppress the energy riot of the star core. In the past 6 months, Han Fei didn't dare to shatter other people's origin stars and bring them back. At this moment, hearing that Chu Lingyu and the other 2 were going to transcend the tribulation at the same time, Han Fei had a bad feeling. He forgot that they were still cultivating on his origin star. Under such violent energy, their growth speed had soared. If they stayed any longer, they would probably explode and die. Swish. In the next second, Han Fei appeared in front of them and grabbed them out, immediately bringing them to the sea of stars. Han Fei said, transcend your tribulations, transcend your tribulations. Together here. As it turned out, with the guidance of a strong master, the success rate of the tribulation transcending was shockingly high. In the past, Han Fei's clones, his companion spirits, and his contractual spiritual beasts had all successfully transcended the tribulation because of their talent, foundation, and strength. But now, when Han Fei guided outsiders to transcend the tribulation, they also succeeded. Han Fei immediately understood why there were so many sky-opening realm powerhouses in the sea realm. As long as your family background was slightly better, you had a sky-opener to guide you, and your foundation wasn't too bad, your success rate of transcending the tribulation might be at least above 50%. This success rate was already terrifyingly high. It meant that if the conditions were right, in 10 million people, 5 million people would be able to open the sky. It was this discovery that made Han Fei realize that there was a big problem. In the chaotic wasteland, there were actually many sea establishment realm powerhouses in the city of scavengers, amounting to more than 30,000. With this foundation of the city of scavengers, coupled with the protection of a monarch, even if there were only 30,000 sea establishers, they could at least nurture nearly 20,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses. So, where were they? At this moment, although Chu Lingyu and the other 2 had successfully transcended the tribulation, Han Fei frowned. He still didn't know anything about the chaotic wasteland. He suddenly understood why the city of wanderers could rise so quickly. Now that he thought about it, maybe they didn't rise quickly, but they should have risen so quickly in the first place. As for the city of scavengers and the city of origin, there was no reason for them to stagnate and wait for the rise of the city of wanderers. Their new Blood should be much stronger than the city of wanderers. However, why didn't these people who had been refined by him into puppets? No? He hadn't learned any secrets about the chaotic wasteland from there. Memories. Logically speaking, since he had discovered the problem now, these natives should have discovered the problem earlier. No matter how perfect this lie was, they weren't fools. Suddenly, Hanfei said, "Ingwe, come here. Master Human Emperor." The girls immediately came to Hanfei respectfully. This was the god in their hearts. Hanfei said, "I have something to ask you. When you were in the city of scavengers, did you notice that the 10,000 scale race lost a lot of sea establishers?" When Hanfei asked this question, Ingwe immediately gave a clear response. "Master Human Emperor, yes, there are a lot. Because it's relatively easy for venerables to advance to the sea establishment realm, the city of scavengers usually send sea establishers to 4 places. One is the graveyard battlefield, one is the revival trial field, one is the infinite mining area, and the other is the wasteland exploration. Among them, the death rate in the graveyard within 100 years is as high as 30%, which is even higher in the revival trial field. In order to nurture elites, the death rate may be as high as 50%. The sea establishers sent to the infinite mining area are said to be only half of the city's regular sea establishers, but we don't know the exact number. And most scavengers are not from the 10,000 scale race. The death rate in 100 years is about 30%. Huff. Hanfei's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there was a problem. Putting aside how to send sea establishers to the infinite mining area, the mortality rate was too high. Assuming that the mortality rate wasn't that high, the number of sea establishers in the city of scavengers might suddenly increase by many times. This was because the probability of death was calculated by 100 years. Plus the powerhouses sent to the infinite mining area every 100 years, God knew how much strength the city of scavengers hid. Wait, perhaps it wasn't that they were hiding their strength, but that most ordinary people were kept from the truth. Any sea establisher who learned of this would be taken away or even leave the city of scavengers forever. This was the reason why the city of scavengers looked so weak. Hanfei nodded slightly. Did Gutingnan understand this? Hanfei guessed that. As a monarch, he must have found out about the secret behind this. Besides, the city of wanderers had existed for tens of thousands of years. Why? Were there so few strong masters? Could it be that Gutingnan was also involved? However, Gutingnan's current realm shouldn't be high, right? What right did he have to participate in such a secret matter? Unless he was certain that the secrets of the chaotic wasteland wouldn't threaten him and the city of wanderers. All in all, Hanfei was now certain that Gutingnan must have known that something was wrong. But Hanfei didn't think that Gutingnan would risk the lives of so many people in the city of wanderers, and he had already told him that the 10,000 scale monarch was fake. If there was really a big problem, he would have reacted long ago. However, he had no reaction in the past few years. Since they weren't worried, what was he worried about? With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to get involved in these things yet. Hanfei asked, "Do you know if there are many humans in the so-called revival trial field?" Ingwe shook her head. "There aren't many human beings. We've only seen about 100,000 human trial takers in the past thousands of years. They're far less than people of the 10,000 scale race and other subsidiary races." Hanfei asked, "Are you so sure?" Ingwe nodded. Master Human Emperor, as you know, the humans under the jurisdiction of the City of Scavengers can't even easily reach the sea establishment realm, and there are even fewer people who can reach the City of Scavengers. Because there are few people, we often participate in the trial together and return together. Because of the unity of the human race, the probability of our deaths is relatively low, only about 20%. Hearing this, Han Fei's eyes lit up. You said you were acting together? Ingwe nodded. We were once separated and sent to take trials with the people of the 10,000 scale race. In the end, because the 10,000 scale race and its affiliated races were hostile to the human race, our probability of death was too high, even as high as 80%. Therefore, in order to prevent these people from wantonly slaughtering the human race, we took action together. Han Fei's eyes flashed. Where's the revival trial field you were in? Ingwe realized Han Fei's purpose, but then her eyes dimmed and she shook her head awkwardly. We trial takers can't find a trial field. We were directly teleported to trial fields, or directly went there from the origin sea of a sky opener. Han Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Having seen the boundless wilderness, the chaotic wasteland seemed to be only so big now. How could it be difficult to find the trial fields? Before Han Fei could speak, Ingwe added, Master Human Emperor, although we have been cultivating these years, we have secretly visited some villages, and found some seedlings, but the number is not very large. Han Fei frowned slightly, but then asked, how many? Hong Yu hurriedly said, there are a total of 802 people, all of whom are very forbearing and have great potential. It wasn't easy for us to find them over the years. Unfortunately, there are too few of them. Han Fei's heart stirred. After so many years, they had only found a total of 802 people. It seemed that they were a group of good seedlings. Han Fei said, Hong Yu, can you take them away now? Hong Yu nodded. I've arranged a retreat for them. They can be taken away at any time. Han Fei nodded. Then take them away. You'll handle this matter personally. Ingwe and the others, enter my origin sea. Let's go to the human races revival trial field. Huh? Seeing that Ingwe and the others were looking at him in shock, Han Fei said casually, it's just a trial field. If I can't find it, how can I be called the Human Emperor? While the others were stunned, Hong Yu's eyes lit up. He had long guessed that Han Fei was unwilling to lay low. However, he had never known when Han Fei would take action. However, it seemed that Han Fei had already begun to boldly gather human beings. This was a signal, indicating that Han Fei was prepared for the upcoming battle. Hong Yu accepted the order and hurriedly said, Master Human Emperor, I can bring them all back in half a month. Han Fei nodded slightly. It was time to nurture a batch of strong masters in large numbers. With the resources he had, it shouldn't be a problem to nurture nearly 100 sky openers. The rise of the human race required some strong masters to lead the way. These people didn't need to become very strong all of a sudden. It was fine as long as there were many people in the sky-opening realm. Even if they had just entered the sky-opening realm, they were still in the sky-opening realm. Even a perfected star transformation realm cultivator couldn't withstand the siege of thousands of early-stage sky-opening realm powerhouses. No matter what secrets there were in the chaotic wasteland, Han Fei didn't intend to use the human race as cannon fodder. What the human race needed to Do now was to lay low and accumulate strength. Half a month later, Han Fei crossed a very far distance. This place was not close to the three main cities or the graveyard battlefield. Here, hidden in glacier and fog. This was actually a very secret revived place. It seemed that the nature of this revived place was not inferior to the number 3 revived place they had experienced back then. Outside the revived place, there were 7 sky openers guarding it. Almost every few days, hundreds of sea establishers would appear here through a large teleportation array. At this moment, a group of strong masters from the 10,000 scale race and the Blade clan, a total of more than 800 people, appeared outside the revived place. The leader of the team was a 10,000 scale race cultivator who had just opened the sky. He said to the sky opener guarding here, "I heard that recently, the resources in the soldier realm have been overharvested?" The guardians of the sky opening realm sighed slightly. "What can we do?" Groups of people came one after another and fought one round after another. Only the soldiers in the soldier realm have the technique to be reborn. Otherwise, the soldier realm would have been abandoned long ago. Another person said, "Just tell the higher-ups not to send soldiers wave after wave to the soldier realm. 80% of this place has already been explored. It can no longer withstand several large-scale trials." The soldier realm? Upon hearing this, Han Fei turned into a black fog and quietly attached to one of these trial takers. Although he could kill these sky openers in an instant, it was unnecessary. It would only alert the enemy instead. Since this was a large cultivation ground. Half a day later. While all the trial takers were carrying out the trial, Han Fei had already quietly strolled casually in this so-called soldier realm. Anyway, no one here had a higher realm than him. Even if their realm was higher than his, they wouldn't be able to discover him. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and immediately discovered that a thin native of the Blade clan had appeared. Swish! Han Fei stepped in front of this creature. This creature's head was relatively small, its facial features were sword-shaped, one arm grew into a long sword, and the other arm was normal. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name, Speed Reincarnation Soldier. Introduction, this is a low-intelligent race created by humans. They are reincarnated soldiers who only know how to fight and kill enemies. They are born with a sword body and can unleash the ultimate power of a sword at any time. The speed-type reincarnated soldiers are very fast and have a speed that is one level or more higher than their own realm. It's best not to get close to them or you will be easily pierced by them. Level greater than 98. Realm Sea Establishment. Great Dao Rebirth. Battle Technique Sword Shadow, Extreme Explosion Piercing, Shadowing. Collectible Sword Arm. Absorbable. Note, a weapon no better than a puppet. Swish. This reincarnation soldier was taken aback. When it came back to its senses, it immediately tried to stab Han Fei. Its speed was indeed very fast. It was probably in the peak-level Sea Establishment realm. Han Fei didn't dodge, but let the reincarnation soldier stab his chest. He felt that this soldier's strength was far inferior to that of a sword cultivator, but it was not bad. However, in the next moment, Han Fei felt an instant burst of sword Dao. This time, it was comparable to a blow from a peak-level Sea Establisher, and a relatively powerful one. Because this reincarnation soldier had the power of rebirth, Han Fei extended his hand and pointed, and this reincarnation soldier was immediately pierced and minced. But then, Han Fei saw an unknown substance that looked like a ghost fire appear in the void. The information showed that it was a speed reincarnation soldier that was being reborn. The reincarnation soldier had died, but his body could instantly recombine all the scattered body and soul fragments. The reincarnation soldier that was floating like a sword looked rather stupid. But it had to run as soon as it realized that it couldn't beat Han Fei. As it ran, it exerted its extraordinary speed, which seemed to be 30% faster than its full form. How could a mere sea establishment realm reincarnation soldier outrun Han Fei? After he ran for about 10 seconds, the sword shadow-like reincarnation soldier seemed to be full of power and suddenly burst out a ball of light. Then Han Fei discovered that this thing actually came to life, exactly the same as before. This time, Han Fei attacked again, without hesitation, and killed it from a distance. This time, there were no sword shadows left, and the reincarnation soldier died. He can be reborn, but the sword shadow can be shattered. In other words, if the sword shadow is shattered, he probably won't be able to be reborn. After a while, Han Fei found another reincarnation soldier to test it out. Just as he expected, the sword shadow might be their fast way of rebirth. Even if their soul was shattered, they could be reborn. But they only had one chance. After learning more about the reincarnation soldiers in the soldier realm, Han Fei didn't hunt or look for anyone, but wandered in the soldier realm. He strolled for about 3 days. During this period, he encountered less than 100 humans and nearly 10,000 people of the 10,000 scale race and other races. Apart from this, he encountered hundreds of ruins. He went in to explore these ruins and found that this primitive graveyard was actually a place to cultivate puppets in ancient times. There were many kinds of reincarnation soldiers. Some were speed type, some were strength type, some were soul type, some were combat type, some were strengthening type, and some were healing type. There were quite a lot of them. As for the city of scavengers, they used this place to conduct trials for sea establishers. The effect was remarkable, because compared to sea establishers, reincarnation soldiers were very strong. In addition to gaining combat experience, the soldier realm could also help the trial takers comprehend various kinds of fighting intent. However, the above 2 points were not the fundamental reason why many people led teams to participate in the armor trials. What was most attractive here was the ruins. There was information indicating that there were still ruins here that hadn't been excavated. There were also powerful reincarnation soldiers that hadn't appeared. Han Fei casually killed 2 strong masters of the 10,000 scale race. After reading their memories, he found that in the ruins here, there were especially many weapons to be unearthed. In addition to weapons, there were puppets, the kind of puppets that could be controlled as long as they were refined. For the sky-opening realm powerhouses, this was nothing, but for sea establishers, this could be a trump card. If caught off guard, even sky openers might be killed. Apart from weapons and puppets, there might be some other treasures in the ruins. Immediately, Han Fei had an idea. Half a month later, somewhere in the soldier realm, there was an inexplicable turbulence. Then, a mist spread out from here, and soon it covered nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. This phenomenon immediately attracted countless sea establishers in the soldier realm. They thought that someone had touched the ruins and triggered the appearance of a super large-scale ruin. Almost in 2 days, more than 30,000 people had gathered here. Among them, there were as many as 20,000 strong masters of the 10,000 scale race. 10,000 from other races, and only about 50 human beings had come. With more than 30,000 people here, the trial takers spontaneously formed a 1,000 teams to explore the fog together. Su Meng, a pure human being, served as the captain of a 5-person team and took on exploration missions. As the saying went, wealth came from danger. If he wanted to obtain the resources in the ruins, he had to risk his life. Traveling with Su Meng's team were 5 teams led by the 10,000 scale race, and the Blade clan, like the human race, played supporting roles. At this moment, 3 men and a woman followed Su Meng closely. As soon as the teams entered, they encountered a sword-killing array. Pooh! 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 Before the 5 squads responded, hundreds of swords swept across 3 of the squads. After only one sweep of the sword light, 3 people from each of the 3 teams had died. Everybody was panicked, including Su Meng and the other uninjured squad. Because one of the array foundations in the place where they were was broken. Everyone was horrified, and Su Meng roared, "Break this array foundation with me, all the way to the 2 sides." Swish! 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 Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, when 3 array foundations were shattered, no sword light appeared here anymore. Instantly, everyone gasped. It was just an ordinary killing array, but it almost destroyed 3 teams in one clash. Who the F*CK could withstand it? At this moment, there was an intact 10,000 scale race squad, 2 remnant squads of the 10,000 scale race, and a remnant squad of the Blade clan. The powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race seemed to communicate with each other, and the 4 teams immediately gathered together and became 11 people. One of the captains of the 10,000 scale race said, "Su Meng, you go in front." Su Meng frowned. "Don't forget who saved you just now." "Humph. You call that saving us?" "You're the closest to the damaged array foundation. Did you pretend not to see it? I told you to lead the charge. Don't you hear me?" Behind Su Meng, a man immediately said angrily, "Who would have foreseen this ancient killing array? This is the first time we've been here." "Yang Wan. Don't slander us." Yang Wan, the captain of the 10,000 scale race, said coldly, "I'll say it one last time. You lead the charge. Do you hear me?" Su Meng hurriedly stopped the people behind him and took a deep look at Yang Wan. "Don't be angry. 9 of their people died at once. They've teamed up now and want us to be cannon fodder. Let us walk in front. If there's a chance, shake them off." However, after walking only dozens of kilometers, a stream of swords suddenly appeared and cut off Su Meng's shoulder. The speed was too fast for him to react. "Captain. Not good, retreat. Don't move yet." "Look, what is this?" Su Meng and the others retreated quickly, but the white mist here seemed to be dispersed by the sword light. Immediately, they saw a shocking sword mark spanning the north and south. This sword mark spanned an unknown distance. Yang Wan and the others were behind, but when they saw Su Meng suddenly lose an arm, they couldn't help but swallow. Fortunately, they had the human race as cannon fodder. Otherwise, they would have been killed. Su Meng shouted, "It's a sword mark. The abyss on the ground is a sword mark. It's too long to see the end." Seeing this sword abyss, Su Meng, Yang Wan, and the others all took a deep breath. These sword runes from ancient times could easily kill a sea establisher. How terrifying was this powerhouse? Clang. While Su Meng and the others retreated, several more sword streams stabbed at them, but they were all blocked by Su Meng and the others who were already prepared. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Yang Wan lit up. He said, "After all, it has been too long. The sword runes might have been very strong back then, but now it is enough for us to contend with it. It seems that we have a chance to enter this ruin. Then, Su Meng and the others saw more and more sword marks appear on the ground. They searched for survival at the verge of death. Several times, Su Meng's team was pierced by sword light, but fortunately, the sword light didn't have the power to kill their souls. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. However, no one dared to be careless. This was not a reason for them to approach the sword abyss. If they dared to approach it, they would almost certainly die. This was because along the way, there were all such sword abysses. It seemed extremely dangerous, but in fact, the danger was not high. Along the way, they also saw many broken arrays, but they had all been cut open by the sword abysses and the ancient arrays had long been shattered. Yang Wan sighed. It seems that we are very lucky. This road seems dangerous. But all the real dangers along the way have been resolved. It seems that there was a big battle here in the past. Suddenly, Su Meng and the others saw a towering building in the mist. Outside the building, there were a lot of broken weapons scattered. However, when Yang Wan and the others picked them up and took a look, they immediately exclaimed, "Wow, a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. I found a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. This is the mystic yellow soil. Oh my god, there is a pool of blood there. What a horrible energy. Fluctuation. Look, there are 3 star shells scattered there. Someone tried to rush over and grab the star shells. As a result, he bumped into this invisible barrier. It is a barrier. Su Meng and the others looked solemn. He said, "Most of the treasures are scattered in the barrier. We should go out first and inform the others. Yang Wan roared, "Su Meng, are you going to give the treasure to someone else?" Su Meng said, "Yang Wan, do you think you can get these treasures? This is an ancient ruin. We can't let too many people die now. Otherwise, if sky openers forcefully intervene, we won't have anything to do with the ruin. We have to gather everyone immediately. If all sea establishers intervene, this will become a large-scale trial. Only by maintaining a low casualty rate can the ruins belong to us. As a human being, Su Meng lived under the oppression of the 10,000 scale race. His words were insignificant, so it was useless for him to say anything. Now, as the saying went, treasures were tempting. The people of the 10,000 scale race began to walk around the edge, trying to find a breakthrough. As an advanced exploration team, how could they let go of the benefits? Yang Wan sneered in his heart. Gather everyone? Ridiculous. With everyone here, what can I get? Therefore, Yang Wan shouted, "Su Meng, a wise man knows when to submit to circumstances. There are so many treasures here, and the ruins have obviously been through fierce battles. Perhaps the spiritual barrier is also damaged. If we find it, it will be enough resources for you to accumulate for years. Maybe It can help you directly open the sky. If you give it to others, what do you think you can get? When Su Meng heard this, he was actually a little tempted. He guessed that the guardian lords had probably already known that something had happened. It was impossible for only their squads of the thousands of squads to have casualties. Many squads must have had casualties too. Therefore, the ruins would be taken over sooner or later. If there were only 5 of them here, he might have explored it. However, at this moment, the 5 of them were in a disadvantageous position. He didn't believe Yang Wan at all. If there was really a treasure, they would only be killed. Therefore, Su Meng said to everybody via voice transmission, "Be prepared. Don't speak out if you find anything unusual." His teammates all got his meaning. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. Human beings had been scammed to death many times, but this time it might be their turn. While Su Meng was guarding against Yang Wan also said to the others via voice transmission, "Once Su Meng and the others make a move, just kill them. Don't hold back." After a while, Su Meng, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Not far ahead of them, there was a mist of colorful light. When they took a closer look, it turned out to be a black long saber stabbed into the ground. A domain seemed to have formed around it, causing this strange colorful light to appear. "Get out of the way." Yang Wan and the others strode forward. They naturally realized that something was wrong. At this moment, they followed Su Meng's gaze, and their eyes widened. Instantly, their breathing became rapid. Someone said, "What a terrifying saber power. I can feel its sharpness even from so far away. Is this a legendary godly weapon? A godly weapon?" Gulp. Even Yang Wan couldn't help swallowing. They didn't even have high-quality sea quelling bizarre treasures, let alone godly weapons. Ordinary people could only get low-quality and mid-quality sea quelling bizarre treasures. At this moment, with a godly weapon in front of him, how could he not be tempted? However, Yang Wan was not an idiot. This domain was clearly extremely dangerous. If he attacked rashly, he might be in danger. Immediately, Yang Wan drew his saber to block the way and sneered. "Su Meng. It's a pity that there are only 5 of you this time. I'll give you a chance. Bring the saber over here and I'll let you go." Su Meng said angrily, "Yang Wan, do you really think we dare not fight you?" Yang Wan snorted coldly. "Fight us? What will you use to fight us?" "As I said, if you can't bring that saber over here, you'll have to die." The people behind Su Meng were about to get into combat mode, but Su Meng stopped them. "Yang Wan, I can take the saber for you. Let my brothers go first. Anyway, I'm the strongest here. I'm already a peak level C establisher. If I can't get it, they certainly can't. Brother Meng. Meng. Brother Meng, let's fight them to the death. It's not easy to get this knife. The sword stream just now killed 9 sea establishers. How can you get the knife alone?" They were all anxious, but Su Meng shouted, "Go. Our human powerhouses are already few, so we can't die so easily. If you live, you may have a chance to avenge me. But if you all die, I'll die in vain." Yang Wan didn't really care. He replied without hesitation, "Okay. Anyway, they'll only get themselves killed if they go up. It's meaningless." After that, Yang Wan raised his hand and made way for these people. "Su Meng saved you. You should cherish your lives. It's not easy to reach the sea. Establishment realm. Don't be in a hurry to die. Brother Meng. Go. Su Meng roared and pushed them out. Then, he said to them via voice. Transmission, I won't dare to fight all out until you're gone. Maybe I can. Drag Young Wan and the others down with me. I can't use my killer move while you're here. Hearing this, everyone gritted their teeth. Let's go. After his teammates walked away and couldn't be detected, Su Meng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a straight face, Young Wan, I hope you can keep your word. Young Wan smiled casually. As long as you can get it, I promise you won't die. Su Meng didn't believe his bullshit at all. He was betting that if he had a chance to get the knife or trigger some attack of the knife, he might be able to kill Young Wan and the others. In the next moment, Su Meng took a deep breath and stepped into the domain. Puff. 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 In an instant, dozens of knife marks appeared on Su Meng's body. *T. Outside, Young Wan and the others were shocked to see this. It was indeed terrifying. Su Meng was a body refiner. If he was injured like this, others wouldn't be better either. Su Meng was only 1,000 meters away from the knife. The first 300 meters were still manageable. Even though Su Meng was covered in wounds, he suffered only superficial wounds. However, the further he went, the sharper the knife light became. Pfft. Walking 500 meters more, Su Meng was pierced through, and a hole appeared on his body. The blood that spurted out was in the shape of a knife. Light, which shocked Young Wan and the others outside. Young Wan was excited. It was definitely a godly weapon, and probably not weak at all. If he had a godly weapon, wouldn't his combat power increase by 50%? At that time, how many people in the sea establishment realm could be his match? In everyone's eyes, when Su Meng touched the long saber, he only had a broken skeleton left. When Su Meng reached out to grab the long saber, Young Wan and the others all held their breath. An excited smile appeared on Young Wan's face. He felt that he was going to acquire a godly weapon and rise to great heights. Clang! However, the moment Su Meng's fingers touched the long saber, 10,000 saber beams instantly slashed past and spurted out. In the eyes of Young Wan and the others, Su Meng disappeared in an instant. They didn't see how Su Meng disappeared. But in the next moment, Young Wan roared, not good, retreat. Swish. 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 Puff. 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 Young Wan retreated extremely fast. He flashed behind a strong master of the Blade clan and pushed him out. But even so, he only saw a burst of knife light, and then he felt that he was pierced through. When the knife light dissipated, Young Wan was horrified and his body was shaking. There was no one left around him. They had all died. At this moment, he saw a figure that shouldn't have been here at all, walking towards him from where the black saber was. Human Inoue? Inoue walked to Young Wan with light steps. In the next moment, the pressure of the sky-opening realm pressed down. Sky-opening realm, why are you here? Who are you? Inoue raised her hand, pressed it on his head, and said softly, I'm back. For revenge. The 10,000 scale race must be wiped out. Bang! Su Meng thought that he was dead. The moment the knife light burst out, he knew that he was doomed. In this chaotic darkness, a voice suddenly sounded in Su Meng's ears. If there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that you can destroy the 10,000 scale race, are you willing to take it? Su Meng laughed subconsciously. 1,000th? Not to mention 1,000th. Even 100,000th, or 1,000,000th, I'm willing to take it as long as there is a trace of chance. The voice continued, if you have this intention, why don't you explore the wasteland, find opportunities, and try to walk out of the chaotic wasteland? Why did you go to the city of scavengers? Su Meng thought that at this moment, he was asking his heart, and it was a question from the depths of his consciousness. He sighed. It's very difficult for a sea establisher to cross the wasteland. It's even harder to find a primitive graveyard than to find ruins. Without a sea establishment cultivation technique, the road of the sea establishment has been cut off. Apart from the city of scavengers, where can I go? Suddenly, Su Meng felt a warm current circulating in his body. It was so comfortable that he even wanted to sleep forever. However, for some reason, a chill came along with it. Su Meng subconsciously came back to his senses and suddenly saw a mysterious young man standing in front of him who looked dignified and exuded an intimidating, suppressing pressure. Behind this mysterious young man stood 6 women. Inoue? Su Meng finally realized that something was wrong. He sensed that his body was circulating with some technique without any delay. Not only that, but he also found that the many hidden injuries on his body had disappeared, and his defense seemed to have been completely healed. Su Meng was appalled. Wasn't he on his way to draw his knife? How did he see Inoue? He subconsciously said, you Inoue, Wenruqing? Haven't you already been? Inoue said, Su Meng, you should feel lucky that you met Master Human Emperor. Master Human Emperor? Su Meng looked at Han Fei again. Although he was still confused, he felt that the pressure on his body was getting heavier and heavier. Han Fei asked, how many sea establishment realm human beings do you know in the city of scavengers? Su Meng responded subconsciously, 90%. Han Fei asked, do you want to save them? Save? Su Meng suddenly raised his head, and Han Fei said leisurely, if you stay in the city of scavengers, you will be crippled. Inoue, tell him your current strength. Inoue's heart was pounding. She said proudly, Su Meng, I've already opened the sky. Wenruqing took a step forward. Su Meng, I've also opened the sky. Jiangye, Jiangliuyu, Chu Lingyu, Ling Ran, Su Meng, we have all opened the sky. Su Meng? Su Meng was dumbfounded. He had never seen a living human emperor in his entire life. When Inoue, Wenruqing, and the others were taken away, countless people cursed Xue Fei for a long time. How long had it been since then? None of them had died, and they had all opened the sky? Su Meng looked at Han Fei in shock and then at Inoue and the others. Dumbfounded. Master Human Emperor, are you a human? Han Fei grinned. Inoue said, Master Human Emperor is naturally a human. The Human Emperor is not just a human powerhouse, but the king of the human race, the symbol of the human race, the strongest existence of the human race. The strongest? With his hands behind his back, Han Fei said indifferently, do you know Qiu Shotsong? Su Meng nodded. Of course he knew that. He was the former second lord and was extremely powerful. It was said that he was on the verge of proving Tao and was an existence that he could only look up to. Han Fei said casually, I killed him. Hiss. Su Ming froze and looked at Han Fei in shock. What level was Qiu Shouzong at? Was there such a strong master in the human race? Han Fei said, I'm not showing off to you. The reason why I asked you to stay and talk with you alone is that there's something extremely important that I need you to do. I know that human beings have always been united, and I also know that the 10,000 scale race has always treated you as cannon fodder. Therefore, when you go out this time, you have to take the initiative to apply for all human beings to come and explore the ruins. After all, the 10,000 scale race needs cannon fodder to open the way for them. The members of Su Ming's squad were still carefully retreating. One of them shouted, damn it, damn the 10,000 scale race. I must have been blind to come to the city of scavengers. Brothers, one by one, too many of our humans have been tricked to death. A woman said angrily, it's our weakness and the suppression of the 10,000 scale race to blame. They don't want us to open the sky at all and don't want the rise of the human race. In the city of scavengers, the human race has the lowest status. They walked carefully in the cracks of the sword abyss and cursed as they walked. Yes, they couldn't beat the 10,000 scale race, so they could only curse them. They didn't dare to curse them in person, so they could only vent their emotions behind their backs. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, Ah Shuang, don't give up on yourself. It's time for our human race to rise. Apart from Su Ming and the others, many teams had already explored the center of this ancient ruin. As sea establishers, no matter how powerful this ancient ruin used to be, it was only a sea establishment realm ruin now. However, the sudden appearance of such a ruin still needed to be reported. It was not impossible to break in alone, but anyone with a brain knew that this ruin was definitely not something a few ordinary sea establishment realm teams could take. There were 5,000 people in the 1,000 teams, and 2,000 of them had died. In fact, there was no need to report it. Some sky openers had already come. There were only about 30,000 people in this ruin trial, but nearly 2,000 people had died at once. If the people guarding here didn't even notice this, they would be slaughtered by the higher-ups. When the 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses appeared here, the exploration teams came out of the fog with their faces covered in dust. Needless to say, this was a new ruin. A sky-opening realm powerhouse asked, is there any danger in this ruin? For a moment, there were all kinds of voices, and everyone was talking. Some teams encountered many killing arrays, and only 2 or 3 people returned. Some teams didn't encounter much danger, but obtained many opportunities. Someone said, my lord, this ruin was destroyed by powerhouses in the past. The mist is full of killing arrays and sword chi. Some ancient killing arrays are too terrifying. In one round of clashes, 3 teams of ours died. Someone said, these killing arrays are not indestructible. We need people who know arrays. In fact, they're easy to deal with. Only 2 members of our 5 teams died. There were still a few places where no one came back. There was no telling if they had all been wiped out. On Su Ming's side, only one person returned. He said frankly, my lord, after passing through the killing arrays, the sword abyss, and the mystifying array, our 5 teams came to the periphery of a ruin and saw some sea-quelling bizarre treasures with our own eyes. However, there was big trouble at a barrier. After 8 people died, the team Yang Wan led found the entrance of the barrier and entered the ruins. Hiss. Immediately, many people looked at Su Ming. Entered the ruins? What a great opportunity. The guardian asked, "Why didn't you go in?" Su Meng smiled bitterly. "My lord, I did want to go in." Hearing this, many people were intrigued. With Yang Wan's personality, of course, he wouldn't allow a human to enter and compete with him for treasures. Someone asked, "What about the other members of your team?" Su Meng said with a painful look, "When we tried to break through the barrier. The 5 of us managed to break through a bit of the barrier, but unfortunately, we were swept by a stream of blades. Except for me, who is the strongest, all my brothers died." Seeing Su Meng's sad expression, no one was surprised. 5,000 people entered, but nearly 2,000 died. Everyone knew how dangerous it was. Su Meng suddenly raised his head and said firmly, "My lord, I think this is a huge ruin enough for all sea establishers to explore. I'm afraid we don't have enough people. Why don't we gather some people? I'm willing to persuade all human beings to come explore it." Hearing this, many people laughed in their hearts. He wanted all the humans to come, which means that he had taken a fancy to the resources here and intended to use the resources here to make the human powerhouses rise. However, many people didn't care. Some people even said bluntly, "My lord, I agree. The human race is united, has good tolerance, and strong resistance, and adaptability. With them joining us in our exploration, it will definitely be like adding wings to a tiger." Someone echoed, "My lord, the human race has been idle for a long time. It's been a long time since they sent all their members out for trials. This secret realm is too big. We should gather enough people. It would be better if we also called over the Blade clan or the Frogmen who are good at scavenging." At this moment, the people of the 10,000 scale race were all talking. How could they not have cannon fodder in such a dangerous ruin? For example, this time, 5,000 people entered, but 2,000 died. The 10,000 scale race couldn't afford such a casualty rate. However, the human race, the Frogman race, and the Blade clan didn't matter. Especially the Frogman race, they were very exploratory. The human race was extremely resistant and especially united. They could probably conquer this place if there were enough of them. Just now, Su Meng said that the 5 of them had almost broken through the barrier. If there were more people, would there be better cannon fodder than them? The 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses looked at each other and communicated. And one of them quickly flew towards the exit. The other 2 stayed here. One of them said, "The probability of death in this ruin is too high. It needs to be carefully examined before it can be used as a trial. From this moment on, no one is allowed to step into this ruin. Those who disobey will be executed." Because there was a teleportation array over there, the report came very quickly. In just an hour, the city of scavengers sent a total of 8 sky-opening realm powerhouses over. One of them was the lord of the 18th farm, Li Datsui. Han Fei had met this person once, but he was very familiar with his son. This was Li Shenhao's father. He had heard Li Shenhao mention that Li Datsui was good at treasure hunting and exploring ruins. This surprised Han Fei. This place was fake. If a shrewd person came here, the probability of being seen through was not small. What a pity. You sent yourself to me. After Li Datsui arranged a few strong masters in the sky-opening realm to enter from various directions, he stepped into the mist alone. Li Datsui's lips curled as he muttered to himself, "Alas! What a good place. It's so big. How many treasures must there be?" However, I promised Master Hong Huang that I wouldn't get too many. Well, 30%. Well, 30% should be enough. Huh. However, as soon as Li Datsai came to the sword abyss, he suddenly stopped. Moving forward, he reached out and grabbed a sword beam, a little puzzled. This sword intent is full of vitality. It looks very new. Is there a vitality-type treasure here? After a while, when Li Datsai encountered some incomplete arrays and studied them for a long time, he couldn't help but scratch his head slightly. Why do I feel that this ancient array has some traces of carving? When Li Datsai walked to the depths of the ruins and saw the barrier and some residual treasures inside the barrier, he immediately ran away. Yes, he found something and was about to leave immediately. However, when he turned around, he broke into a cold sweat. A young man had unknowingly appeared behind him. He was a super powerhouse in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. Who could appear behind him so quietly? This meant that the Comer's strength far exceeded his. Seeing Li Datsai's shock, confusion, and panic, Han Fei smiled casually. How did you find that there was something wrong with this place? Li Datsai didn't dare to speak. Spiritual energy surged from his body, and he secretly wanted to crush something. But Han Fei issued an order in his heart. And Li Datsai's eyes glazed over, and a piece of ancient jade slipped from his hand. Han Fei grinned. Unfortunately, in order to prevent you from hindering my grand plan, I can only turn you into a puppet. Li Datsai was actually very strong, but he didn't expect that he would suffer a setback in the soldier realm. Even if he encountered a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, he could still stall him for a while. However, the void stealing technique had never been a reasonable technique. Not to mention that Han Fei was infinitely close to the peak level late stage star transformation realm, even if Han Fei hadn't entered the star transformation realm yet, Li Datsai would still be doomed this time. Half a day later, Li Datsai seemed to come out of the ruin leisurely. At this moment, several sky-opening realm powerhouses gathered around. Brother Datsai, how is it going? You've been in there for a long time. You must have investigated the ruins more thoroughly than us, right? Li Datsai slightly raised his head and said, this ruin is indeed a ruin that can be explored by sea establishers. There are a lot of resources in it. How about this? You seal this ruin tightly and allow no one to take a step in. When I go back, I'll report the details and bring more people over. If anyone dares to enter to get treasures, including you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, yes. Don't worry, Brother Datsai. We won't take another step in it. Li Datsai nodded slightly. That's good. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. By the way, choose 2 people to go back to the city of scavengers with me. The reason why Han Fei asked the puppet Li Datsai to go to the city of scavengers was to take a look at this teleportation array. This was because the distance from the city of scavengers to this soldier realm was actually very far. It could be reached by a teleportation array, which made him very curious. When Li Datsai activated the teleportation array in the mist, Han Fei was surprised to find that the array was engraved with Tao patterns. He also felt a familiar power. A star core? Yes, it was a refined star core. This teleportation array was actually driven by a star core, so it could launch an ultra-long distance teleportation. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He learned it. For the first time, he realized that the star core could be so useful. Due to the power of the Star Core, the puppet Li Datsai returned from the soldier realm to a place less than an hour away from the city of scavengers in one go. This teleportation array should be able to teleport them directly to the city of scavengers, but perhaps to prevent any accidents in the soldier realm, or because the city of scavengers had many eyes and ears, the teleportation hall was not in the city. 2 hours later, in the depths of the law enforcement camp, puppet Li Datsai came straight to Zhao Honghuang. As a puppet that still had consciousness, Li Datsai flattered him as usual. Master Honghuang, after careful research, I think that the new ruin in the soldier realm might be the best ruin in the soldier realm so far. It seems to have been conquered in ancient times, and there are many broken treasures scattered on the periphery. I entered the spiritual barrier and patrolled for a while. It's quite dangerous. I estimate that if it's handled well, the mortality rate can be reduced to 20%. It's still high, but the benefits are quite large. It can probably increase the overall strength of the sea establishment realm by a level. Zhao Honghuang didn't notice the difference in Li Datsai. He frowned slightly. 20% mortality rate? Li Datsai hurriedly said, "My lord, the first people exploring the ruin were too careless. Now that the situation outside the ruin has been figured out, casualties can basically be ignored. And the important exploration goal is still inside of the ruins. Of course. I think we can let the human race, the Frogman race, and the Blade clan take the lead. Especially the human race. These people are very united, so their reaction to danger is quite good." Zhao Honghuang took a deep look at Li Datsai. "Okay. However, I want you to control the difficulty of the ruins, including the people sent with you and the guards over there. A total of 15 sky openers will be under your command. It's not difficult to adjust the difficulty, right?" Li Datsai hurriedly shook his head. "It's not difficult at all. No matter how good the ruins are, they're already dilapidated and less than 10% of the power they have left. How can it be difficult for me? However, how much do you want to reduce the difficulty, Master Honghuang?" "Zhao Honghuang, the 10,000 scale race must maintain a mortality rate of 10%. This is the bottom line. However, we can't let the human race, the Frogman race, and the Blade clan all die. This will be detrimental to the rule of the 10,000 scale race. Therefore, once you exceed this bottom line, take out everything you've secretly obtained, understood?" Li Datsai pretended to sweat and smiled obsequiously. "Master Honghuang, don't worry. I will definitely keep this bottom line." Puppet Li Datsai went to the law enforcement camp and then to the mission guild, the arena, and almost all the sea establishment realm powerhouses in the city of scavengers were gathered by him. At the same time, they had to go to another trial field, where there were another 30,000 sea establishers. Just as Li Datsai was about to leave the city of scavengers, he suddenly saw Mo Chi walking out of the city gate. Of course, this was not a coincidence, nor could it be. Li Datsai immediately instructed the other two, "Take my token and lead the other sea establishers to the soldier realm. We'll meet there." "Yes, Brother Datsai. Brother Datsai, don't worry. We'll definitely get it done for you." After sending away 2 lackeys, Puppet Li Datsai walked towards Mo Chi with a smile. Mo Chi frowned slightly. Just as Mo Chi was about to speak, Li Datsai said telepathically, "I'm Hanfei's puppet." Mo Chi couldn't have felt worse. Of course, she knew that Han Fei was back. After all, his avatar, Yi Fenglu, had returned. Yi Fenglu didn't come to her. With her intelligence, she quickly found out the reason. However, she had predicted that something big would happen today. When she went out and saw Li Daotsai, she immediately confirmed that this big event must be related to Li Daotsai. However, who would have thought that Li Daotsai would become Han Fei's puppet and walk openly in the city of scavengers? Mochi already knew Han Fei's identity as a disciple of the Void Temple. This greatly exceeded her expectations. However, when she asked about the cause and effect, while she felt regretful, she didn't feel indignant. Just because Han Fei didn't join the Time Temple didn't mean that his cooperation with her was terminated. Therefore, Li Daotsai came up to him. Lord Mochi, I have something to tell you. After that, Li Daotsai gave her a star shell and followed her back to Mochi's residence. It was also at this moment that Zhao Honghuo received the news that Li Daotsai had contacted Mochi. Chen Yan, the instructor of the law enforcement camp, smiled and said, Fatty Li is really good at avoiding danger. He can actually enter Mochi's place repeatedly. It seems that he has stuffed a lot of resources into her. Zhao Honghuang said indifferently, he's just used to taking advantage of others. Li Daotsai cherishes his life too much. He came to Mochi just to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Let him be. Just as Zhao Honghuang thought that he had seen Li Daotsai through in Mochi's room, Li Daotsai wiped off the fawning look on his face and said indifferently, It's me. I plan to get rid of all the sea establishers in the city of scavengers and more than a dozen sky openers. It won't be a small matter. Mochi was speechless. Then why did you follow me all the way here? Once those people die, now that I made a prophecy for you, how can they not suspect me? Li Daotsai said lightly, don't you want to leave the city of scavengers? Instead of being seen through by you just now, I might as well take you away. Mochi said in surprise, now? With just you, a puppet? Li Daotsai said, don't underestimate puppets. Puppets can also accomplish many things. I'm afraid you don't want to leave, right? Since Han Fei learned that there was a great secret in the chaotic wasteland, and that even the 10,000 scale monarch was fake, he had doubts about why Mochi would appear here. Previously, he wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't even sense Mochi's realm. But now, from Li Daotsai's point of view, what Mochi said in the past that she hadn't even entered the star transformation realm was definitely not true. How could a dignified disciple of the Time Temple be a weakling who hadn't even entered the star transformation realm after such a long time? Mochi had probably always been very strong, but she had suppressed her strength and didn't show it. In the past, Han Fei felt that Mochi might have been abducted here and she could only escape on her own because she was on trial. But from the looks of it, the only reason Mochi came into contact with him was probably to test him and ask him to join the Time Temple. As for escaping, that was Bull's asterisk it. Mochi could stay here for tens of thousands of years, not for any trial, but for the secrets of the chaotic wasteland. Mochi asked, what do you mean? I really want to leave. Li Daotsai asked, then why are you still here? Mochi hesitated for a moment and then said, then why are you here? Human Emperor, a disciple of the Void Temple, why did you appear in the chaotic wasteland? Is it really for the human race? Li Daotsai grinned. You'll have to wait 2 years for Yi Fenglu to come to talk to you. I'm just a puppet. however, if you're willing to do me a favor. We're still allies. I can even help you find out the secrets of the chaotic wasteland. For example, the fact that the 10,000 scale monarch is fake isn't exactly a secret, right? Emochi couldn't help narrowing her eyes. What favor? Puppet Lidatsai didn't talk much to Emochi. He just quickly reached a cooperation with her and left. When Lidatsai left, he grinned and seemed to be in a good mood. As for Emochi, she rubbed her head and muttered to herself, the disciple of the Void Temple is indeed terrifying. It's only been a few hundred years, but his strength has grown to such a level. 5 days later, a total of 80,000 sea establishers had gathered in the soldier realm. Yes, this was the first time the city of scavengers had mobilized so many sea establishers. Before, Hanfei had always felt that the city of scavengers only had less than 20,000 people in the sea establishment realm. Including those who were taking trials outside, there were at most 30,000 sea establishers. But now it seemed that when something big happened, there could be so many sea establishers gathered all at once. Hanfei had reason to suspect that this wasn't the true number of sea establishers in the city of scavengers at all. This was because Lidatsai was only allowed to gather so many. Perhaps those who hadn't been summoned were the real elites. When these people were summoned, they were very surprised. These sea establishers secretly sent voice transmissions from time to time. Someone exclaimed, "How can there be so many sea establishers? Most of them are strangers to us. What's going on?" Someone sighed. "How do I know what's going on? But obviously, our city of scavengers seems to have a lot of hidden forces." Someone was puzzled. "Why did so many people come today?" Someone said, "I heard that a huge ruin appeared in the soldier realm. It's very dangerous and has a high casualty rate." Someone cursed, "Nonsense, the 18th Lord just said that he would keep the mortality rate to less than 20%. Someone was curious. What kind of secret realm is this that so many people have to explore together? At this moment, the puppet, Lidatsai, had gathered 15 sky openers and more than 79,800 sea establishes. Among them, there were only 15,000 humans, 15,000 frogmen, 9,000 blade demons, and more than 40,000 members of the 10,000 scale race. There shouldn't be so many people on the human side. Sumei was obviously a little stunned, because he saw many human powerhouses who were said to have died appear again. At that moment, everyone was looking forward to entering the ruins to take a look. Even the sky-opening realm powerhouses behind Lidatsai wanted to go in and make a fortune. At the moment they gathered here, in the so-called ruins, Hanfei was walking slowly through the mist, walking out of the mist. He had prepared so long to set up this trap, and it was certainly not for letting these people explore the ruins. He just needed an excuse to gather all the humans together. Lidatsai said, "Listen to my command. All humans, step out." For a moment, many people felt that something was wrong. There were so many people. Why did the human race have to come out first? However, the words of a sky opener couldn't be disobeyed. When everyone thought that Lidatsai would make them lead the way and be cannon fodder. However, at this moment, a few figures appeared in the fog. One of them seemed to have penetrated the fog and appeared in front of the human camp. When everyone took a closer look, it was a young man. In his hand, he was playing with an aqua blue bead that emitted a chilling aura. "Who is it?" The sky-opening realm powerhouses all changed their expressions and looked at Li Daotsai in shock, wondering if this person knew Li Daotsai. However, Li Daotsai had already retreated to Han Fei's side. At this moment, some other people walked out of the mist. The people took a closer look and found that a few of them were members of Su Meng's team. There were also a few people who human sea establishers knew. Many people exclaimed, "Is this Ingyue? Huh? Sister Ingyue, Sister Jiangya. It's Chu Lingyu and Ling Ran. Why are they here? Huh? It's Wen Ruqing. Wasn't she taken by Xuefei?" For a moment, the humans were all dumbfounded. These people who shouldn't have appeared had appeared. Also, who was this young man in front of them? The invisible suppressing pressure on his body was so strong. At this moment, these sky-opening realm powerhouses clearly sensed that something was wrong. Li Daotsai, who had been the leader, suddenly fell silent. As if he didn't have any doubts about these people who had just appeared. Not good. Something seems to be wrong with Brother Daotsai. Someone spoke telepathically. However, the few people who came with Li Daotsai were not very weak. 4 of them had entered the star transformation realm. Among the original guardians here, there was a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and 2 star transformation realm cultivators. Therefore, they didn't want to run, mainly because they didn't think that they were weak. Among them, the late-stage star transformation powerhouse shouted, "Li Daotsai. What's the meaning of this? Who are they?" Kakik. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly smiled. While playing with the extreme cold pearl in his hand, he grinned. "At the last moment of your lives, I think I should tell you the truth. As the human emperor, the sovereign of the human race, the 10,000 scale race, have enslaved the human race for 100,000 years. I'll take revenge on you starting from today. You're just appetizers." Hiss. On the 10,000 scale race's side, the emperors had no special reaction. They were just puzzled but not shocked. However, on the human side, most people gasped. The emperor of the human race? When did the human race have an emperor? Wait. Someone understood the difference in this term. Han Fei was talking about the human emperor. The meaning of emperor was different from a sky opener but more like a leader. For a moment, the puzzled human powerhouses all looked at Ingyue and the others. Ingyue shouted, 100,000 years ago, the human race was stranded in the chaotic wasteland and imprisoned for 100,000 years. Now, the opportunity for the human race has come. Master Human Emperor will rise with the human race to conquer the 10,000 scale race and destroy the scavengers. Now that the human emperor has appeared, the human race shall rise. Gulp. While everyone was dumbfounded and shocked, Su Meng shouted, "My fellow clansmen, we have been pawns and cannon fodder of the 10,000 scale race. All our lives. Everyone can open the sky, but our human race can't. In the city of scavengers, in this territory, we spent 100,000 years like ants and struggled for 100,000 years. Today, Lord Human Emperor has designed and arranged for us to gather together to see the prosperity of the human race and wipe out the power of the 10,000 scale race." Humph. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse's heart did a flip as he roared, "What shameless boasting! A guy who hasn't even entered the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm is worthy of mentioning the rise of the human race? Let me slaughter you and let you have a taste of the true power of a sky opener." As he spoke, a terrifying spear beam burst out of the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouse. If Hanfei dodged it, countless people would be annihilated by the spear beam. The situation changed too quickly. The more than 10,000 human powerhouses were excited, worried, scared, and expectant. Their complicated emotions turned into countless gazes at the spear beam. However, Hanfei raised his hand, and the spear light instantly disappeared from everyone's vision. Then, the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouse bent his body like a shrimp, and a spear light shot out of his body. At this moment, everyone was shocked to find that Hanfei had already appeared in front of that person. Hanfei won this battle so quickly and suddenly that none of the other sky opening realm powerhouses could react in time. In the end, what appeared in their eyes was a spear beam that pierced them through and a huge golden fist mark. That punch was like a star exploding. The powerful impact light technique instantly seriously injured two Star Transformation Realm powerhouses. It had to be known that these human cultivators didn't even know what the perfected Star Transformation Realm was. As far as they knew, there was only the sky-opening realm, and no one had told them about the minor realms. At this moment, although they didn't know how strong Hanfei was, the fist light blinded their eyes. Countless people tried to stare at the light, but their eyes exploded. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that Hanfei had easily killed three sky-opening realm powerhouses who looked extremely powerful in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, most of the sky-opening realm powerhouses here, except for the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator, could not withstand a single blow of Hanfei. In order to show his strength, Hanfei instantly completed 4 kills. In less than a second, the 4 sky-opening realm powerhouses had died. Their flesh and blood were still hanging in the sky. In an instant, everyone was horrified. Where did this unparalleled monster come from? He had killed 4 sky openers in the blink of an eye after only one clash. Was he serious? Someone shouted, "Run, run!" At this moment, Hanfei stepped in the air and casually threw out the extreme cold pearl in his hand. In an instant, the void hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead was completely frozen, great Daos were crushed, and only the strongest Dao was left in the void. The one who ran the furthest only ran less than 100,000 miles, but his body stiffened, his flesh and blood were frozen, and the great Dao of ice circulated in his body. As for the sea establishers of the 10,000 scale race, the Frogman race, and the Blade clan, a moment ago, they were still secretly discussing what had happened. However, at this moment, they had all turned into ice sculptures. Furthermore, these were not ordinary ice sculptures, but ice sculptures that had shattered souls. In the blink of an eye, Hanfei had killed 15 sky openers and nearly 65,000 sea establishers. Rumble. In this space, there were constant thunders and a rain of blood fell. This was because too many people died in an instant, and this was not the sea realm. Before these human sea establisher powerhouses came back to themselves, Hanfei shouted, "Everyone, open your minds and enter my origin sea." After the killing, the first thing Hanfei had to do was to run for his life. In particular, more than 60,000 sea establishers and 15 sky openers of the city of scavengers had died. This kind of thing would be discovered immediately. Running away was his only choice. The sea establisher powerhouses of the human race hadn't had the time to feel shocked yet, because they could only see the void being frozen with their naked eyes. Then, an overwhelming natural phenomenon and thunder rumbled incessantly. In the next moment, they felt a suction force, but after hearing Han Fei's words, they didn't dare to be negligent. This person had already revealed his identity. They would be stupid if they still resisted. For this reason, everyone was absorbed into Han Fei's origin stars. In the end, Han Fei reached out and grabbed the extreme cold pearl. An array appeared under him and he went straight to the exit of the soldier realm. As for puppet Li Dazai, Han Fei didn't intend to take it from the beginning. Having seen the big world of the divine capital dynasty, Han Fei naturally knew that Li Dazai's strength was nothing. More importantly, Li Dazai had already been exposed. If anything happened, the city of scavengers might investigate thoroughly and find that Xue Fei and Feng Tianyi had become puppets, and then the number 68 and number 80 farms that he had painstakingly managed would be exposed. That would be a huge loss. Therefore, Han Fei directly penetrated Li Dazai's star bead and threw him into his origin star. Then, he immediately burst out at 14 times the speed of light and ran at full speed. Only by killing Li Dazai could they believe that there was nothing wrong with Li Dazai. He was just tricked. In addition to Li Dazai's self-detonation, Han Fei also left a trace of an Taiping's qi and blood far away. Anyway, and Taiping's corpse was in his hands. In this way, nothing would go wrong. This series of actions was as smooth as flowing water. It could be said that when Han Fei ran, the people in the city of scavengers must have just discovered that something was wrong. As Han Fei guessed, Zhao Honghuang was the first to react when something happened in the soldier realm. At the first moment, Zhao Honghuang thought that the exploration had begun, so people died. However, at the moment when the 15 life tablets of the sky-opening realm powerhouses shattered at the same time, Zhao Honghuang suddenly stood up. He was shocked. This was a sea establishment realm operation. How could 15 sky-opening realm powerhouses die first? And 15 had died instantly. And all the sea establisher life tablets were managed by Qinyan. However, when nearly 65,000 sea establishers died at once, Qinyan didn't notice it. This was because there was a time film covering this place where the life tablets were stored. In this film, time stopped. This was naturally Emochi's doing. To be honest, there were more than 500,000 life tablets here. It actually gave Emochi a fright. However, when Emochi saw 65,000 jade slips shatter at once, she felt terrible. What method did Han Fei use to kill so many people at once? Was this guy crazy? However, since she had promised Han Fei to help him remove the traces, this matter was a favor. It was the foundation of their future cooperation. Han Fei would have to return it sooner or later, so Emochi didn't hesitate. In an instant, Emochi shattered more than 500,000 life tablets here. This was because the number of human sea establishers wasn't as many as the number that Han Fei had taken away. There were still nearly 30,000 sea establishers hidden somewhere. And Emochi didn't have the ability to know which humans Han Fei had taken away. So she naturally shattered all the life tablets. The moment all the life tablets shattered, Emochi immediately withdrew the time film and instantly appeared in her house. And here, time also stopped without the slightest passing. If Han Fei saw this scene, he could roughly guess Emochi's strength. She was at least a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, and not an ordinary one. Master Honghuang With a scream, Chen Yan appeared in front of Zhao Honghuang without caring about his image. Chen Yan's voice trembled as he said, Master. Master Honghuang, they're all broken. All the Sea Establisher's life tablets were broken at the same time. Zhao Honghuang was stunned. How was this possible? This was impossible. Yes, in the next second, he sobered up and instantly appeared in the place where the Sea Establisher's life tablets were kept. However, there was nothing left here except for powders. This had never happened in the history of the City of Scavengers. These Sea Establishers seemed to have died at the same time. What kind of power could cause so many Sea Establishers to die at the same time? Just as Zhao Honghuang was watching this scene, he suddenly felt Li Datsai's life tablet shatter. Yes, he was King dead too. His first reaction was that something must have happened to Li Datsai's side, and that Li Datsai's team might have been completely wiped out. However, how many people were there? Only 80,000, but more than 500,000 life tablets here had been broken. What happened? It must be related to the soldier realm. Recently, the only major event that happened was the appearance of ruins in the soldier realm. Now, Li Datsai and the 15 sky-opening realm powerhouses had all died, which proved that something had happened in the soldier realm. Although these life tablets were broken, they couldn't all be dead. This was because in some places, it was impossible for the people there to die, let alone die with the people in the soldier realm. This meant that just a moment ago, someone had been lurking here and shattered all the life tablets when he saw some life tablets shatter, so as to hide something. What was there to hide? To be able to hide here silently and avoid Chen Yan's perception and his gaze, this kind of person was definitely not an ordinary person, and his strength was probably not weaker than his. Such a person could be counted with one hand in the City of Scavengers. He instantly thought of someone and landed in Mochi's hut. When Li Datsai left the City of Scavengers, the last person he saw was Mochi. He had always suspected that there was something wrong with Mochi's strength. He had also always guessed that Mochi was hiding in the City of Scavengers not for any trial, but for the secrets behind the chaotic wasteland. Therefore, Mochi became Zhao Honghuang's first target. Bang! The cottage exploded. However, at this time, there was nothing left in the cottage, including the junk-like mess. Chen Yan followed Zhao Honghuang closely. Seeing this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. She ran away. Chen Yan recalled that Li Datsai was in a very good mood when he left here, but now Mochi had run away. He immediately exclaimed, Master Honghuang, Li Datsai is in danger. However, Zhao Honghuang looked at Chen Yan as if he were an idiot. He's already dead. Hiss. Zhao Honghuang glanced at the depths of the City of Scavengers and disappeared from the city at the speed of light explosion. The moment Zhao Huang left, 10,000 scale monarch suddenly appeared beside him. He said, Why are you so flustered? Zhao Honghuang, brother Ning, Mochi ran away. Something happened in the soldier realm. Li Datsai and all the sky openers and sea establishers who went there have died. Zhao Honghuang directly called the 10,000 scale monarch, Ning Tianlong. Brother Ning. If anyone else heard this, they would immediately fall into great shock. However, Ning Tianlong didn't mind at all. He was stunned for a moment before saying, Mochi ran away? It could be said that in the City of Scavengers, the person Ning Tianlong cared about the most was Mochi. When did Mochi run away? Why didn't he notice? At all? Zhao Honghuang added, I suspected Li Datsai, so I arranged for Zhou Liheng to follow him. Zhou Liheng's life tablet hasn't been broken yet. If I'm fast enough, I might be able to save him. When Ning Tianlong heard this, his eyes flashed and he grabbed Zhao Honghuang. Let me take you there. Han Fei happened to leave the soldier realm at the moment Zhao Honghuang and Ning Tianlong left the city. However, as soon as Han Fei left the soldier realm, a sword light slashed at him. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. They came so quickly? That's not right. If it were a monarch, the power of that strike would be much greater than this. With a thought from Han Fei, the sword light disappeared out of thin air. Zhou Liheng was shocked. Where is my attack? In the next moment, Han Fei stepped on the void and slashed the sky. He roared, come out. Zhou Liheng felt that although Han Fei's attack was strong, he hadn't reached the perfected star transformation realm, which made him immediately relieved. He was responsible for monitoring Li Datsai. The reason why he didn't go into monitor him was that Li Datsai had just entered, so it was meaningless for him to go in now. But Han Fei's appearance filled him with doubts. This person was very strong. But he wasn't from the city of scavengers, so he had to stop him. At this moment, Zhou Liheng saw that although Han Fei was strong, he seemed to be a little weaker than him, so he naturally stepped forward, preparing to take Han Fei down. However, the moment he appeared, he lost consciousness. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. So it was this guy. His son had provoked him before. It seemed that both father and son were unlucky. Han Fei slashed at the center of Zhou Liheng's eyebrows. A peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivator who had lost his mind was simply at Han Fei's mercy. Pfft. Rumble. As soon as he shattered Zhou Liheng's star bead, the great Dao crack appeared in the sky. Han Fei grabbed Zhou Liheng's corpse and threw it into his origin star. The next moment, Han Fei put on a smile and stepped to the edge of the speed of light. In the next moment, he stepped into the white hole and disappeared. On the other side, the thousand-scaled emperor, Ning Tianlong, was running wildly with Zhao Honghuang, also shuttling quickly through the white hole. It wasn't that they didn't want to use the teleportation array, but that the teleportation array had been destroyed. The power of the star core that supported the teleportation array had been stolen by some B***starred. Even so, Ning Tianlong and the others were not slow. Unfortunately, they had only set off for about 5 seconds when Zhao Honghuang's face darkened again and he said coldly, Zhou Liheng is dead. When Ning Tianlong and Zhao Honghuang arrived at the soldier realm, there were only ruins left. As for Zhou Liheng's death, they could feel the vibe of the battle, but because the battle ended too quickly, there was nothing special left. Inside the soldier realm, when Ning Tianlong arrived at the place where the people died, he said in shock, it's an attack at the level of a monarch, and it's very strong. The power of ice in such a huge area exceeds the Dao proving level. With one blow, all the sky openers died at the same time. It should be at the carefree level. Zhao Honghuang frowned slightly. Who could it be? Gu Tingnan and Bailing, or Enheng? On the surface, only these few people in the chaotic wasteland are monarchs. Ning Tianlong pondered and said, not any of them. This kind of extreme cold power is a little similar to the power above the sea. However, it's even less likely that they came back from that place. How can people who have gone to that place come back so easily? Even if they want to return, they won't be allowed to. Did Pan Lydian and the others offend anyone in this 100,000-year competition? Zhao Honghuang frowned slightly. He was also thinking about this question. But how big of a grudge did this guy have to scheme like this? If it was really an outsider, how could he have made this plan so perfect? This person should know the chaotic wasteland, even the city of scavengers very well. Zhao Honghuang said, it's also possible that the city of wanderers, or the city of origin, found an external monarch to take action. Coupled with Mochi's escape, I'm afraid Mochi should have long known of this plan. However, I don't know if it's Mochi's idea, or the time temple's. Ning Tianlong frowned. Mochi's investigation direction shouldn't conflict with ours. She's exploring the source of the ominous. We found something. Ning Tianlong suddenly flew across the sky and grabbed at something tens of millions of kilometers away. In the next moment, Ning Tianlong's expression changed slightly. He condensed an almost undetectable soul light spot in his hand and said with an ugly expression, the city of origin said that in Taiping is dead? Zhao Honghuang was also taken aback for a moment. Pan Lydian didn't kill an Taiping personally, but it said that he fought with someone and died. From the looks of it, I'm afraid it's not that simple. If the city of origin wasn't framed, they have gone too far this time. Zhao Honghuang, let me investigate this matter in secret. The top priority now is to check other places besides the soldier realm. The city of scavengers suffered a huge loss this time. Including the humans taken away by Han Fei, they lost 80,000 sea establishers at once. Was this number small? Definitely not small. There were 80,000 sea establishers in the city of scavengers, and then what about the city of origin? And the city of wanderers? It was impossible for them to mobilize all their forces. Therefore, Han Fei conservatively estimated that there were at least 500,000 sea establishers in the chaotic wasteland. Even the 100,000-year competition only had 8 million sea establishment realm participants. In comparison, the chaotic wasteland on the border of the East Sea Divine Realm had more than 500,000 sea establishers, which was already very powerful. On Han Fei's side, he had already run far away. At this time, he had already entered his origin star, preparing to stay for half a year. At that time, the probability of being caught was almost zero. In his origin star, in a certain area, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, the vegetation was flourishing, the spiritual river flowed, and mountains and waterfalls hung down, and the scenery was very beautiful. The spiritual energy here was so rich that these human sea establishers felt their scalps tingle. They had never felt such rich spiritual energy in their lives, but here, even the air was filled with rich energy. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. After all, he had refined several great Tao seeds during his breakthrough to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. The seeds were so swollen that he needed some help to digest some energy. At this moment, some people in the crowd slowly came back to their senses. Yingyue, Jiangye, Wen Ruqin, and Su Meng were immediately surrounded. Meng, tell me, what's going on? When did our human race have a human emperor? Yingyue, what have you experienced all these years? Is this Lord really our human emperor? Jiangye, you actually opened the sky? Buzz. In an instant, everyone fell silent and looked at Yingyue, Jiangye, and the Others. If only one person had opened the sky, he might have had a special experience. However, when they learned that Ingyue, Jianye, and the others had all opened the sky, these over 10,000 people were shocked and excited. It seemed that a ray of hope appeared in front of everyone. Ingyue said, "The 7 of us have indeed opened the sky. We have to thank Master Human Emperor for all this. Master Human Emperor gave us resources, provided us with the energy for our cultivation, taught us great techniques and combat skills, and protected us to open the sky. Today, in order to save you from the city of scavengers, Master Human Emperor has painstakingly laid down the trap in the soldier realm. This is your opportunity, as well as the opportunity of our human race. Everyone, our human race has its own emperor. Now, the time for our rise has come." Gulp. Hiss. Some were shocked, some sighed, some cried, and some were excited. In their minds, they recalled the humiliation they had suffered in the city of scavengers. Their bodies were branded with too many traces of oppression. At this moment, Han Fei jumped out like a savior. How could they not be excited? At this moment, in the void, Han Fei, glowing with golden light and carrying an unparalleled suppressing pressure, stood in the air. Han Fei said, "My fellow human beings, I am the human emperor, Han Fei. Today, in the soldier realm, I killed 16 sky openers and nearly 65,000 sea establishers, heavily injuring the city of scavengers. This event marks the rise of our human race. We will eventually reach glory. However, glory is not in front of us yet. At this moment, we're still in the darkness before dawn. This battle seems to be a huge victory, but our human race has been in decline for 100,000 years. It won't be able to change our fate in a day. Although I'm the human emperor, I haven't proven Tao and become a monarch. I need you. I need each of you to rise. I need each of you to be able to open the sky and create a golden age for our human race. Our human race shall rise." Han Fei's voice was like thunder, resounding through the clouds and shaking the sea. Upon hearing this, everyone's blood subconsciously began to diffuse and surge. In utter excitement, they shouted with Han Fei, "The human race shall rise. The human race shall rise. The human race shall rise." Han Fei pressed his hands down and said in a dignified voice, "I know that you lack resources, techniques, combat skills, and weapons. From today on, you don't lack anything." With that, a long dragon of resources rolled up and poured down overwhelmingly. At this moment, the ground was shaking, and surging energy tides rose to the sky. Between the heavens and earth, millions of spiritual fruits and tens of thousands of godly weapons flew over. The audience was astounded. They had never seen so many resources. They were everywhere as if they were all free. At this moment, there was no need for them to take the initiative to reach out. Resources, spiritual fruits, mystic yellow soil, godly weapons, and so on, fell on everyone's body. Han Fei sighed in his heart. Unfortunately, the blow of the extreme cold pearl had wiped out all the villains. He didn't have the time to find their origin stars, so no matter how many resources there were, he couldn't get them. He had thought that he had abundant resources. However, when there were really more than 10,000 sea establishers or even peak-level sea establishers standing in front of him, the pressure on Han Fei immediately increased. The resources he had were definitely not enough for them to open the sky. At most, the resources given out could make up for the loss of their origin. Seize, repair some of the old damage, and consolidate and strengthen themselves. This amount of resources was not enough to build a team of 10,000 sky openers. However, at this moment, these sea establishers went crazy. They had thought that they were about to become cannon fodder, but who would have expected that they would suddenly become the protagonist? A human emperor fell from the sky and gave them countless rewards. More importantly, the human race had a real powerhouse who could easily kill 16 sky-opening realm powerhouses and more than 60,000 sea establishers. We pledge our lives to follow Master Human Emperor. For the rise of the human race. Amidst the cheers, Han Fei shouted, "My fellow human beings, overthrowing the 10,000 scale race is not something that can be done in a day. We must work together at this moment, and I won't keep my resources to myself. From today on, we will share the Purity Mystic Body, a body refining technique. Ranked 998th on the Sea Establishment Realm list. Chaotic Demon Body, an ultra-quality body refining technique of the Sea Establishment Realm, Sky. Opening Sword Manual, an ultra-quality technique of the Sea Establishment Realm, Blade Inferno and Hinayana Saber, divine quality knife techniques. And Heavenly God Stab, a divine quality soul technique. Everyone below was stunned by Han Fei's words. Divine quality, ultra quality. Sea Establishment Realm list? These were F*King top-notch precious techniques that they had never heard of before. This human emperor had only seen them once, right? Did he trust them so much that he wanted to teach them so many precious techniques at once? Even Inoue and the others were a little confused. Wasn't this a little crazy? As for Han Fei, he walked down from the sky step by step and said in a voice that everyone could hear, "I know that you, who can reach the city of scavengers, cultivate to this level, and survive, are all outstanding talents. You are all heavenly talents. In that case, I won't be stingy with my precious technique resources. I don't demand you to quickly open the sky, but I want you to lay a very solid foundation in the Sea Establishment Realm and not blindly pursue opening the sky." Inoue, Jiangye, Jiangliuyu, Wenruqing, Chu Lingyu, and Ling Ran have followed me for many years and have all opened the sky. From today onwards, they will be your instructors and give you special training in my origin star. So far, Han Fei was not afraid of betrayal. However, this didn't mean that Han Fei would really trust everyone here. For the next period of time, Han Fei would see a person every day. In fact, Han Fei had mentally hypnotized each of them and learned their true selves. Human beings were the most united race, but there were also conflicts. Wherever there were people, it didn't matter if there were conflicts. The main thing was that they couldn't betray the human race. Spies couldn't be tolerated here. In the end, Han Fei did find 37 suspicious people. Among them, 26 were possessed by the city of origin, and 11 were possessed by the Frogmen and the Blade clan. Han Fei handed these 37 people over to Inoue, Su Meng, and the others. In the end, these people were beaten to death by the crowd. Yes, tens of thousands of people beat them up. Han Fei had never asked. In the past 6 months, the places where these humans lived had been in a state of 10 times speed. Even Zhang Xuanyu and the others had to spend hundreds of years suppressing their cultivation, and Inoue and the others had to suppress their cultivation for hundreds of years before they could open the sky. It didn't make much sense for these people to open the sky now. even if they opened the sky, they would be useless. Han Fei needed to build a team of elites. He couldn't let any of them open the sky now. Therefore, during this period of time, they cultivated hard every day. To put it bluntly, it would take at least decades for them to recover from their physical injuries and practice new techniques and skills, so Han Fei wasn't worried that they had nothing to do. Han Fei's main task in the past 6 months was to compress his star core. His star core was the same size as when it was first formed, except that its density was 1,000 times higher. And now, he needed to do the final 10 times compression. With these more than 10,000 people absorbing the energy he emitted to cultivate at all times, in half a year, Han Fei had barely reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Thinking that he had to go back and pick up Hongyu, Han Fei didn't stay in his origin star for long. When he came out half a year later and was about to return to the number 68 farm, he suddenly thought of something. "Who is it? Come out." A voice came from the void. "I've helped you a lot, and I had to leave the city of scavengers because of you. You won't turn your back on me, will you?" Mochi walked out of the void, looking a little smug. Others couldn't find Han Fei, but she could. After all, she could trace back in time. Seeing that it was Mochi, Han Fei heaved a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. "Although I don't like your time temple, we can still cooperate. This time I owe you a favor and will return it to you. Since we don't have to pretend now. I won't hide it. It's not the time for me to take action. Neither I nor you should be able to unveil the fog of the chaotic wasteland independently. You and I need time." Mochi narrowed her eyes. "You want to save time for yourself to grow, right? But like I said before, even if you grow to the perfected star transformation realm, if you don't use the power of the Void Temple, how can you destroy the city of scavengers and the city of origin? How can you explore the secrets behind the chaotic wasteland?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Let me ask you something. How long has the city of wanderers existed?" Mochi asked, "What do you mean?" Han Fei said, "If the city of scavengers and the city of origin have enough time and energy, the city of wanderers would have been gone long ago. So, no matter what the secret behind this is, it keeps the city of scavengers and the city of origin busy. So you and I will have enough time to investigate. Well, you have stayed in the chaotic wasteland for so long. What have you found?" Suddenly, Mochi waved her hand and said, "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm investigating the secrets behind the city of scavengers and the city of origin?" Han Fei was puzzled. "Aren't you?" Mochi sneered. "Of course not. Why would I investigate that? Perhaps this secret is not small. It might involve monarchs or even great monarchs. But that's not something I can participate in. What I've been investigating for so many years is the origin of the tidal waves." Han Fei was embarrassed. So they were not talking about the same thing at all. Mochi said, "The Time Temple isn't interested in these secrets. There are so many secrets in this world. Isn't it crazy to investigate them all? The ultimate goal of the Time Temple has always been the ominous. This is the reason why I've been in the chaotic wasteland for so long." Han Fei suddenly said, "Then have you ever thought that the secret behind the city of scavengers might also be related to the ominous?" Mochi shook her head. "No. Over the years, I've crossed the ominous world countless times to search for the ominous origin on the day when the tidal waves come. However, I've returned empty-handed every time. In the end, I found a palace that's hidden in the ominous and locked in the void. However, I haven't been able to break in, so I can't investigate it. This is the favor I want you to repay. A palace locked in the void? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Emochi had been investigating this for so many years. He couldn't help but ask, since you found out, why didn't you turn to the seniors of the Time Temple for help? Emochi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Han Fei asked. What? Emochi said, this is my true trial. This is my path to prove Tao. Otherwise, why do you think I helped you? Why do you think I wanted you to join the Time Temple? Han Fei couldn't help but be stunned. So that was the reason? No wonder Emochi had waited here for tens of thousands of years. It turned out that this was her path to prove Tao. However, Han Fei still felt that tens of thousands of years was still too long. It seemed that Emochi's aptitude wasn't as good as he imagined. At the very least, anyone in the Void Temple had better aptitude than her. Han Fei said, the source of the ominous power in the entire chaotic wasteland can't be resolved by you, a mere perfected star transformation realm cultivator, alone. Huh? You've seen through my realm? Han Fei smiled and said, do you need to see it through? You said you were going to prove your Tao. Besides, not everyone can shatter those life tablets. In the city of scavengers. Emochi curled her lips. All right. That place is related to the Time Temple, so I have a natural advantage. Furthermore, don't underestimate a perfected star transformation realm disciple of the Time Temple. We're not necessarily inferior to your Void Temple. Besides, I said I needed to find out something. But I didn't say I had to eliminate the source of the ominous, which are two different things. Han Fei smiled and said, in that case, how about waiting for me to break through to the perfected star transformation realm? Emochi said, I think you're very strong now. You can kill a powerhouse on the God roll alone. With your strength, should you wait for so long? Han Fei didn't fall for it. Do you think the palace locked in the void is ordinary? I had to use all my strength to kill Zhao Qinglong. Besides, although Zhao Qinglong is on the God roll, his lifespan is less than 30,000 years. If I fight those old monsters who have lived for more than 100,000 years, it's not certain who will win. Do you still remember the 1,000-year agreement between us? It hasn't even been 100 years. However, you should at least believe that I'm definitely going back to the chaotic wasteland. Emochi said in surprise, you're leaving again? Didn't you just come back? Han Fei said, you have the secrets you investigated, and I have some I need to investigate. Your goal is the source of the ominous, but mine is the secrets behind the city of scavengers, and the liberation of the entire human race. Do you think I won't return? Emochi asked, where are you going? Han Fei said, take a guess. Emochi snorted. I see that your aura is slightly oscillating now. It seems that you can break through to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm at any time, right? Han Fei smiled. Yes. When I come back, I'll go to the palace locked in the void with you. But not now. Emochi didn't seem to be in a hurry. She said indifferently, all right, then. I'll live in the city of wanderers for a while. Remember to come to me when You come back. Sure. Han Fei had a different view of Mochi's path of trial. If it were him, he would think of a way to do it with his own strength first. However, from the looks of it, Mochi didn't seem to be able to complete this trial on her own. That was why she called him over. Therefore, Han Fei thought that even if Mochi could prove Dao after she completed this trial, she should have higher achievements if she completed this trial independently. But it had nothing to do with him. By the time he reached the perfected star transformation realm and returned, he could fight even monarchs. Why would he be afraid of completing a trial with her? After bidding farewell to Mochi, it only took Han Fei 3 days to return to the number 68 farm, where Hong Yu was already waiting. Seeing Han Fei, Hong Yu hurriedly bowed. Master Human Emperor, everyone is in my origin sea now. The lowest level spiritual heritage here is level 7. 10% of them have heavenly spiritual heritage, 50% have level 9 spiritual heritages, and almost 40% have level 8 spiritual heritages. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This potential was a little strong. In this case, if they practiced the bloodline devouring technique, it wouldn't be difficult for all of them to advance to the heaven spiritual heritage. Han Fei pondered for a moment and said, Old Hong, it's been hard on you. Take them into my origin sea. I've saved more than 10,000 human sea establishers. You'll be responsible for training them and teaching them the bloodline devouring technique. Hiss. Hong Yu said in shock, Master Human Emperor, you must not do that. How can you teach them the divine technique so easily? If they fall into the hands of the enemy in the future, there is a high chance that the divine technique will be leaked. Besides, the aptitude of these people is much better than people of the raging sea. It won't be a problem for them to advance to the sky-opening realm. When they really need the bloodline devouring techniques one day, you might have already proven your Dao. Then you might be able to give them a modified version or something. This is already a rare opportunity for them. However, Han Fei shook his head. Old Hong, you're too short-sighted. In the sea realm, there are actually many people who have the bloodline devouring technique. Otherwise, why does any random person from those big clans or super forces have a heavenly spiritual heritage? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. When the human race is about to rise, we should stake everything on this cause. If I'm strong, the human race is strong. If the human race is strong, I'm strong. Hearing this, Hong Yu took a deep breath. He couldn't help but remember how Han Fei swept across the raging sea. He felt that Han Fei at that moment was back. 3 years later. It had been 8.5 years since Han Fei returned to the chaotic wasteland. On this day, Zhang Daqian left the city of scavengers and secretly went to the infinite mining area. If it were in the past, going to the infinite mining area was actually a form of gilding. Those who returned from the infinite mining area would be much stronger than powerhouses of the same realm. Originally, many people wanted to go with Zhang Daqian. However, in the battle 3 years ago, the city of scavengers suffered a heavy loss. That almost caused the law enforcement camp and scavengers in the city of scavengers to be wiped out. After 3 years, Chen Yan finally brought back a group of about 20,000 sea establishers from some secret places. Therefore, Zhang Daqian actually only led a 100-person team to the infinite mining area secretly. This 100-person team could be considered a private army. After all, Zhang Dakian had already become a sky-opener and was quite strong. Because the city of scavengers had suffered heavy losses in recent years, it was not bad to equip Han Fei with these private soldiers. After all, how many of the lords under the city of scavengers had 100 sea establisher teams? Furthermore, Zhang Daqian wasn't the first to go to the mining area because Bai Ranran had set off a year ago. Han Fei vaguely knew that some people also set off secretly. Perhaps because of the incident 3 years ago, the city of scavengers no longer dared to act on a large scale. The moment Zhang Daqian left the city, Han Fei smiled. It's time to go. Half a month later. On the border of the wilderness, the giant whale fortress was slowly walking along the border. Every day, countless sea establisher human beings entered and exited the giant whale fortress. Among these people, there were sea establishers, venerables, and countless people below the venerable realm. In fact, for people below the venerable realm, they couldn't leave the 300,000 kilometer radius of the giant whale fortress at all. No matter how safe the border was, it was very dangerous for them. Any ordinary conch, sea urchin, big fish, shellfish, sea shrimp, and so on could kill them. Therefore, in the past 8 years, under the baptism of enough resources, there were only no more than 30% of the people below the venerable realm. Including the children, and venerables accounted for the 50% of the total population. And the remaining 20% had reached the sea establishment realm. In just the past 8 years, more than 14,000 people had tried to establish the sea, and nearly 12,000 of them had succeeded. Of course, this was only possible if there were sufficient resources. It was actually very difficult for a normal mobile fortress to nurture so many sea establishers at once. At this moment, within 300,000 kilometers of the giant whale fortress, there were about 20,000 battlefields and a few large-scale joint battlefields. In one of the large joint battlefields, a group of 20 peak-level explorers was hunting an intermediate venerable level lobster. At this moment, the battle had reached its climax. Almost all the 20 people were injured. The only fortunate thing was that none of them were caught by this big lobster, or they would have been dead. A crisp woman's voice shouted, "Team 1, Team 2, contain its pincers and whiskers. Team 3, attack its tail, and Team 4, attack its lower abdomen." Logically speaking, it was extremely difficult for such a small number of explorers to defeat an intermediate venerable. However, more than a dozen of these 20 people had unstable momentum and seemed to be about to enter the venerable realm at any time. In the sky, all kinds of great techniques and laws were thrown out. At this moment, one of them shouted, "I'm going to make a breakthrough. Help me block it." Spiritual energy was rolling on this person's body, gathering from all directions and enveloping him. The man was overjoyed, feeling that he would be able to return to his fighting state in 3 seconds and make a breakthrough in battle, which was the best opportunity to polish himself. Bang! Suddenly, the lobster ejected its tail and darted straight at the front. 2 of the shield bearers tried to block the lobster, giving the person behind them enough time to make a breakthrough. However, for explorers, the shrimp stings were like godly weapons, extremely sharp. With 2 pops, the 2 shields exploded. At this moment, the lobster extended its pincers and pretended to fight the people who restrained it. It turned around, becoming faster. Zhang Ning roared and tried to compete with the lobster in time. Next to him, someone shouted, "Retreat." "Zhang Ning, do you want to die?" Someone scolded, Zhang Ning, no. There are plenty of chances to break through to the venerable realm. Don't fight for this moment. Although everyone was asking Zhang Ning to retreat, he knew that this was a moment of life and death. Only in this way could he unleash his infinite potential. Ah! Zhang Ning roared. He wanted to bet his life's luck that he could become a venerable this time. Crack! At that moment, the power in Zhang Ning's body was violent and his blood was boiling. At this moment, he made a breakthrough. He knew that he would probably be hit head-on, but he probably wouldn't die. However, a roar came from his side. Zhang Ning turned his head and saw that a shrimp pincer had been clamped at him at some point. In the next moment, he would probably be crushed. At this critical moment, when everyone was caught off guard, the big lobster suddenly stopped moving. When they turned their heads and took a closer look, they found that a person had stood on the shell of the big lobster at some point in time. This person looked so familiar. Hiss! It's the Human Emperor. It's Master Human Emperor. In the next moment, Zhang Ning also looked at Han Fei in shock. About 8 years ago, they suddenly had resources. Lord Jingjing said that a human powerhouse protected them and erected a statue for this human powerhouse to worship, calling him the Human Emperor. The population of the giant whale fortress was less than 150,000. To be precise, there were only more than 130,000. Because they had obtained a lot of resources and activated a comprehensive cultivation mode, there were actually a lot of casualties. To be precise, there weren't even 130,000. Therefore, they really admired Han Fei. This was because this person had brought them rapid and continuous growth and taught them some great techniques. It could be said that in the past few years, the overall strength of the entire giant whale fortress had improved by a level. At this moment, as Han Fei appeared, an invisible suppressing pressure instantly enveloped everyone here. In fact, Han Fei didn't release any special suppressing pressure, but only slightly revealed a bit of dignity. All of a sudden, the big lobster under his feet trembled non-stop, and the surrounding 20-person team seemed to have fallen into infinite fear. Almost in a few seconds, everyone's face flushed, their breathing quickened, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Han Fei said casually, "Keep breathing and keep circulating your techniques." In the next moment, they heard a voice. It seemed to be Master Human Emperor speaking, but they couldn't hear him clearly. But whether they could hear him or not, they felt that the operation of their techniques suddenly became extremely smooth, and dozens of spiritual energy storms were set off around them. At this time, Zhou Jingjing and the others finally noticed the anomaly here. When they saw Han Fei, they were first delighted and immediately came to Han Fei's side, but they didn't dare to make a sound because they were shocked to find that they couldn't understand what Han Fei was saying. The voice was mysterious, like the sound of the heavenly Tao. And these explorers were all making breakthroughs. Yes, they were all about to advance to the venerable realm. As sky-opening realm powerhouses, Zhou Jingjing, Li Tong, and Wang Su naturally knew that Han Fei was preaching a mysterious Tao. Even they felt a little puzzled and then suddenly had an epiphany. The three of them looked at each other in shock. Was this the Han Fei they knew back then? Some sea establishers also noticed this, but they didn't dare to come over. It wasn't until several hundred seconds later that all of these people had broken through to the venerable realm that Han Fei put away his dignity and These 20 people were all sitting cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy, storm and consolidating their realm. At this moment, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and Hong Yu, Yingyue, Jiangye, and the others appeared. Apart from Han Fei, 7 sky-opening realm powerhouses appeared in a row. Plus Zhou Jingjing and the other 2, plus Han Fei. At this moment, the giant Whale Fortress had 11 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Then, a phantom of a world descended, and 14,562 human powerhouses appeared. Except for the 802 people Hong Yu found, they were all sea establisher powerhouses. Seeing this, Zhou Jingjing and Wang Su couldn't help but gasp. They could tell that these 10,000 people were not as simple as ordinary sea establishers. 50% of them had reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. What did this mean? This meant that if they were intentionally nurtured and given enough opportunities, coupled with Han Fei's sermon and the great techniques he gifted them, a group of at least a dozen sky openers might appear in the short term. Such strength was already extremely precious in the wilderness. Even excluding Han Fei, it was already a powerful mobile fortress. At this moment, the people Han Fei brought had already been reminded by Han Fei that they had come to the outside world. Outside the chaotic wasteland was new to them, but not everyone was looking around. After years of cultivation, they admired and respected Han Fei more and more. At this moment, they certainly couldn't disgrace Han Fei, so they all stood behind Hong Yu and the others solemnly in a military formation. Han Fei introduced, "Old Hong, this is Zhou Jingjing, a star transformation powerhouse and a follower of the human race. You can have a good talk with her later." Hong Yu immediately bowed. "Yes, Master Human Emperor." Then, Han Fei looked at Zhou Jingjing and said, "This is Hong Yu, a strong master of our human race." They had never left the chaotic wasteland before and know nothing about the wilderness. The giant whale fortress lives in the wilderness, so your knowledge of the wilderness far exceeds theirs. Therefore, I'll leave them to you for the time being. Zhou Jingjing was shocked and immediately took a deep breath. "Master, I will make them know everything about the sea realm in the shortest time possible." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay. Call everyone back. Since they have chosen to follow me, I'll preach to them today." "Preach?" Zhou Jingjing and the other 2 were shocked. Just now, they were still amazed by the results of Han Fei's sermon. Now, Han Fei was going to preach to everyone. They didn't know what else would happen. Wang Su and Li Tong immediately retreated and summoned everyone back. Han Fei said, "Jingjing, don't you usually preach to the people in the giant whale fortress?" Han Fei had been preaching since a long time ago, under the guidance of eldest senior brother. Han Fei had some experience in sermons. Zhou Jingjing said, "There will also be lectures, but the effect of our sermons is actually not very good. Firstly, people are in different realms and vary greatly in strength. The other is that the Taoists we have comprehended have already been explained to them many times. The effect we can achieve has long been achieved. There's no point in explaining further." "Oh? Really?" Han Fei was a little puzzled. Wasn't the effect of the sermon continuous? Zhou Jingjing added, "There's another point. In fact, our understanding of our Tao hearts and the heavenly Tao is not thorough enough, so there are limitations." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's right. It seems that this is the main reason." Another moment later. In less than an hour, everyone in the giant whale fortress returned. There were a total of 128,221 people. Han Fei glanced around. There were only 20,000 sea establishers, and less than 1,000 peak-level ones. It could be said that although Han Fei had only brought more than 10,000 human beings in a real battle, they could directly kill everyone in the giant whale fortress if the sky openers didn't take action. Compared to the uniformity of the human camp, the people in the giant whale fortress were obviously less disciplined. Although the human race was oppressed, they were still a power in the city of scavengers. They had been fighting the most intense fights and risking their lives, so their aura was naturally not something the giant whale fortress could compare to. Therefore, when the people from the giant whale fortress saw Han Fei and the others, countless people were shocked. Someone secretly said, "Brother, are these human beings? They look so serious." The other person said, "Shut up. Almost all of these people are sea establishers, and half of them have reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. Their blood and chi are surging, and they are definitely not the people we can compare to. They can even hear your voice transmission if they want to." Hiss. Someone was shocked. So strong. Which mobile fortress can block them? Someone scolded, "Nonsense, they all came from the chaotic wasteland." The chaotic wasteland is known as one of the most dangerous places in the East Sea divine realm. Someone said respectfully, "I heard that the human emperor is here." These are all the human emperor's men. Even his ordinary followers are so strong. Will the human emperor accept us? Someone sighed. Master Human Emperor has given us countless resources. How can he not accept us? A peak-level sea establisher warned, "Stop nagging. If Master Human Emperor wants to preach, gather up. Don't disgrace our giant whale fortress. Let's stand in this formation too." After a while, when the people from the giant whale fortress stood up in a crooked military formation, Zhou Jingjing blushed slightly. But Han Fei didn't care. It wasn't a real army, so there was no need to be so strict. Under Zhou Jingjing's arrangement, everyone sat cross-legged on the sea. Countless gazes from the giant whale bastion kept sweeping over the human camp. For the human powerhouses, this was the first time in their lives that they felt someone looking at them with admiration. Before this, they had no idea how it felt to be looked at with envy and admiration. But now, they felt an inexplicable honor in their hearts at that moment. They stood straighter and looked straight ahead, waiting solemnly. All of them were determined not to disgrace Master Human Emperor. At this moment, Hong Yu raised his hand and shouted, "Sit." Boom. Everybody sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea in the same uniform posture. Seeing this, the people of the giant whale fortress couldn't help but click their tongues. At this time, Han Fei strolled to a place not far from them, and everyone's eyes fell on Han Fei. The people of the giant whale fortress envied, admired, and respected these human powerhouses, but they were curious about Han Fei. They certainly admired Han Fei, but felt more curious about him. In their opinion, someone who could make Lord Jingjing submit must be an extraordinary figure. Han Fei came 100 kilometers away from them. They thought that Han Fei would approach closer, but he stopped. In the next moment, Han Fei looked at Hong Yu and Zhou Jingjing and said casually, "Sit." At this moment, Zhou Jingjing and the others also sat down cross-legged. At the moment they sat down, they saw a dazzling golden light approaching the sky. At that time, a supergiant 330,000 feet tall suddenly appeared in front of them. Hiss. Gulp. It's so big. Is this the human emperor? At that moment, not only the people in the giant whale fortress were shocked, but even the human beings, including Hong Yu and Yue, were trembling slightly. At this moment, Han Fei was like a god, sitting between the heavens and earth. His body was golden and dazzling, and no one dared to look straight at him. Even before Han Fei began to preach, the Tao runes had already dissipated. Gulp. On the human side, it was the first time that they saw Han Fei in such a state. Their eyes were filled with pride. As for the human powerhouses, some of them even shed tears. Last time, Han Fei easily killed so many sky openers and more than 60,000 sea establishers with the flip of a hand, which greatly shocked them. But at that time, they actually couldn't see it clearly, because they weren't qualified to see Han Fei's battle with their strength. But now, a 10,000-foot-tall giant appeared in front of his eyes. What could be more shocking than this? Han Fei's voice echoed between the heavens and earth. In the future, the human powerhouses and the people of the giant whale fortress should support and grow up with each other. I will teach you various great techniques. I want all of you to establish the sea, and even open the sky and become the overlords of the sea realm in the future, creating a golden age of the human race. Han Fei's words were full of mystic Tao runes and refreshed everyone. Many of them even imagined a magnificent scene in their minds. Hearing this, many people felt that their Tao hearts were loosening and they seemed to be going further. Everyone in the sea realm knew that it was difficult to improve their Tao hearts, but Han Fei's words loosened their Tao hearts. Some people's Tao hearts had even improved. Before he began to preach, the audience's Tao hearts had taken a step forward. At that moment, Han Fei felt that the power of faith he hadn't felt for a long time was crazily gathering. After leaving the raging sea, Han Fei could no longer feel the power of faith from the raging sea. At this moment, he finally had his own source of power of faith in the sea realm. Although it was relatively little, this was the first step. Would he still lack this bit of power of faith when he conquered the city of scavengers in the future? Ignoring this, Han Fei began to preach. There was a booming sound in the world. The great Tao is invisible, the Tao heart is impermanent. In this world, there were too many people who could preach, but there were too many people like Zhou Jingjing. If they kept preaching, there would be no effect. But there were also people whose preaching could take effect continuously, so they would rise quickly. For example, the Fist Light Mountain, the Ghost Strait, the Gate of Heaven, and other powers. Therefore, it was impossible to catch up with these superpowers through sermons. But the good thing was that whether it was the giant whale fortress or the human race, they were still too weak compared to those superpowers. Therefore, they had a lot of room for growth. If they were suddenly given a sermon, the effect would far exceed these superpowers. Just an hour after Han Fei's sermons, someone made a breakthrough, setting off a spiritual energy storm. Some people comprehended the Tao, and some had their Tao hearts improved greatly. One day later, it could be said that everyone had gained something. It couldn't be said that all of them, but it could be said that 80% of them had their Tao hearts improved. Below the venerable realm, there were frequent breakthroughs. Some even crossed 3 levels. The moment Han Fei stopped sermons, almost at the same time, more than 500 people were about to establish the sea at the same time. There were still more than 3,000 people who were about to enter the venerable realm. There were even 5 people who wanted to open the sky. However, Han Fei stopped them. Come on, if they opened the sky so casually, they would be crippled in the later stages. Han Fei said, anyone who can suppress your cultivation must suppress it. The tribulation is right there. You can transcend it sooner or later. But the stronger you are now, the stronger you will be after the tribulation. Don't consume your late-stage potential in advance. Finally, under Han Fei's suppression, only one human powerhouse couldn't suppress it anymore, so Han Fei took him to open the sky. And there were still more than 100 peak-level venerables who had to establish the sea. Everyone else forcibly suppressed their cultivation. However, after today's sermon, Han Fei's image in everyone's eyes soared to an unprecedented height. The infinite mining area? Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath and looked at Han Fei in surprise. With our current strength, can we establish ourselves in the infinite mining area? Han Fei didn't know much about the infinite mining area before, so he asked in confusion, are you surprised? Why? What do you know about the infinite mining area? Zhou Jingjing said, I haven't been there, but I've heard many rumors about the infinite mining area in the wilderness. It's said that the infinite mining area has the highest mortality rate in the East Sea Divine Realm except for the Sky Crater World. The Sky Crater World is a battlefield where people fight every day. Naturally, many people die there. But the infinite mining area can't be said to be a battlefield. It's a resource competition place where the various large factions in the East Sea Divine Realm gather in order to compete for the resources of the mining area. Various large factions, races, pirates, adventurers, explorers, and even divine beasts and ferocious beasts fight ceaselessly there. I heard that every 100 years, at least 100,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses are sent to the infinite mining area from other places in the East Sea Divine Realm, and there are countless sea establishers sent there. Huh? Hearing Zhou Jingjing's words, Han Fei was interested. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, what's in the infinite mining area? Why would it attract so many strong masters? Zhou Jingjing said firmly, in the past, perhaps millions of years ago, it was said that a super-large-scale war between gods and demons took place in the infinite mining area. Divine beasts and ferocious beasts participated in the war too. It was said that the bones and blood of gods were sprinkled on the ground and mixed with the ground veins there, giving birth to many rare treasures and precious minerals. Most parts of the infinite mining area are dangerous. Up to now, it's said that only 30% of the infinite mining area has been mined. The other places are all unknown areas. All unknown areas? Han Fei frowned. No matter how fierce the war between the gods and demons was, it has been so many years. Can't monarchs explore the place? Why is it only 30% developed? Zhou Jingjing said, the monarchs dare not go there. According to history, in the infinite mining area, monarchs are in even greater danger than sky openers. Countless monarchs have died there. Over time, monarchs no longer care about the infinite mining area. They will only send sky openers there to take trials, and Han Fei frowned. What? Just say it. Zhou Jingjing explained, those who go to the infinite mining area are said to have been specially selected. It's said that they're especially extreme. For example, some peak-level sea establishers who can't open the sky, some extremely strong sea establishers, will go to the infinite mining area. Besides, some sky openers who don't want to spend a long time cultivating, but want to go to the extreme, some sky openers who are almost dying of old age. And some lunatics in the sky opening realm will also go to the infinite mining area. I heard that the people in the infinite mining area are 10 times crazier and 10 times more ruthless than the soldiers in the sky crater world. Over time, it has become an extremely dangerous place. Han Fei asked, is it because people can quickly improve their strength there? Zhou Jingjing said, I heard that it's mainly the refined mines in the infinite mining area that can assist cultivation. Occasionally, there will be some divine crystals and some special treasures transformed from the essence blood of gods. We don't know what's there exactly. Those who have been to the infinite mining area don't want to talk about it. It seems to be a world completely different from the sea realm there. Whoever can walk out of there seems to be particularly arrogant. Divine crystal? Han Fei's heart did a flip and he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. In this case, it was indeed worth many people taking the risk. However, Han Fei thought that Zhou Jingjing had never been there, so she was too afraid of the infinite mining area. If that place was really as horrible as she said, there would have been no one alive there. Therefore, it could only be said that that place was relatively dangerous but hadn't reached the level of a forbidden place. Han Fei's heart did a flip. You mean there are many pirates in the infinite mining area? Zhou Jingjing nodded quickly. Their composition is very complicated. I heard that divine beasts, ferocious beasts, and countless races are mixed together. Han Fei grinned. Isn't it great to improve strength quickly? Seeing the excitement in Han Fei's eyes, Zhou Jingjing's expression was complicated. It seemed that Han Fei didn't listen to her warning at all. She said, Master Human Emperor, although we are not a weak force now, we are still too weak compared to the forces in the infinite mining area. The casualty rate of sea establishers is especially high over there. Zhou Jingjing was implying that our sea establisher might all be consumed there. Han Fei said casually, do you know how to grow faster? Killing is the fastest way to grow. This world is like this. On the path to the heavens, billions of people are competing. Countless people strive to be the first. For what? For a chance of survival, and for that one in a billion chance of success. Han Fei said resolutely, I've decided to go to the infinite mining area. Also, do you know the God-Fiend Sea? Zhou Jingjing nodded. Yes. A place where no one returns. It can be called the first forbidden place in the East Sea Divine Realm. So far, no one has ever entered the God-Fiend Sea and made it out alive. So creepy? Han Fei had planned to go to the God-Fiend Sea to get the old turtle out, but he dropped the idea after hearing what Zhou Jingjing said. He roughly knew that the God-Fiend Sea should be a place where demons were sealed. There might be a peerless seal there that sealed countless demons. From the beginning, Han Fei had felt that the old turtle was not simple. When the old turtle appeared, if it weren't for the little calabash, he would have been invincible. Even though he had lost a lot of memories, the old turtle could still unleash the extraordinary power of the sky-opening realm with just a wisp of his soul. It could be seen that this old man was definitely not weak. Although the old turtle couldn't answer a lot of his questions, it was said that this old guy had lived for millions of years. Han Fei thought that he was at least a star transformation realm powerhouse. When Zhang Daqian set off, Han Fei had synchronized information with him. He had thought that there was a way in the chaotic wasteland through the god fiend sea to reach the infinite mining area. However, that wasn't the case. Zhang Daqian's route was along the edge of the Godfiend Sea. Few people paid attention to this route, which could lead him to the border between the Sea of Gods and the infinite mining area. According to the information of Zhang Daqian, the mining area occupied by the City of Scavengers was relatively close to the Godfiend Sea. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Follow me on this road. Let's walk close to the edge of the Godfiend Sea. 1 year later. Because Han Fei and the others were leading the people of the giant whale fortress cultivating along the way, their speed inevitably slowed down, even slower than Zhang Daqian and the others. Finally, one day a year later. Suddenly, the old turtle woke up. The old turtle said, Han Fei, have you reached the Godfiend Sea? You must have, right? Han Fei was surprised. How do you know? Indeed, according to the itinerary, they would reach the Godfiend Sea tomorrow, and it would take about 3 months to bypass this place. The old turtle said, I sensed it. I sensed my body's call to me. Definitely. It can't be wrong. Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. The old turtle was probably separated from his original body by countless seals. How could he sense it? Han Fei said, don't be excited. We are indeed going to the Godfiend Sea. Indeed, but whether or not to go in depends on the situation. The old turtle was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Yes, we can't go in casually. It's very likely that we won't be able to get out. From what I remember, there seem to be many demons sealed inside. Alas, who sealed them? Anyway, there are all kinds of demons suppressed inside. We have to study slowly to see if we can break the seal from the outside. Han Fei sneered. You're not the original body. With your current strength, you want to break the seal from the outside? Dream on. However, the old turtle said, I can offer sacrifices. Since I can sense my original body can also sense me. As long as I make a sacrifice, I can be replenished. Not only can I grow quickly, but I can also obtain a lot of memories. Huh? You can do that? Han Fei's heart stirred. In that case, he could give it a try. If the old turtle's original body could fuse with this remnant soul through sacrifice, he might be able to obtain a lot of information about the Godfiend Sea. In this way, he would know a lot more about the Godfiend Sea. Han Fei was in a good mood. Okay. I'll take you there in 3 or 5 days. At most. The next day. When Han Fei and the others saw black clouds that spread from the sky to the sea, he saw a strange apocalyptic scene where the sea and the sky were connected. It was like the scene before a super hurricane, when black clouds pressed down on the city and enveloped everything. Walking here, Han Fei felt that the spiritual energy in his body was flowing away. The seawater here was flowing towards the place enveloped by the black clouds. All of a sudden, 11 dark chains popped out of the black clouds and whipped Han Fei and the others like divine whips. Yes, because at that moment, Han Fei and the others did something at the same time, which was to try to investigate the black cloud with their perception. However, the moment his perception touched the black cloud, dark chains broke through the void and whipped at Han Fei and the others. Zhou Jingjing suddenly exclaimed, it's the legendary divine chain of death. Not good. Retreat. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei suddenly jumped up and slashed across the sky, instantly severing 10 perceptions. At the moment the perceptions shattered, the chains turned into nothingness in midair. Pfft! Everyone vomited blood and suffered a backlash. Ingwe shouted, "Be careful, Master Human Emperor." Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yu, and the others all looked at Han Fei in shock. Yes. Han Fei had severed other people's perceptions, but not his own. He flew into the air and grabbed the dark chains with one hand. This scene was like a collision between immortals and demons. At that moment, when he clasped the dark chains with a huge void hand, he felt that his power was flying away as if it was being absorbed by the chain. He felt that he was about to be dragged into the God-fiend sea. Buzz! At that moment, Han Fei activated his great Dao, stacked 5 times his comprehensive combat power, and crushed the dark chain. In the rear, Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yu, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew how terrifying the black chain was. Just now, when they were targeted by the chain, they felt that they were going to die and couldn't escape. However, Han Fei was able to break the chain barehand, which showed how powerful he was. However, Han Fei wasn't smug at all, because when the chain was broken, 3 chains broke through the void in a row. Furthermore, void Dao patterns spread in the void and imprinted on the chains in an instant. Han Fei punched out. The star fist technique exploded like a star bloomed. Extremely violent and powerful. However, when he punched out, half of his strength was taken away by the chains. Although the 3 chains exploded at the same time, in the next second, thousands of black chains swept towards Han Fei through the darkness. Han Fei roared, "Everybody, retreat!" Seeing this scene, Zhou Jingjing shouted, "Everyone, return immediately. The trial is terminated." This was the first time they had seen the horror of the God-fiend sea. They were only at the periphery, but they would be chased by these strange chains as long as their perception was detected. More importantly, Zhou Jingjing had heard of the rumor about the divine chain of death, but she didn't expect it to be triggered so easily. "I just perceived it with my soul. Is it necessary? Master Human Emperor." Ingwe and the others tried to come up, but Han Fei stopped them. "Don't come over." Then, a stone hammer appeared in Han Fei's hand. At that moment, everyone felt that their eyes were dazzled as thousands of human emperor phantoms appeared. And the ultimate hammer erupted. Clang, 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 clang. Han Fei fought and retreated at the same time, not daring to be negligent. Finally, when Han Fei retreated to a certain range, the divine chain of death turned into Dao patterns that filled the sky and was absorbed back into the black cloud. "Shoot! Old Yuan, you never said that the God-fiend sea was so dangerous." Han Fei was a little frightened. It was just a test of perception, but the giant whale fortress was almost wiped out. Wasn't this ridiculous? Han Fei immediately shouted, "Everyone, maintain a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers from this black cloud." At this moment, the sledgehammer in Han Fei's hand disappeared. When he looked at the God-fiend sea again, his eyes changed. The old turtle's voice sounded, "Don't be excited. I've never seen what it's like outside the God-fiend sea, let alone know that there will be these Dao pattern chains, but at least we're safe." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been dragged in. Not that Han Fei was bragging, but he was sure that many people were pulled into the God-fiend sea by the chains. Everyone could be curious. When someone saw this magical scene for the first time, they inevitably wanted to see it for themselves. That was why all the sky-opening realm powerhouses, including Han Fei, were affected by the chains. Just now, and no one was spared. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Old Yuan, why don't you make a sacrifice? Here? After the sacrifice, we can quickly cross the God-Fiend Sea. It's unrealistic for me to go there now. I haven't even saved the human race. I can't be trapped in this damn place. The old turtle said, I know. It's indeed a little scary. However, I don't feel an obvious connection with my body here. We may have to walk around for a while. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Turning his head, Han Fei said to Zhou Jingjing, ask everyone to return to the giant whale fortress, stop the trial, and prepare to go forward at full speed. Bypass the God-Fiend Sea as soon as possible. Yes, Master Human Emperor. While everyone was returning in a hurry, some sea establishers had already seen the scene of Han Fei's dark chains fighting. Although they had tried their best to remain calm, they were still shocked. As for the human powerhouses, they were extremely proud. Although they still didn't know Han Fei's true strength, they had more or less estimated it. In their hearts, Han Fei's strength was on the same level as Zhao Honghuang's. They were more willing to believe that Han Fei was even stronger. After all, Han Fei was the first to lead the human race to fight against the City of Scavengers. Some people even firmly believed that Han Fei was a monarch. Han Fei inexplicably collected another wave of power of faith, but he didn't pay much attention to it. This time, he only rushed with Zhou Jingjing. After walking around the God-Fiend Sea, Han Fei found that there were no great dangers here, but there were too many of a kind of algae plant called the demon tide. Some of these plants were even enhanced with Tao patterns. The closer the demon tide was to the Black Sea of Clouds and the God-Fiend Sea, the stronger its power, the higher its level. However, in terms of danger, it was actually only a little dangerous for sea establishers. As for other dangers, although there were no dangers around the God-Fiend Sea, there were no treasures, such as mineral veins, spiritual fruits, ground veins, or spiritual springs. There was nothing here. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the most barren place in the sea. Han Fei estimated that even pirates were unwilling to come here to take a look. 2 months later, Han Fei, who was sitting on the giant whale, suddenly opened his eyes. The old turtle said, it's here. I feel that the summoning from my original body is the strongest here. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He suddenly stood up and looked at Zhou Jingjing, who was a little puzzled. Go 5 million kilometers away and wait for me. Zhou Jingjing didn't know what was going on. Thinking that Han Fei might have found something wrong, she just glanced at the God-Fiend Sea and continued forward without asking much. After confirming that Zhou Jingjing couldn't see him, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and an old turtle appeared beside Han Fei. The lifespan of a turtle was beyond imagination. The body that old Yuan had possessed was still young after being cleansed by Han Fei's origin star. When the old turtle's soul entered this body, his strength had even reached the edge of the star transformation. All these years, the old turtle didn't cultivate, because this body couldn't carry his growth, so he had been sleeping. At this moment, the old turtle took a deep breath and said, Han Fei, I'm going to sacrifice my body as a bridge, to establish a connection with my original body. Perhaps I'll only have my soul left again. Han Fei shrugged and said, anyway, this body is no longer useful to you. It's already extraordinary that it can help you reach the sky-opening realm. The old turtle nodded. In the next moment, it ignored Han Fei. Countless complicated Tao patterns of heaven and earth appeared on his back, and he turned into a giant turtle. 128 Tao patterns appeared on his back, head, limbs, and other corners of his body in a row. Han Fei saw that the old turtle's soul left his body and then began to distort. After about 300 seconds, Han Fei suddenly saw that the old turtle's soul began to become stronger at a visible speed. Endless black fog escaped from the old turtle's soul, and a ferocious aura bloomed here. Suddenly, the old turtle's soul condensed into a black fog turtle shadow, and his body in the sky-opening realm was corroded by an invisible force. At that moment, his soul opened its eyes, and Han Fei seemed to see a ferocious turtle wrapped in black flames in the boundless darkness through a pair of turtle eyes. Is this old Yuan's original body? At that moment, Han Fei felt as if not knowing the old turtle at all. Fortunately, the unfamiliarity and distance quickly disappeared. Then, Han Fei saw the old turtle wrapped in black smoke tremble. It seemed to open its mouth and say something to him. However, Han Fei couldn't understand the turtle language at all. Fortunately, there were Tao patterns floating in the air, and Han Fei could vaguely see the words that the old turtles wanted to express. What was revealed first was the word demon. Demon? What demon? Then, the character God appeared. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Demon God? Who is the demon God? What's wrong with the demon God? Old Yuan, can we finish talking in one breath? Then, the Tao patterns formed another word, fights. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the old turtle's soul eyes were already a little muddy. The other side seemed to be anxious and trembled crazily. At that moment, Han Fei saw dense black chains appear on the surface of the old turtle in the black flames, binding him. At the last moment, Han Fei saw the last word he wrote with Tao patterns. At. Han Fei still wanted to look, but the old turtle's soul eyes were completely turbid and he couldn't see anything. Demon God fights at. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This sentence's meaning was actually quite obvious. Behind it should be a place where the demon god was fighting. However, why should he tell him where the demon god was fighting? He might have an answer to this question when he had the time to ask eldest, senior brother, and the others. At this moment, the old turtle woke up. Although his body was gone, his soul power had been replenished. It was actually the externalization of a portion of his young soul. Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. A young soul? That was something that could only be cultivated in the late-stage star transformation realm. It meant that the old turtle was at least in the late-stage star transformation realm. However, the old turtle's original body was still trapped in the God-Fiend Sea, and it could transmit information to him with Tao patterns, indicating that the old turtle's young soul was only a part of him. In this case, the old turtle was at least in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. The old turtle suddenly screamed, "No, no! The power of this body is too weak. The replenishment power I can obtain from my original body through the seal of the God-Fiend Sea is too little. Han Fei, I gained a lot of memories this time. Ha ha ha, I'm not an ordinary sky opener. I've reached the perfected star transformation realm." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Ignoring the old turtle, he asked, "Since you can bring out your memories, why did your original body send me a message just now?" "Send you a message?" Han Fei was taken aback for a moment. He suddenly looked at the old turtle and had a suspicion. Old Yuan was probably just a clone. Seeing that Han Fei was looking at him strangely, the old turtle felt that something was wrong. He asked weakly, "What's wrong?" Han Fei looked at Old Yuan with a complicated expression and said, "Old Yuan, do you know about the demon god?" The old turtle was stunned for a moment and then widened his eyes. "How do you know of the existence of the demon god?" Han Fei was lost for words and had an even stronger premonition. Ignoring the old turtle, he asked, "Old Yuan, do you know where the demon god fights?" The old turtle was stunned for a long time. Where the demon god fights? Of course it's. Wait, that's the demon god. I haven't even seen him. How can I know where he fights? Besides, the demon god is a real god. He has fought many battles in his life. Who knows which battle you are asking about? At this time, Han Fei sighed slightly and said, "Old Yuan, you established a connection with your original body. What did you know from it?" The old turtle smiled. "A lot. I found that there are still many soul remnants in my original body. This part of my soul couldn't pass through so many space barriers to reach your small world. This time it can be said that my memories have been replenished a lot. My original body is a strong master in the perfected star transformation realm. The path I took and the technique I practiced turned out to be the Tao of perfect balance. And, the most incredible thing is that I found that I didn't just take a great Tao, so I took a new one. A new Tao? This new Tao seemed to further confirm Han Fei's guess. Han Fei's eyelids twitched as he said, "Old Yuan, then do you know how you were locked into the God Fiend Sea, and which demons are there?" Old Yuan was about to brag, when he suddenly realized that every time some creatures and familiar faces appeared in front of him, he was suddenly suppressed by a certain force. It was as if his mind suddenly stopped after he dreamed a blurry picture, and his mind spontaneously resisted the memory. The old turtle shouted in a low voice, "That's impossible. I remember it clearly. I wanted to tell you just now." The old turtle tried hard to remember, but he couldn't remember anything. However, he remembered the sea realm, cultivation, monarchs, and many other things very clearly. The old turtle said in shock, "There must be some strange power in this God Fiend Sea that blocked my memories, making it impossible for me to remember some things." Han Fei wasn't in a good mood either because the old turtle knew too many things about him. He knew about the demon purification pot, and he was the only person other than Chu Hao who knew about it. However, if the old turtle was a clone, wouldn't the secret be known by the old turtle's original body? Clones and the original body were two different concepts. Just recalling the old turtle's ferocious, brutal, and ruthless personality the first time they met, he could imagine the old turtle's original body's personality. Fortunately, he was now sealed in the God Fiend Sea. Otherwise, God knew what would have happened. At this moment, Han Fei thought about it again. If even a clone could pass through multiple space barriers, would its original body be weak? Thinking of the original body just now, Han Fei suddenly said, "Old Yuan, how do you know that you are a perfected star transformation realm cultivator?" The old turtle happened not to want to recall those memories, so he said, "How can I not know my own strength? Besides, let me tell you, I'm not an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator. My turtle shell is extremely powerful, and you have no idea how strong my path is. It's not that I'm bragging, but I can kill a Tao prover when I was only a sea establisher. The old turtle looked proud and complacent, but he found that Han Fei seemed very calm and didn't seem surprised at all. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you doubt what I said?" Han Fei glanced at the old turtle with a complicated expression and said, "I have no doubt at all. I think you are stronger than you think." The old turtle immediately looked smug. However, what Han Fei said next sent a chill down his spine. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, has it ever occurred to you that you might be a clone?" Han Fei's words stunned the old turtle. He was shocked at first and then said angrily, "Impossible. I'm so powerful and have the bearing of a great monarch. How can I be a clone?" However, Han Fei casually added, "Old Yuan, do you remember that the first time we met, when I asked you questions, you didn't know anything, but you felt that you were an ordinary emperor. Also, at that time, you said that you had staked everything and your entire soul had come over. Only your body was still sealed. But now you suddenly have other souls and your Tao has been connected. Don't you suspect anything?" The old turtle was stunned and then said, "That's impossible. I can cultivate. Have you forgotten? I casually possessed a turtle and cultivated all the way to the sky-opening realm. Isn't this talent strong? Can a clone cultivate?" "A clone is just a clone." Han Fei asked, "You may be an avatar." The old turtle said, "How is that possible? I could even fuse with my body. Just now. I remember many techniques and recall many things." Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, we're old acquaintances. Would you believe me if I said that I saw your original body talking to me secretly?" Swish. At that moment, the old turtle began to tremble inexplicably. He was a little frightened and his voice was trembling. "Han Fei, I warn you. Although I can't beat you now, my soul power is abnormally powerful at this moment. I've already reached the peak level late-stage star transformation realm." The old turtle became uneasy and irritable, trying to avoid Han Fei's question. He was unwilling to believe what Han Fei said. Han Fei heaved a sigh. "Old Yuan, we're master and servant. Do you think I'll lie to you? Just now, your original body said some words to me, which was that the demon god fights at. I don't know where he fights, but someone will definitely know. Therefore, I'll find out sooner or later. The question is, do you still want to find your original body?" The old turtle was stunned by Han Fei's question. If what Han Fei said was true, that would be horrible. He couldn't believe it himself. After a moment of silence, the old turtle suddenly asked, "Are you going to the infinite mining area?" Han Fei nodded. "That's right. Let's go to the infinite mining area first. I'm afraid that we won't be able to get out after entering the God-Fiend Sea." The old turtle said, "Then let's go to the infinite mining area first." As far as I remember, the infinite mining area has existed for a long time. Millions of years ago, this place had already been a very dangerous place. But at that time, 70 to 80% of the infinite mining area had definitely been explored. But now, only 30% of the area has been explored. It can only mean that the current sea realm is too weak. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. 70 to 80%? Are you sure? The old turtle said, "Of course. As I remember, I once found a top mine in the infinite mining area and slept for more than 100,000 years. Then, someone invaded and I was forced to leave. At that time, at least 50% of the infinite mining area had been explored. Although I didn't go back later, I heard that there were frequent battles there, and sometimes even gods were involved. But I know that they were fighting for the treasures in the mining area. But I can be sure that the infinite mining area doesn't just have the divine crystals left behind by the gods. There are ultimate treasures that even the gods want to obtain. As for whether they were taken away by the gods, it's hard to say. Han Fei's eyes glittered. So, you are actually very familiar with the infinite mining area? The old turtle said, yes. Although I often sleep for 10,000 years, it's very important to find a suitable place to sleep. Therefore, I've explored at least 50% of the infinite mining area. Huff. Han Fei immediately took a deep breath. In this case, no matter what, the old turtle knew more about the infinite mining area than all the existing forces. Han Fei's eyes glowed. Old Yuan, were there any restrictions in the infinite mining area back then? After all, it was millions of years ago. It said that now no monarchs will explore the infinite mining area. It said that they might easily die there. The old turtle said, it's normal to die there. There are mutated mine demons in the infinite mining area. You might not know what mutated mine demons are. For example, if a monarch dies in the depths of a mine, the mine there may repair his body and give birth to a new soul body. Then, is this monarch really dead? No, he just lives in another form. Perhaps his soul is still hidden in his body, waiting to be reborn. Really? Han Fei was shocked. Didn't this mean that these mutant mind demons could directly become monarchs? The old turtle snorted. Why not? I suspect that there may be a god-level mine demon deep in the infinite mining area. Of course, normal intelligence won't be able to control a god-level mind demon's body. Therefore, even if there is a god-level mind demon there, his spiritual body might not be enough to control a god's body. Of course, this is not the most terrifying thing. What is terrifying is an extreme situation. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Wasn't this the most terrifying? Han Fei asked, what could be more extreme than this? The old turtle said, of course it's the gods whose souls haven't perished and whose remnant souls are still there. If those mind demons can obtain a god-level body that is compatible with them, it's almost possible for the god to be reborn and return to the position of God. Of course, the probability of this happening is too low. I guess that there shouldn't be any gods in this mining area now, but there might be great monarch-level mind demons. Han Fei didn't think that they should be prepared for the worst. The gods had died? Who had really seen it? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they shouldn't have said that. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, are you very familiar with monarchs? You said that it was difficult to meet a monarch before, but now you're talking about gods? Isn't this leap a little too big? The old turtle found it hard to explain. However, the old turtle looked at Han Fei. What are you going to do with your avatars in the future? Han Fei smiled and said, I'm different from you. You should know that my avatars are separated from my main soul. In a sense, they're not my avatars, but my selves. However, as you know, some avatars are not separated from the main soul. This is what I'm afraid of. Once you're not separated from the main soul, but a consciousness born in a certain way, or a brand new soul after the soul mark is obliterated, once you fuse with your original body, I'm afraid. You will be gone. The old turtle nodded. He didn't dare to take the risk. This was because if the original body separated some soul and created an avatar, there would be a lot of demand on the original body's soul, which would definitely cause his strength to be greatly reduced. This was what Han Fei did back then. When he created Neza, his original body's soul power was greatly reduced. He had to rely on many opportunities to replenish the lost soul power. Han Fei couldn't help sympathizing with the old turtle. This was because if he was an avatar created by the original body's soul, his information would be synchronized with the original body. The two could be completely regarded as one. Unlike now, there was a memory gap between the old turtle and the original body. It seemed that their information couldn't be completely synchronized. Could a person live in the form of young soul? The answer was yes. As long as he cultivated a young soul, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if his body was destroyed, he would still be extremely powerful. Therefore, the old turtle didn't intend to continue sleeping. He had to save himself. An avatar had the fate of an avatar. Although the old turtle didn't want to admit what Han Fei said, if what Han Fei said was true, he felt that he might really be an avatar of someone else, and one that wasn't created with the original body's soul. Once such an avatar fused with the original body, it was equivalent to being gone. It would definitely be dominated by the original body's soul. Even his various memories would become an experience of the original body's soul. However, now that the old turtle had come out, he didn't want to return, so he could only become stronger. The best way to get rid of his original body was to become stronger, so strong that the original body didn't dare to fuse with him. Besides, the old turtle had to create his own body. It was impossible for him to walk his path of cultivation with just the young soul. The Tao of perfect balance, which was a demonic Tao, required a powerful body. The old turtle said, Han Fei, I know you have walked the Tao of balance before. I also suggest you walk the Tao of extreme balance. Do you still remember? The old turtle had been sleeping, unaware that Han Fei had actually felt extreme balance. Upon hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but nod. Then, his heart skipped a beat. Are you saying that you brought out the cultivation method of this Tao of perfect balance? Han Fei never thought that the old turtle's original body would let the old turtle bring this cultivation technique back. Logically speaking, this was impossible. Once the old turtle found out that he was only an avatar, he would definitely think of a way to rebuild his body. As long as he could rebuild his own body, it would be easy for him to break through to the perfected star transformation realm or even prove Tao. Once the old turtle proved Tao, would his original body still have the confidence to fuse with him? The old turtle said, "You've thought of it?" I guessed it too. It's possible that he deliberately stored this cultivation technique in my memories. In this way, I can cultivate in the outside world, become stronger, and even prove Tao. But since he dared to give it to me, he doesn't seem to be afraid of me proving Tao. Therefore, if I am an avatar, my original body might have already been a monarch-level turtle. Han Fei clicked his tongue. You are a young soul body now. Do you know how difficult it is to refine a body comparable to you? The old turtle nodded. I know, but there's actually a chance. There are plenty of treasures in the infinite mining area. I might even be able to find a suitable mine demon. In short, there are many conditions to rebuild my body. In the infinite mining area. Han Fei was astounded to hear that. F***ck, did your original body design this? For you? The old turtle looked solemn. It was very likely. He knew that if you told me about this, I would definitely go to the infinite mining area to find a way to rebuild my body. More importantly, as far as I remember, this matter wasn't difficult. Han Fei suddenly said, then let's play it by ear. But teach me the Tao of perfect balance first. Let me see how perfect it can be. Although Han Fei had thought of entering the God-Fiend Sea to find this cultivation method, after experiencing the horror of the God-Fiend Sea, he gave up this idea for the time being. He felt that maybe he wasn't in a hurry. When he became stronger, he could find a way to study this Tao of perfect balance. But now that the old turtle had coincidentally brought out this cultivation method, how could he not want it? Han Fei immediately said, I know what you mean. But you have to take it one step at a time. If this cultivation method is indeed what I want, give it to me, and I'll make a decent body for you on this trip. The old turtle knew Han Fei too well. This guy was a real genius. From a small world to the raging sea and then to the sea realm, he grew too fast and had great potential. The old turtle didn't hide it. He said, before I teach you this cultivation method, there's something I have to tell you clearly. That is, anyone who cultivates this Tao of perfect balance is collectively called a demon. Outsiders treat demonic cultivators the same as they treat extreme Taoists, or even worse. Han Fei had already known the news, so he waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. Do you think I'll be afraid of becoming a demon? Not to mention that Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus were on this path. He had never felt that the double spiritual heritage in his body was of much use, but when Han Fei heard that there was the Tao of perfect balance, he knew that he might embark on this path one day. This was because this path was too strong, so strong that Han Fei didn't care if it was demonic or not. Besides, if the supreme divine technique of the human race could be cultivated with the Tao of perfect balance, it meant that he had instantly broken the stalemate of the star-devouring technique. Seeing the zeal in Han Fei's eyes, the old turtle knew that Han Fei really didn't care. Besides, Han Fei had never been a good person. Except for the fact that he had to treat the human race well, he looked like a demon in every aspect. Because of the trust they had built up on each other over the years, the old turtle didn't hold back. He shouted, don't resist. Accept a drop of my soul heritage. Because Han Fei's young soul was no weaker than the old turtle's, he immediately received a lot of information when the wisp of spiritual sense entered the center of his eyebrows. In the end, the information gathered and formed a brand new cultivation technique in his mind. God-Fiend formless technique, sky opening, divine quality. Introduction. This is a technique for the myriad races that pursues the ultimate and perfect balance. This technique is suitable for all races and can be compatible with all kinds of great Taos. Cultivating this technique can make the soul and body cultivate at the same time and evolve in the same body. They can fuse with each other, entangle with each other, and transform into each other to achieve the perfect balance of the soul and body. However, this cultivation technique is too abnormal and contradicts the will of the heavens. All races are born with one spiritual heritage and can't cultivate both the soul and the body. Therefore, cultivating this technique can easily cause a drastic change in temperament, body, and soul. It's even possible for the cultivator to completely become a demonic creature. This technique is not on the technique list of the Infinite Ocean. Deduced technique, demon god body. Spiritual energy consumed for deduction, 1 million points of immortal chi. Effect, a perfect balance between the soul and the physique, perfectly compatible with the Tao of heaven, transforms into the heavenly Tao, and takes it as one's true self. Disadvantage 1, it perfectly conforms to the heavenly Tao. When in a pass, you will definitely suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Disadvantage 2, all races are born with one spiritual heritage, which can't accommodate dual techniques. If you cultivate this technique, it's very easy for you to mutate and fall into the demonic Tao. Note 1, to cultivate this technique, you must have an extremely powerful spiritual will. Otherwise, you will definitely fall into the demonic Tao. Note 2, the creator of this technique is both a god and a demon. Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath when he got a preliminary understanding of the God-Fiend formless technique. Sure enough, there were many drawbacks to a real ultra-quality technique. The biggest problem with this technique was actually the fact that everyone was born with one spiritual heritage, making it impossible for the soul and body to cultivate in the same spiritual heritage. As for the backlash of the heavenly Tao, Han Fei didn't care much about it. It was already very dangerous to prove Tao. In fact, whether it was establishing the sea, opening the sky, or proving Tao, the heavenly tribulation one experienced was the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Whether it was a backlash or a test, there was no difference. At most, the heavenly tribulation, caused by the God-Fiend formless technique, was stronger. After seeing the information about the God-Fiend formless technique and seeing that this technique could still be deduced, Han Fei was tempted. Although a million points of immortal chi was a lot, for techniques, sometimes it was not. The higher the level, the better. In the sky-opening realm, the sky-opening realm technique was actually the most suitable for him. After Han Fei pondered about the specific cultivation method, he was even more shocked. The cultivation method had a unique adaptability. As a fast cultivation method, it warned him to clear the operation trajectory of the cultivation method and slowly figure it out. This also told Han Fei that it was not yet the time to deduce into the demon god body. If he couldn't even withstand the God-Fiend formless technique, he would be courting death if he touched the demon god body. While Han Fei was thinking about the God-Fiend formless technique, he suddenly felt a wave of power. This power wave came too quickly, and he suddenly looked in the direction of the giant whale fortress. Huh? Who would come to this place to hunt? Old Yuan, let's go. Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yu, and the others were waiting for Han Fei. Although they didn't know what Han Fei was going to do, he obviously didn't want them to know. However, not long after they stopped, suddenly, a void-breaking shuttle flashed over. Before Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yu, and the others could react, someone laughed. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter a sea monster fortress here. The ignorant are truly fearless. In fact, there were only 5 people in the void-breaking shuttle. However, these 5 people were not weak. Among them, there was a peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator, and the other 4 were all late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouses. In an instant, 2 of them charged at Zhou Jingjing and the others. Hong Yu shouted in a low voice, "Yingyue, retreat." Yingyu and the others had just opened the sky and their realms weren't stable, so it was impossible for them to resist these people. But he was different. After cultivating for many years, although he had just opened the sky, his strength and physique were extraordinary. Even a late-stage star transformation powerhouse probably wouldn't dare to say that he could kill him with one strike. However, in the face of that person, in an instant, Han Yu's body was pierced through and half of his body exploded. Zhou Jingjing's realm was higher than Han Yu's, and Han Fei had also bestowed a great technique on her. In the blink of an eye, she exchanged injuries with her opponent, and they were evenly matched. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Jingjing summoned the Blood Fiend puppet. The appearance of the Blood Fiend made the other two late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who were trying to kill her retreat. She shouted, "Whoever dares to take another step will be killed." Humph. These people who had suddenly rushed over had thought that they could take down Zhou Jingjing and the others in a single clash. But who would have expected that Zhou Jingjing and the others' strength was not as weak as they thought? They were a little careless. Otherwise, if they had attacked with all their strength at the beginning, things might not have been so troublesome. This peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator stared at the Blood Fiend puppet for a moment before sneering. A puppet, even if it was in the perfected star transformation realm when it was alive, can't really exert the combat power of the perfected star transformation realm. Now, I'll give you a chance. Hand over all the resources you have, the sea monster fortress, and your soul and essence blood, and announce that you have joined our Black Wind pirates. Then I'll spare your lives. Han Yu snorted coldly. What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask us to pledge loyalty to you? I'm afraid you just want to die. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse grinned and sneered. Oh? A guy who hasn't even entered the star transformation realm dares to be arrogant with me? Why don't you ask around? Our Black Wind pirates are very famous. After that, he shouted, "Brothers, I'll contain this puppet. Leave this woman and this man and kill the others all." Bang! 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 Knock, knock, knock. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse really dared to stop the Blood Fiend alone. Holding two axes, his body was filled with monstrous blood chi, and he actually cut open the river of murderous aura. On the other side, the four powerhouses in the late-stage star transformation realm kept attacking. This time even Zhou Jingjing was sent flying. These people were full of killing intent, which stunned Han Yu and the others. In just one clash, 3 human powerhouses were pierced through, and Han Yu was almost crippled. While Han Yu and the others were shocked, these people were actually shocked too, because they found that these people's physiques were unimaginably strong. When they just opened the sky, their physique was probably not even 50% of these people's. It was precisely because of this that no one died at the moment they attacked. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse had thought that it was only a matter of time for him to win. However, just a second later, just as Yue and the others were about to be killed, a figure suddenly appeared here and stood in front of Yue. This person actually blocked this blow with his body. When he came back to his senses, Han Fei pointed his finger and the head of the late-stage star transformation realm cultivator exploded and his star bead shattered. He didn't even have the chance to resist. The moment Han Fei appeared and killed someone, the members of the Black Wind pirates immediately retreated, preparing to escape. Stunned, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse hadn't started running yet when he was locked onto by a terrifying fist mark. As a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, he was not afraid of battle, but he had never seen such a terrifying fist mark. The power was as if he was hit by an exploding star. His hands tried to resist, but his arms were melted by the punch. Even his flesh and blood exploded under the punch. At that moment, in order to survive, this person unleashed the full power of the star bead between his eyebrows. It was all the power he could use in his origin star. With this blow, this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse managed to resist one of Han Fei's star fists. When this person came back to his senses, he found that the other three were already lying flat and their souls had been annihilated. This peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was shocked. F*CK, isn't it just an ordinary sea monster fortress? How can there be such a terrifying powerhouse in this damn place? The tables had instantly turned. This made Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yu, and the others realize that there was an insurmountable gap between them and Han Fei. An extremely powerful existence in their eyes couldn't even resist a blow of Han Fei. He almost killed the five in an instant. Especially the punch that Han Fei threw out just now, the extremely explosive power was really like the explosion of stars, making them terrified. How could there be such a terrifying technique in this world? At this moment, Han Fei put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "You are the first person who dares to rob and kill my men. Now, give me a reason not to kill you." After that, Han Fei stared at this person. This person was still in his skeletal state. His flesh and blood had just been annihilated by Han Fei's punch, and even his soul had been seriously injured. While recovering his flesh and blood, this person cupped his fists at Han Fei in the posture of a puppet. "My lord, please spare my life for the sake of the Black Wind Pirates. I'm willing to give you a mid-quality godly weapon, a low-quality godly weapon, and 300,000 kilometers of resources as compensation." His words were quite unyielding and bandit-like, as if he felt that a loss was a loss, and now that he lost, he would just spend money to ransom himself. Of course, he was still looking forward to something. Oh? Han Fei couldn't help but look surprised. Were the people here so rich? It was not the 300,000 kilometers of resources, but that this guy had two godly weapons. And this was just a random pirate team. What if it was the entire pirate group? Han Fei looked at the shuttle-shaped thing that looked like a flying boat. It didn't seem bad. After reading the information, Han Fei learned that it could unleash a terrifying speed 10 times the speed of light. It must be noted that this speed was not something that could be achieved easily. To put it bluntly, the void-breaking shuttle was as valuable as a mid-quality godly weapon, or even better. Besides, this thing could be driven with immortal chi, which was very convenient. Han Fei suddenly grinned and said, "Thank you very much for the information you provided. But since your brothers have gone ahead of you, you should go with them." The man raised his head. "I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences of killing me." Heh. Han Fei sneered and grabbed at the air with one hand, directly depriving this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse of his consciousness. When Han Fei appeared beside him, he cast the void lines out and took back 2 battle axes and a battle suit. These were the godly weapons he mentioned. With a thought, Han Fei could easily sever the connection between the godly weapons. And this person? Han Fei looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Li Tong, who was behind. Zhou Jingjing. Han Fei said, Li Tong, you're the only one here who uses axes. This pair of mid-quality godly weapons are for you. I see that your strength has stopped recently, so I think it's time for you to upgrade. You'd better open up your origin sea as soon as possible and prepare to transform it into a star. I'll get you a star core then. Li Tong was flattered. It was a mid-quality godly weapon, and a whole set. He never expected it to fall into his hands. At that moment, Li Tong was so excited that his voice was trembling. Thank you, Master Human Emperor. I won't let you down. I actually want to improve my bloodline before I transform my origin sea into a star. I will definitely enter the star transformation realm in 10 years at most. Han Fei's heart stirred. Huh? It's fine. Come to my origin star later. After that, Han Fei looked around and said, Everyone, you are my first batch of followers. I won't hide some things from you. The great Tao of time is also one of my great Taos. Those who need time acceleration can tell me and enter my origin sea to cultivate. I can provide you with 100 times the time acceleration. If Han Fei wanted to quickly build a super force of his own, he couldn't take the ordinary path. Otherwise, the cultivation of a strong master would take thousands of years. Even for the children of the big clans who had enough resources, it would take hundreds of years to build a strong master. However, if it was 100 times faster, how terrifying would it be? Anyway, Zhou Jingjing and Yingyue were dumbfounded. Hong Yu suddenly realized why Han Fei rose so rapidly, which probably had something to do with the great Tao of time. Then, Han Fei put away the low-quality godly weapon-level battle suit and said casually, You don't need this thing. Han Fei continued, From now on, we have encountered pirates from the infinite mining areas. I saw the battle just now, and I believe you felt it too. Zhou Jingjing, what do you think of it? Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath. They're very strong. Han Fei asked, In what ways do you think they are strong? Zhou Jingjing originally wanted to say that it was the realm, but at the moment of the clash just now, she clearly felt the other party's strong desire to fight. They were so ferocious and murderous that she was suppressed to the point where she didn't know how to use many great techniques. Zhou Jingjing frowned. It's fighting intent. Han Fei snorted. It's momentum. You are hunters in the wilderness, so you should be like this. And you, Yingyue, you distinguished yourself from countless people and fought your way out of the city of scavengers. Why, faced with these few pirates, your momentum was suppressed and you lost your cool. Have you used the great technique I gave you? If you had used it, with your physique, how could you have been injured so badly? Although I have never been to the infinite mining area, I know the general situation there. The people in the infinite mining area are probably comparable to the strong masters in the Sky Crater world. Let me ask you, they dare to risk their lives, but do you dare? Hong Yu, Yingyue, Zhou Jingjing, and the others blushed after hearing Han Fei's words. They were all shocked by what Han Fei said. They knew that proving Tao was still very far away, but who didn't want to prove Tao after cultivating to the sky-opening realm? Yingyue and the others were ashamed. Those people were indeed strong, but in fact, only Hong Yu and Zhou Jingjing's performance was not bad. However, that was indeed their first battle of the sky-opening realm. At that moment, they were indeed flustered. Just as Han Fei said, they didn't exert their true strength. At this moment, Han Fei said, "On this trip to the infinite mining area, I can guarantee you enough resources to help you solve any unfair and unstoppable opponents. However, this doesn't mean that you can survive. At least, in your current state, I don't think you can survive." After teaching them a lesson, Han Fei said coldly, "Now, I'll give you another chance. From this person's memories, I found a stronghold of the Black Wind pirates. They have 1 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, 5 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, 12 early-stage star transformation realm cultivators, 83 peak-level sea establishers, and 102 other sea establishers. This should be an exploration team of the Black Wind pirates. They specialize in hunting down some lone passers-by who try to sneak into the infinite mining area. These people, except for the peak-level late stage star transformation realm cultivator, are all yours." Outside the Godfiend Sea, a big ship cut through the thorns and rushed all the way to the edge of the Godfiend Sea. On this ship, there were 1 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, 5 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, 12 early-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and early stage sky-opening realm cultivators. Chen Tang was sitting upright and cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and grabbed 5 broken life tablets. Hiss. Not good. They had heard that recently, there might be people from the chaotic wasteland heading to the infinite mining area, and it was very likely that they would leave from the periphery of the Godfiend Sea. In fact, during these days, Chen Tang did see traces of shining stars, but he thought that the other party was not very strong and old Lu should be able to solve it alone. But now it seemed that old Lu and the others had only been away for less than 2 hours, but they had all died at this moment. This meant that the other party was very strong, and it was very likely that there was a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse guarding them. Chen Tang suddenly rose and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Everyone, enter my origin sea and put away the ship." In fact, pirates nowadays didn't use ships. The people on the ship weren't with the advance team because they had underestimated Han Fei's team from the beginning. Furthermore, the people in the advance team saw that Zhou Jingjing and the others were weak, so they wanted to take the initiative to attack and directly take them down. However, they didn't expect that behind Zhou Jingjing and the others, there was someone like Han Fei. For a moment, everyone on the ship was a little panicked. Usually, Captain Chen Tang would only react like this when he encountered a strong enemy. And, judging from his reaction, this enemy seemed to be very strong. Therefore, they entered Chen Tang's origin sea as soon as possible. If anything happened, they had to run. In a damn place like the infinite mining area, they couldn't be reckless unless they could. Otherwise, they would lose their lives in vain. After Chen Tang collected everybody and the big ship, he took out a void braking shuttle and left. As he ran, Chen Tang was still scared. Fortunately, it was only a small advance team that went to investigate. Otherwise, they would have been completely wiped out. Sure enough, even if it wasn't in the infinite mining area, the people near the Godfiend Sea couldn't be underestimated. However, the other party probably couldn't catch up with them. After all, they ran very fast. He had to turn to his boss for help for this kind of enemy. The other party didn't have many people. If he could snipe them, he might gain a lot. More than 6 hours later. Huff. In the void, a void-breaking shuttle broke through the void and flew out. Chen Tang took a long breath of relief. He had run for more than 6 hours and had consumed a lot of immortal qi. At such a long distance, even a god wouldn't be able to find him. Making sure that he was safe now, Chen Tang flew towards the black wind. Pirates alone. This time they were a little far away. It might take him 2 days to return to the Black Wind pirates. Yes. I'll just tell boss that we encountered a powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm and were really no match for him. Alas, old Liu. Don't blame me. You had died too quickly. I wouldn't have dared to stay there. Suddenly, Chen Tang immediately felt a chill down his spine. Even though he had subconsciously reacted, in the next second, a knife light brushed past him and one of his arms was crushed into powder. Buzz. At that moment, Chen Tang roared, a low-quality godly weapon-level battle suit appeared on his body, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Bang! Chen Tang felt as if he was hit by a big star and flew back at an ultralight speed. In midair, Chen Tang threw out a jade slip, where his peak strike was hidden. When he came back to his senses, he saw a young man crushing the sword light of his peak strike with one hand and slashing at him with the other. Chen Tang's heart did a flip. Although this person was powerful, he wasn't strong enough to kill him instantly. He felt that he had just been ambushed. As long as he withstood this blow, he would no longer be at the disadvantage. At that moment, the center of his eyebrows flashed, and the star bead shot out of his body, and a beam of light slashed at Han Fei. Han Fei clenched his fist and blasted out a dazzling fist light. Even the sky and the earth lost color. He actually withstood the full blow of his star bead head on. How is that possible? Chen Tang was shocked. The full-strength attack from his star bead had definitely reached the perfected star transformation realm, or even exceeded it, but it was blocked by the opponent's punch. Waves surged and a voice sounded leisurely in the void, "You Black Wind pirates provoked us first. It's not too much for me to come to you, right?" Han Fei stood in the void and looked down disdainfully. "Let your people out. If your people win, I'll let you go." Then, figures appeared beside Han Fei, and Hong Yu, Zhou Jingjing, and the others appeared behind him. Chen Tang took a look. What the hell is this? What is this person doing? Training his men with my soldiers? But the strongest one is only in the star transformation realm. However, no matter what happened to the others, he knew that Han Fei was unbelievably strong. So, Chen Tang vomited a mouthful of blood and admitted defeat. "Fellow Daoist, there's still room for negotiation. The Black Wind pirates are willing to compensate." Han Fei sneered. "Did you not understand what I said? I'm telling you to let your men out. If you win, I'll let you go." Chen Tang's expression changed drastically. "Really?" Han Fei, "Yes." Chen Tang wasn't sure whether what Han Fei said was true or not, but he had no choice now. The blow just now made his internal organs roll and his strength was slightly damaged. He had to buy some time. Chen Tang said, "Okay. As you wish." Buzz. Chen Tang led his men out, including a group of sky openers and a large group of sea establishers. Chen Tang said, "You, spar a few rounds with these fellow Taoists." These people were dumbfounded and didn't know what happened. But they knew that this might have something to do with Chen Tang's escape. At this moment, they didn't dare to be negligent. They focused their eyes and found that the other party was so weak. Zhou Jingjing and the others all gasped, knowing that it was time to prove their value. Hong Yu said to everyone via voice transmission, "Don't forget that you have many kinds of techniques that others can't imagine. Don't underestimate your strength. Don't retreat even if you die." After all, Hong Yu used to be the master of the Mad Corpse world. He was not afraid of a life-and-death battle. What he was afraid of was a meaningless battle. Chen Tang thought that this person seemed to want to use them as whetstones to sharpen his knives. However, this person's knives were not very good. What if they accidentally broke? He said, "Fellow Taoist, since you only have 10 sky openers, our late stage star transformation realm cultivators don't have to fight, okay?" Han Fei smiled. "Don't. You're mistaken. It's 11. At this moment, the old turtle's young soul appeared beside Han Fei. However, even Hong Yu was surprised. He had never seen this person before. Where did Han Fei find him? Upon seeing this, Chen Tang's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, "Young soul?" Han Fei grinned and said, "I forgot to tell you that you're going to participate in the battle too." This was proposed by the old turtle, because he didn't know the specific limits of his current combat power. It was probably very strong, so he wanted to test it out with someone. As for the sea establishers, Han Fei didn't plan to take action now. These people were all spoils of war. Didn't the giant whale fortress and the human race need to gain experience? Then they could use these people to gain experience. Suddenly, Han Fei remembered that there seemed to be more than 100 sea establishers in Taiping's origin sea. But those people were all real strong masters. He estimated that the people of the giant whale fortress would have to fight them 5 against 1 or even 10 against 1. Otherwise, they would probably be killed. The old turtle appeared, chuckled wickedly, pointed at Chen Tang and the 5 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, saying, "The 6 of you, come at me together." Chen Tang knew that it was not good. Those who had cultivated a young soul were not weak, which meant that the other party's soul power was especially strong. The only thing he could do now was to stall for time and wait for his commander to save him. If he had to be a whetstone, so be it. As long as he could hold on for 2 days, someone would definitely come to save them. On this side, the battle was about to start. Hong Yu took the lead to attack. Covered in heavenly fire, Hong Yu turned into a fiery god of war, which was a divine quality technique bestowed by Han Fei. With this heavenly fire body, plus the combat skills he had mastered in the first place, he was very powerful. After a few clashes, he condensed a wisp of sword essence with flames. After only a clash with an early-stage sky-opening realm powerhouse, most of Hong Yu's body was pierced through, but the other party's body was filled with the sword essence and exploded. Unable to see through the enemy's soul mark, Hong Yu could only corrode the void with corpse energy and seal the enemy's soul. The seemingly simple battle was actually thrilling at that moment. If Hong Yu hadn't been much sturdier than that person, it was still unknown who would have won. Han Fei's heart did a flip when he saw this scene. Hong Yu's combat power was not bad. If he taught him the living dead puppet technique, his combat power would definitely improve greatly. On the other side, Zhou Jingjing was talented in the first place. Han Fei had given her a lot of techniques. At this moment, she was fighting fiercely with a star transformation realm powerhouse. The other party seemed to know that he would die anyway, so he just tried to drag Zhou Jingjing to die with him. Therefore, the other party transformed his soul into a knife. Zhou Jingjing was horrified. The other party was determined to die. She knew that if she backed off, her soul would probably be pierced through by the other party. Ah! For a moment, there seemed to be the sound of a whale ringing in his ears. Zhou Jingjing instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and spewed out an arrow that contained rich soul power. Bang! Both of them were almost heavily wounded. Zhou Jingjing was slightly better off. There seemed to be a layer of willpower surrounding her body, and the soul of the person opposite her had already dissipated and he had turned into a living dead. On the contrary, Yue and the others were actually in a better situation than Zhou Jingjing. They were 1 in a million strong masters in the city of scavengers. They had survived the oppression of the 10,000 scale race and survived countless trials. Therefore, to Han Fei's surprise, even Chu Lingyu, who was the weakest, unleashed the sky-splitting technique and killed her opponent unscathed. The others were the same. Perhaps stimulated by Han Fei, they finally showed their strength this time. With the advantage of the purity mystic body and the many divine quality techniques given by Han Fei, it would be strange if they lost. 25-24 Advance to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. It could be said that Hong Yu and Zhou Jingjing were having a life-and-death collision with their enemies. Having been scolded by Han Fei before, everyone was holding their breath at this moment, so as soon as the battle started, they went up to fight desperately and didn't hesitate to use their killer moves at all. Of course, it was not a complete victory. On Wang Su's side, his opponent was very strong and had a strange great Dao, exceeding Wang Su's strength. Fortunately, the opponent hadn't entered the star transformation realm yet, so although he beat Wang Su, he couldn't kill him immediately. After that, Hong Yu, Zhou Jingjing, and the others surrounded and killed the opponents. As for the old turtle, he actually triggered the enemy's inner demon and used a great technique to attack the soul, easily killing all the opponents in the late-stage star transformation realm. Even Chen Tang was dying. Chen Tang hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Daoist, let's talk nicely. I know a lot of secrets. I have resources. Bang. Before he finished speaking, his soul sea suddenly suffered an unknown impact and exploded. The old turtle looked back at Han Fei. Han Fei, I'm very powerful. My young soul is probably comparable to the perfected star transformation realm. When the old turtle attacked, Han Fei saw that this guy was indeed very strong. The strength of his soul was probably comparable to his. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. It seemed that the old turtle must be in the perfected star transformation realm. It was just that he didn't have a body, so his realm seemed a bit low. Once he found a body and embarked on the Tao of perfect balance again, his strength would probably double. Then, the old turtle said, Han Fei, I understand. I'm very strong. If I can rebuild my body, it's not impossible for me to prove Tao. The more the old turtle said so, the more Han Fei felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Because the old turtle sacrificed his body and fused with his original body, he suddenly became so strong? Wait, fuse with his original body. Han Fei was shocked. Could it be that the soul of the old turtle's original body had replaced the real old turtle? However, looking at the old turtle's expression, Han Fei didn't think so. Besides, the old turtle's original body gave off a very oppressive and powerful feeling. More importantly, being trapped by so many chains, he probably couldn't let his soul out, right? Otherwise, his own strength would weaken. If Han Fei couldn't save him, it would be even more impossible for him to save himself. When all the sky-opening realm powerhouses of the Black Wind pirates perished, the remaining sea establishers were all dumbfounded. This was because Han Fei and his men fought very fast, directly, and brutally. So many sky-opening realm powerhouses had died on Han Fei's side, except for a group of people who seemed to have suffered some injuries of varying degrees. At least they were still alive. Han Fei raised his hand, and the chains of holy light circulated on Hong Yu, Zhou Jing, and the others, and connected. Everyone's injuries were recovering at a visible speed. Han Fei said, Jing, throw these sea establishers into the giant whale fortress as sparring partners. If they surrender and follow us wholeheartedly, in 3 months, keep them. Otherwise, kill them. Zhou Jing subconsciously shivered and nodded quickly. Yes. Now, having seen Han Fei attack again and again, Zhou Jing had already developed an instinctive fear towards him. She realized that Han Fei was not only very strong, but also very ruthless. There were more than 100 sea establishers here, and he decided their fate without batting an eye. However, she had also heard that Han Fei had killed more than 60,000 sea establishers and a dozen sky openers in one go, so she was very afraid of Han Fei's bloodthirsty personality now. Han Fei reached out and picked up the corpses of the sky openers. In an instant, more than 10 of his clones pierced through some spatial nodes and entered. If you were strong enough, you could see through the other party's soul. Although these people were killed, including Hong Yu and Zhou Jing, they could only obliterate the other party's soul through soul techniques. However, they couldn't find the other party's soul mark, so they couldn't erase the connection between these people's soul mark and their origin seas. After only a moment, Han Fei's multiple clones came out. At this time, Han Fei brought out a lot of resources, treasures, techniques, materials, etc. When the clones were combined, 17 sets of resources floated in front of Han Fei, totaling 450,000 kilometers, 2 low-quality godly weapons, 2 ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and 67 weapons of other levels. Those who hadn't entered the star transformation realm were drained of their vitality by Han Fei and fed to him. And these ordinary resources, and all the sea-quelling bizarre treasures, were all given to Zhou Jing. Han Fei said unconcernedly, keep them for now. Reward them to those who can. Beat 10 captives of the Black Wind pirates alone. As for ordinary resources, they will be evenly distributed to those below the sea establishment realm. However, from today on, tell all sea establishers that the day when they get resources for free is over. In the future, more and more sea establishers will be arrested, and they will need to carry out a large number of sea establishment realm battles. At that time, they'll get resources according to their combat results. Zhou Jing sighed slightly. Yes. Although she knew that doing so might cause a large number of people to die in the giant whale fortress, she knew that Han Fei was right. Everyone needed to be trained. The giant whale fortress was a safe haven. Without Han Fei's iron-blooded methods, they would be eliminated sooner or later. Then, Han Fei took out 12 shares of resources from his Life Star City. Han Fei said, each portion is 300,000 kilometers of resources. It's the last free care I'll give you for now. Take this resource to expand your origin seas as soon as possible and cultivate the great techniques to become stronger. The Black Wind pirates are not strong or weak overall. Cultivate for a year, fight for a year, and beat them within 2 years. At this time, Zhou Jingjing, Yingyue, and the others had nothing but complete obedience to Han Fei. In front of a leader like Han Fei, they didn't even think they were qualified to make any suggestions. After all, Han Fei had given them too many benefits so far. After explaining some simple plans, Han Fei said, everyone, enter my origin. See to cultivate. Earlier, Han Fei had only told Li Tong to go in, but now everyone was allowed to go in, which made many people very happy. Although they had won this battle, the price they paid was not small, and almost all of them were seriously injured. This showed that even if they had cultivated the purity mystic body and the great techniques given by Han Fei, this was not the only condition for them to win. This was just another reason for them to win. At present, the most fundamental problem for them was that their realms were too low. Yingyue and the others had almost completely relied on their purity mystic body to win. They hadn't even completely passed the early stage of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei wanted them to destroy the Black Wind pirates in 2 years. How tight was the time? Even with 100 times the time acceleration and the resources given by Han Fei, it wouldn't be easy to enter the star transformation realm. Therefore, cultivating hard and entering the star transformation realm was their subconscious common goal. As for who the old turtle was, they didn't know and didn't dare to ask. Because the old turtle was too strong. In their eyes, his strength was second only to Han Fei's. In the future, as time passed, no one knew how strong he would be. 8 months passed. In Han Fei's origin star, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. Finally, on this day, he completely covered the periphery of his origin star with a thick layer of skin. Countless shattered stars densely surrounded his origin star. On this day, his star core that he had compressed for a long time was finally squeezed 10 times smaller. Han Fei grinned. He had finally entered the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Han Fei immediately looked at his personal information, only to see that owner, Han Fei. Level 109, Sky Opening Ultimate Dao. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 10-016, th. Evolving, 7-623/13-064. Immortal Chi, 1,680,000. Soul, 15.59. Origins, 15,591,568 points. Perception range, 15 million kilometers. Strength, 16.22 star powers, 1,642,679 waves. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage. Second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang sky swallowing fish, level 108. Second spiritual beast, the emperor sparrow, level 103. Main art, void fishing level 9, void stealing technique, monarch level, ultra. Quality. Huff. After seeing the information, Han Fei frowned slightly. That didn't seem right. His realm was still the ultimate Dao, but not the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Could it be that he had always been in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm? Besides, these weren't the key. The problem was that this breakthrough had caused the difference in soul power and physique to widen significantly. Han Fei knew that he couldn't just let the gap between the two grow bigger and bigger. He had to practice the God-fiend formless technique. 25-25, 2 spiritual heritage in 1, unacceptable by the heavens. Han Fei didn't plan to give himself too much time to cultivate. For him, the best cultivation was fighting. Furthermore, his top priority was not to cultivate, but to find a path that was suitable for him. As for the God-fiend formless technique, it seemed to be a path perfectly compatible with him. Once this path was taken, coupled with the star-devouring technique, he might be able to reach the heights where even the god of war hadn't reached. And the greatest disadvantage of the supreme divine technique, the problem of soul and physique incompatibility, might be correspondingly resolved. Han Fei didn't ask the god of war about this matter. After all, the god-fiend formless technique belonged to the demonic path. God knew what taboo it would violate. Han Fei planned to try it first. If he could really succeed, it wouldn't be too late to tell the god of war after he proved Tao. Han Fei sat cross-legged in front of his star core. God-fiend formless technique, one spiritual heritage for gods, and the other for demons. The two auras began to circulate slowly in Han Fei's dual spiritual heritages. Pfft. However, just as it began to operate, the roar of the great Tao suddenly sounded in Han Fei's ears. Boom! It was a strange power that broke through the protection of his origin star. From the sea of stars, pierced through the ground veins, and descended on him. Puff! Han Fei vomited a mouthful of golden blood in shock. He didn't dare to cultivate any more, but appeared on the surface of the star. At that moment, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that the thick layer of broken starry barrier around his origin star had been penetrated, with a big hole appearing. As for the star sea mire of his origin star, it was also pierced through, leaving a huge hole. Then, a large meridian he had set up was also pierced through. Han Fei. Old Yuan. Han Fei immediately roared. F***ck. If this goes on, wouldn't the origin star that I built with great difficulty be bombarded into a beehive? More importantly, I don't even know who did this. Finding the old turtle, Han Fei said with a black face, Old Yuan, tell me about the God-fiend formless technique first. Does it have a lot of side effects? The old turtle was dumbfounded. Side effects? Of course there are side effects. The side effect is to become a demon. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. No other side effects? Like being struck by lightning? The old turtle was stunned for a moment and said, well, there is such a situation. The God-fiend formless technique is not tolerated by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, without the protection of the sea realm, you might have to bear a baptism similar to the heavenly tribulation to obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. But on the origin star, this is your world. It shouldn't be as dangerous as cultivating in the sea of stars. What are you afraid of? Han Fei. Han Fei's face turned black. Heh. You can go now. I'll try again. With this experience, Han Fei certainly didn't dare to cultivate on his origin star anymore. This was scary. I haven't done anything yet, but the heavenly tribulation has struck my star core. If I really cultivate this technique, wouldn't my star core explode? After a while, Han Fei came to the sea of stars. Making sure that he was far away from his origin star, he sat cross-legged in the sea of stars. He was ready. Although the old turtle said that he couldn't cultivate in the sea of stars, he could activate the great Tao of life replacement at any time to prevent himself from being struck to death. This was an attempt just like transcending a tribulation, but transcending a tribulation in the sea of stars was naturally better than transcending a tribulation in the sea realm. One failure couldn't stop Han Fei from pursuing the Tao of perfect balance. Therefore, he began to operate the God-fiend formless technique again. Rumble. Just now, Han Fei didn't know what struck him, but now he knew that it wasn't the lightning tribulation at all. He had thought that it was a baptism of lightning like the void fishing, but it wasn't. When the rumbling power fell on him, Han Fei realized that it was the great Tao of the heavens and earth condensing into great Tao lightning. Yes, the great Tao was like thunder, trying to kill him. If this had to be called a lightning tribulation, Han Fei felt that this was probably the most terrifying lightning tribulation in the world. **T. Puff. 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 After the lightning strike, Han Fei spewed out 3 mouthfuls of essence. Blood in a row. The God-fiend formless technique that he had just activated was shaken and showed signs of instability. Rumble. Rumble. Han Fei endured 10 seconds with difficulty and only managed to circulate 1% of the God-fiend formless technique. Finally, consecutive great Tao lightning struck Han Fei's great Tao of life replacement out. **CK. Han Fei didn't know what to say. This was too much. Did the old turtle not tell him the truth? This thing was so terrifying that it directly killed him. What should he do? However, although Han Fei felt that the great Tao lightning tribulation was too terrifying, he suddenly discovered that the power of his soul had increased by nearly 3,000 points. Huh. If that's the case, can I slowly replenish my soul power? Han Fei thought that if he used this method to replenish the power of his soul, it would be faster than cultivating the heavenly Tao art. However, if he used the great Tao of life replacement and the invincible time after that to resist the lightning strike head-on, it would probably take him more than 800 lives. And it would take him more than 800 lives to complete the operation of the God-fiend formless technique once. Putting aside the fact that he hadn't more than 800 lives, even if he had, what if the lightning would still strike him after he operated the technique once? What would he do then? He cast the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on himself to heal his injuries. Han Fei activated the God-fiend formless technique again. But soon, he discovered something different. After about 5 seconds, Han Fei stopped cultivating and found that his soul power had only increased by less than 500 points. After repeated experiments, Han Fei was certain that the significant improvement of his soul was only at the moment he activated the great Tao of life replacement. At that moment, because of the shattering of his life, part of the heavenly Tao lightning seemed to have been transformed. Then, it was absorbed by him and transformed into the power of his soul. If he didn't activate the great Tao of life replacement, he could obtain about 800 points of soul power on the verge of death. Although more than 800 was not a small number, he was already on the verge of death and needed to use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique to save himself. This was equivalent to exchanging vitality for the growth of soul power. Therefore, Han Fei simply gave up and turned around. When Han Fei returned to the sky above his origin star, he saw the old turtle sticking out his young soul head and looking at him. Han Fei said crossly, "What are you looking at?" "I'm going to the sea realm too. Have a try." However, the old turtle quickly stopped him. "Hey, don't. Do you want to die? Do you know why there is a god-fiend sea in this world? It's because someone discovered the secret of the Tao of perfect balance. If you dare to go to the sea realm, believe it or not, many monarchs will immediately come and throw you into the god-fiend sea." Han Fei. The old turtle sighed. "I didn't expect you to encounter such a terrifying tribulation while cultivating the god-fiend formless technique in the sea of stars. But I feel that something is wrong. In my memory, someone cultivated this technique in the sea of stars, but what happened to you didn't happen to him, and he survived." Han Fei glared at the old turtle angrily. "That's impossible. Unless he has countless lives, he would have been killed long ago." The old turtle asked, "Were you struck in your origin star too?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes. But not as much as in the sea of stars." "Huh." Han Fei was suddenly refreshed. Yes, although his origin star couldn't block the heavenly Tao lightning, it could weaken the power of the lightning. Just now, he only sprayed a mouthful of essence blood in his origin star, but in the sea of stars, he sprayed 3 mouthfuls in a row. What if he was in other people's origin stars? For example, Zhao Qinglong's or and Taiping's. These people's origin stars were connected to multiple modified stars. Their ability to resist the great Tao lightning shouldn't be worse than his. From the looks of it, even if he used the heaven enlightenment divine technique to exchange for his life, the efficiency would be at least 3 times higher. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei pushed the old turtle into his origin star and said, "Go about your business. I'll take a look at someone else's origin star." Zhao Qinglong's origin stars were connected to 72 modified stars. It had to be said that the strength of the powerhouses on the god roll couldn't be underestimated. Han Fei came to his star core, thought for a long time, and then began to set up arrays. In the face of force majeure, he should take the initiative to use all the power he could exert to help increase his odds of survival. Once again, Han Fei activated the God-Fiend formless technique. The feeling was exactly the same as when he was on his own origin star. However, because he was prepared, Han Fei actually managed to withstand the first lightning strike. He even felt that this origin star's effect of resisting this lightning strike was better than his origin star. Could it be that Zhao Qinglong's origin star was connected to many modified stars, so it had an additional resistance? Although the heavenly Tao lightning was powerful, Han Fei didn't think it had reached the monarch level yet. It appeared just to prevent him from practicing the God-Fiend formless technique. And the power it showed, if he guessed right, was infinitely close to the monarch level. Just like when he fought Zhao Qinglong, the super-strong combat power he unleashed in the end might be slightly stronger than that. Now, Han Fei sat cross-legged and endured 10 seconds in a row. Finally, he couldn't help but vomit the first mouthful of blood. However, this situation was much better than he had imagined. 10 seconds, 50 seconds, 100 seconds. The God-Fiend formless technique was activated, and Zhao Qinglong's origin star was passively blocking the heavenly Tao lightning, buying him a lot of time. Without obstacles, the effect of Han Fei's cultivation of this technique was immediately increased several times. After 100 seconds, the dual spiritual heritages had almost circulated by 1/10. However, under the continuous impact of the heavenly Tao lightning, the resistance of Zhao Qinglong's origin star was rapidly declining. 300 seconds later, Han Fei felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. He felt that this star was about to be split apart. 500 seconds later, Han Fei felt that the dual spiritual heritages had operated by 50%, and the star was broken and the ground veins were all broken. He raised his head and looked at the sea of stars. Shoot! Hang in there a little longer.